Get students who have picked forms to contest for the position of the SRC president, the ultimate one, of course. And as I've been doing, I want to take this opportunity, about a minute or two, to interact with some teams or some aspirants who are here, spend some time with the panel members, and of course, find out from the audience what they are expecting for today's exercise. And I have the privilege to speak with these two people. Draw closer to me here. Okay, let me stand in the middle. Gentlemen, neatly dressed. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm also fine. Thanks for asking. You're an aspirant?
Yes.
What team?
Team Dependable.
Oh, okay. She's also an aspirant. What's her name?
Elizabeth Naki Yabwa.
Elizabeth Naki Yabwa. What team?
The Advocate.
All right. So different teams here.
Yes, please.
Okay. You've watched the vetting so far, right?
Yes, please, I have.
Let me hear your view on the performance of the aspirants so far.
Okay, so far the performance of some of the aspirants has been very impressive. Yeah, and I believe watching the vetting, it has actually exposed me to the expectation of the panel today. So I think I have a brief knowledge of what to expect from the panel today.
Okay. She has idea of what is likely to happen. Do you have idea?
Yes, I do. I would say a bit of it.
Okay. Is there any special question that you have prepared on that you expect them to ask you?
I believe that probably they will be asking, because of my hall of affiliation, they will be asking about this hooliganism clashes between ATL, Casford, and the likes.
Interesting. You are setting questions for yourself. I'm sure the panel members are listening. I want to give you a second, a second to say something to students of University of Cape Coast.
Okay, so to students of University of Cape Coast, the Advocate, as our mantra says, the people's voice, we actually vying for this position to serve as a mouthpiece for them to channel their concerns to the university authorities. And when we pass this stage, this is what we hope to bring on board when we are elected or voted into power.
Great. Gentlemen, in a second.
Yes, I believe that Team Dependable is for advocacy and is coming for student interest, just as the SRC Constitution spells out. And during this vetting, students will get to know what we have under our slates for students, and hoping that students support us in prayers from wherever they are, and we're hoping to give our best.
Great. Thank you for speaking with us. All right. And so that is it from the aspirants. I've seen one member of the panel joining me here. Gentlemen, draw closer to me. You can go. You can go. Wish you all the best. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great.
How prepared are you to receive the student today?
I'm very prepared, very well prepared. You know, the creme de la creme is the SRC president, so every other thing is expected, and every other thing that is needed to be prepared for is prepared for.
Great. You also a member of the team?
Yes, please.
You heard the gentleman. Do you think he's likely to face such a question?
Well, I think that when it comes to questions, it's quite broad and diverse for all of the portfolios, but for SRC leadership, it entails a lot. So it appears to be a possible question, but I think as to whether the panel will ask, it resides with them. Yeah.
How different are today's questions from that of the previous days that we've observed? This is for the president.
Yeah, I can assure you it's entirely different. And
how different is it?
well, you see, it's natural that we expect that these questions are going to be quite a step further away, because it's very true, and I'm sure they're also very aware that the SRC position is more or less the very first point of call in every form of leadership issue. So I don't think they should expect anything less, and I don't think they should expect exactly what they saw. Obviously, they should expect something more challenging.
Okay. He has talked about the aspirants, students of University of Cape Coast. What should they expect today from the panel?
I believe they watching from the previous days, they've seen that the panel is doing a good job, an excellent job. And today, it is times 2, times 3, times 4 of that. So they should expect everything. Those who don't know the students handbook, those who don't know the SRC Constitution, I think today will be the day they can know everything.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. We're grateful for your time, gentlemen. Okay, is there anyone among the audience who would want to speak with us? You are the people who have been sending the messages. Come, you can't tell me no. Sit down. The early bird they say catches the worm. You are the first gentleman. How are you doing?
I'm very great.
What's your name?
I'm Dr. Boni, well known, but my name is Ebenezer Ajati.
Why are you here?
I'm here because of Team Dependable for SRC President.
So what do you expect from Team Dependable today?
A good performance, a good leader is not someone who wants to occupy a position, but is someone who wants to showcase a responsibility. And I've realized and I've worked with him. I know his ambitions for this school. So let's give him the chance to serve as our SRC President.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. And people, that will be all for the short interaction that I plan to do today with the panel members and, of course, with the aspirants and the audience in the auditorium. If you find yourself anywhere around University of Cape Coast, you can also join us. We are at Sasakawa Conference Room. My name is Louise Bakrin, and you can call me the PDF. Today, we are inviting students who have picked forms to contest for the position of the SRC President. Keep your comments coming. Intermittently, I will be reading them. I'll hand over to the chairman to commence today's business.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the fourth day, the first session of the SRC Local Nugs vetting. We're live on TV, UCC, on YouTube, and on ATL 100.5. Those of you who can join us at the Sasakawa Conference Center, we entreat that you join us at the conference center. Those who cannot join us, you can also watch us live on TV, UCC, or listen to us on ATL 100.5. Today probably would be the final day for the vetting. We intend to vet 6 aspirants for SRC President, and we're hoping to have a fruitful interaction today. I think my panel is set. Right wing, are we set? Left wing. All right. So just one final rule before we begin, and this goes to the audience. This is like my bedroom. This is my house. I run the show here. And the only caution I have to all those who will join us here in the auditorium or the center is that you cannot make gestures or whisper answers when questions are being asked your candidate. If I notice that you're doing that, I have the singular honor to disqualify the candidate and also walk you out and make sure that sanctions are applied against you according to the regulations in the student handbook and the statutes of the University of Cape Coast. So I'll plead with all of you who are here in the conference room to be of the best behavior. Let us have a smooth vetting, and then at the end of the day, may the best person go through. Thank you very much. Mr. Boyson, we are ready. You're welcome. Kindly speak into the mic so we can pick the feed.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. All right, you're welcome once again.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly state your names, index number, and program of study for our records. Let's start with Let's start with the lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Edusipoku Agatha, a nursing student, and my index number is SN-NUS 190006.
All right. So I am Obo Imano, and I'm studying BSc Health Information Management, level 300, and my index number is AHHIM 190028. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the vetting of SRC President and Vice
Thank you.
session for today. So we'll go through the documents that you've submitted for this exercise, and then we'll take 10 to ask you a couple of questions, and then we'll take it from there. Right. So we'll start with your CV. What am I reading?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mom.
How are you?
I'm good. Yourself, please.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
You are looking good, the both of you.
Thank you.
Have you drank water already?
Oh, there is water here.
Pardon?
There is water here.
There's
for
water
us.
there. Okay. So, like I would always say, it's just a chat, except that it's a formalized one. So you don't have to be scared. Ignore the cameras. I'm a very shy person, so I'm trying to ignore the cameras. So try to do same, and be yourself. Nobody's here to harm or intimidate you. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So, Emmanuel, this is your CV. You did it yourself. And then you took time to read through it.
Yes, I took time to read through it, but after watching previous vetting, we have to make necessary corrections on them.
Okay. So you agree that there are corrections to be made?
Yes, please.
All right. That's nice. So you don't have a heading. And one of the very important ingredients of a CV is missing, which is your personal data. So as you sit, you look like a Ghanaian and you also look like a Kenyan. I've lived there for some time. So can I ask you, where do you come from? Are you a Ghanaian?
Yes, I am a Ghanaian.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 23 years of age.
23. You don't have an address? Do you have an address? So all those important ingredients are missing in your CV. And it is not good enough.
Yes.
Can you tell me about Bachelor of Science, Health Information Management?
Thank you so much. Bachelor of Science, Health Information Management is a program in School of Allied Health Sciences and College of Allied Health Sciences. And what we basically do is we help manage health information data. So when you go to UCC Hospital, when you go to Highway Unit, that's Health Information Records Unit. That's what we, or where we health information management work. So basically everything that happens in the hospital comes back to us. And that is the information gathered in the hospital, consultation room, and the OPD. So after everything, we, the health information managers, analyze the data that we gathered. First of all, because of the paper record mode of taking records, we have to enter them into the electronic mode using the SPSS. So with that, we get to know the number of recorded cases. Let's take it into because we have halls of residents, we have diaspora communities. It helps us to help the decision makers on where to channel their education, their resources, as to whether we are increasing or we are receiving a number of malaria cases from Islingford Hall, or we are receiving a number of typhoid cases from Valco Hall or the likes. So basically, we are in charge or custodians of health information in the hospital. Thank you.
Okay. So it means that once you offer this program, you'd work in the hospital.
Exactly.
Okay.
But you still have other options to work with other agencies, because basically you'll be managing health information or you'll be managing information or data. Almost every department or organization deals with data. So you have opportunities to work with other agencies as well. Whether you, it all depends on where you specify.
Okay, so I can see that you manage very sensitive information.
Exactly, Mom.
So what is one ingredient that you would need? What should be one characteristic of somebody who deals with those sensitive data?
Thank you so much. I believe that data is money, and has health information management. People will come to the hospital and they are entrusting you with their data. So you are not supposed to let even their wives or their spouses know. So in that regard, you have to ensure that there is always confidentiality with data that you get. Thank you.
Okay. You said you are a courageous and selfless gentleman. Can you tell me how selfless you are, what you did or you have done to prove that you are a selfless gentleman?
All right. Thank you so much, Mom. When you're talking about selfless or I being a selfless person, I'm talking about stuff that I have done without regarding myself or picturing myself. That is sometimes or times where...
What is staff? When you say staff, the staff at the hospital or staff? Speak proper English.
Okay. So what I have done for people without picturing myself in the picture. So there are times where I have little money on me, but I still have to sacrifice for other people to live or to have something on their table to eat. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
So I can verify that.
Yes, please.
What's the difference between honesty and loyalty?
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe that honesty has to do with being transparent and letting people know what really is in what you are doing. And loyalty has to do with pledging your allegiance to what you believe in and what you trust in. That is, in this scenario, I believe in God, so I pledge my allegiance to God. Thank you.
I am still reading from your CV. So you wrote something like, I am of an unshakable conviction that if people become conscious of themselves, they can positively impact society. What do you mean by that?
Thank you so much. I believe that in everything that we do, it's before we impact society, we first have to impact or know ourselves. So we can talk about the lives of Bernard Davle, who were that shy type, who were timid because they didn't know the value they had or what they could do. But when they got to know themselves, when they realized that they could speak to impact people, they are now making positive changes in lives of people in the society. So that's what I meant by if people get to understand themselves, people get to know themselves, they can make positive impact or changes in our society. Thank you.
Did he tell you he was shy?
From his presentations, he told us that, he made us know that he wasn't...
Did he tell you to come and say it in public that he's a shy person?
Madam, please, he said it in public, so...
But did he ask you to go say it?
No, please.
So you have to be careful of the things you put out there.
All right.
If I'm saying something, it's different from somebody saying it.
All right, thank you.
And then the years, for instance, you have 2001 date. I think yesterday I tried correcting those things. You have to correct it.
All right.
Tell me what a proper noun is.
Thank you so much, Mom. A proper noun is a noun that is mostly used for human beings or like human beings, so the names of people.
I'll need to remind you that you address the chair.
Okay.
So keep with that.
All right. Thanks. The chair, a proper noun is a noun that we use for human beings or names of people, names of places. So, example, Obo Imano is a proper noun. So, Obo Imano.
So it's hybrid, the hybrid library project. Is it a proper noun or not?
Okay, thank you, Mom. Hybrid library is a project.
The hybrid library project. Do you consider it as proper noun? The hybrid library. Is it or is not?
The hybrid library is a proper noun.
So you correct it accordingly.
All right.
What did you do? Tell me about what you did. You said you deputized. What did you do?
All right. Thank you so much. The chair, I believe that as it is enshrined in the Constitution, vice presidents are or deputizes presidents in their duties. So together as executive, we made sure that the Casford or people in Casford get a hybrid library, a hybrid that they will study in. So we first stocked the place with chairs or furnitures, and after that, we made sure that we had internet connectivity and cable stocked at the place. So first we wrote to procurement
if I don't know what a hybrid library is, what is, educate me, what is a hybrid library?
Thank you so much, Mom. The chair, hybrid library has two phases. That is paper mode of learning and electronic means of learning. So already we had a paper mode of learning or paper hybrid library or paper records keeping hybrid where it was full of only books. So what we have done is that we have increased it from, or we have improved it from a hybrid library mode, and paper traditional mode to a hybrid library mode where we have added the internet part or the electronic part where you can access the library materials using the electronic means or through electronic mode. Thank you.
And the role you played as the vice president was only deputizing for the hybrid library, or you did other things?
Thank you so much, Chair. Other times, the president wouldn't be around, so I have to move to procurement for LPOs to be given or to be taken from the procurement unit to our home master or to suppliers to supply products or goods to us. Thank you.
I see. So all the positions you held, you've not, really told us what you did. Like sports committee, just successful campus league competitions, you helped in organizing them. Was that the only thing you did? Do you play yourself? Are you a sports person? That is not here. And then I was wondering, why would you use SPSS alone? Do you use Excel as well? Or?
Yes, please. I also use Excel.
So what's the difference between the two? And why do you prefer to? Because SPSS runs through.
Yes. When you go to health information records, health information records unit at the UCC hospital, that is the software they use. That is statistical package for social sciences. So that's why I stated SPSS throughout.
My last two questions for you. You said you register new clients, that's fine, but you activate folders of old clients. Why would you do that? Because maybe they don't want to visit the hospital again. So during your practicum.
Yes.
So why would you do that?
Thank you so much. The chair, what we do, or what I mean by activation new folders, clients new folders, old folders, is that when you come to the hospital first, you are a new patient, or the first time you had contact with the hospital, that means that you're a new patient. But after that, successive visit to the hospital means that you are an old client or an old patient. So that means that when you come to the hospital, you have to activate your folder in order for us to make your folder available for doctors in the consultation room to write your health records or health history in them to ensure continuity of care and to prevent drug-drug allergy or drug-drug interactions. Thank you.
You said you were a teller, 2018 to 2019.
Yes, please.
And you reduced customers' waiting time. How did you do that?
Right. Thank you so much, Mom. The chair, at first, when I got to that facility or that enterprise or company, they were using paper mode or they were writing products or everything that they do. So I proposed to them that they use electronic mode to make sure that they reduce customer waiting time at the hospital, and they bought into that idea. And from that end, through my knowledge in typing and MS Word, we help them reduce the waiting time of customers at the facility. Okay. Thank you.
I'll come back.
All right.
Now, before we switch on that point, I thought that Ghana Health Service has indicated that we move from the paperless system to the DIMS, and all hospitals are taking steps to do that. So the way you sound, it's as if the facility did not know about this and you're the one introducing it for the first time. Is that correct?
Thank you so much, Chair. The teller system wasn't about a health facility. It was an enterprise,
okay.
A shop. All right,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My lady.
Yes, sir.
Are you okay?
I'm very, very much okay.
I see. Good to hear. A cursory look at your CV. I see you're still in the University of Cape Coast, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Before I come to your skills and competencies, I see something here, personal experience. And then you indicate that you were EC staff for 7th December 2020 elections. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
And you indicated your team and yourself were responsible for general elections at the Tafu constituency. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Which polling station was that?
Please, it was at the Pentecostal school. The chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
The chair, please, thank you very much. It was at the polling. Sorry. It was at the Pentecostal school.
Pentecostal school?
Yes, please.
Are you sure it was at the Pentecostal school?
Yes, please.
But that is not what you've written in your CV. I see. Then down, you say you're a member of Heart for Smile Foundation.
Yes, please.
Is that correct? What do you do there?
Thank you very much. The chair, the Heart for Smile Foundation is a foundation that looks at promoting girl-child education in rural areas. Even in the 21st century, in the rural areas, they still believe in the old ideology that women shouldn't go to school. And the excuses that some of the parents give is that they are not financially sound. So my foundation, we go there to support parents and also give out scholarships to these people.
So is it your foundation?
No, please, it's a team. We are a team.
But is it for you?
No, please.
Is it registered?
Yes, please.
It's registered?
Yes. But it is not in the University of Cape Coast.
Okay. So it's registered as an NGO?
Yes, please.
And you're part of a team?
Yes, please.
I see. Interesting. Now, under leadership, I see a very interesting point here. You indicated that you are aspirant for Local Nugs Women's Commissioner 2020-2021.
Yes, please.
How is that? How does that fall under leadership?
Okay, thank you very much.
First of all, what is leadership?
Leadership refers to the capability one has to lead or mobilize a group of people.
So the fact that you are an aspirant for the Local Nugs Women's Commissioner made you a leader?
Yes, please.
How is that so?
Thank you, the chair. The capabilities that a leader possesses, I use those capabilities and qualities to aspire for that position, and that, I believe, qualifies me to be a leader.
Did you qualify during that session?
I qualified, but I didn't win during the election.
So was it the case that you didn't have good leadership qualities, that's why the people didn't vote for you?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I believe that no matter how you are prepared or you possess the qualities or capabilities of becoming a leader, the choice still lies in the hands of the students you are to serve. And in that regard, you have to respect that choice.
I see. I am struggling to understand why you captured that as part of your leadership experience, though. I was thinking that you would leave that out, but I'll come back to it. I see, again, you said you are the president of the ladies' wing at the Christ Baptist Church.
Yes, please.
And then you indicated that the National Union of Baptist Students, UCC, those in the diaspora, you were their coordinator. I'm
currently the coordinator, sir.
You're currently the coordinator?
Yes, please.
But on your CV, you have indicated 2021 to 2022.
This is because handing over is next week. So already we have done some.
Have you handed over?
Not completely, sir.
Have you handed over?
No, sir.
So you haven't handed over. So what if something happens and then the handing over date is extended? What do you do? As of the time you're submitting this CV to us, you had not handed over.
Yes, please.
So you don't need to end the date.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now, I'm coming back to your personal skills and competencies. You indicate that you have proper time management competencies and multitasking abilities.
Okay. Thank you very
Are
much.
Are you dexterous?
Please, you said.
Are you a dexterous person?
Yes, of course.
You're a dexterous person?
Yes, please.
Okay, so how do you multitask? What do you do?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So as a student of the university, I'm a nursing student to be precise. And in our curriculum, you have to go for clinicals, you have to attend lectures, you have to also go for practical sections. And on top of that, we also add serving in the denominations, such as me being the diaspora coordinator. And not only the diaspora coordinator too, I am also the NUSA Welfare Committee member. And with all this, I believe it's a multitask, and I'm able to carry it out.
I see. So I noticed that your CGPA is dropping from a very beautiful start, and it keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. Don't you think you multitasking is affecting your academic output?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. The chair, I believe that there is still room for improvement. So in as much as you are building yourself academically, you must also focus on the other fields as well.
So that gives you room for improvement, focusing on the other skills and your academics dropping. Is that what you mean?
No, sir. I mean that with the more room for improvement, I mean I will bounce back. And also, just as looking out at the academic field, I have to also focus in other field so that I will master it too.
See. Now, you have also indicated that you have the ability to carry out duties as assigned.
Yes, please.
Without questioning whether it is right or not.
Oh. Please, you said.
I'm reading from your CV. You said you have ability to carry out duties as assigned. And I'm asking whether these duties are legitimate or not. You just go ahead and execute it. Is that correct?
Thank you, sir. I don't carry out duties that are not legitimate. I will only carry out duties assigned when they are legitimate.
So if your superior says, okay, we need someone to sign this document, the person is not around, so can you sign it? Your superior is asking you to sign.
No, please.
Oh, but you have indicated you have the ability to carry out duties as you have been assigned.
Okay, so I really wanted to explain that I don't really fall below expectation. Just as I indicated that I am the current diaspora coordinator. The duties of a diaspora coordinator I duly assign and I do with them.
So you're like a robot. So whatever we say, 10 left, you 10 left, 10 right, you 10
no,
right.
Sir.
Is that what it means?
No, sir. The chair, please. I mean that in every portfolio or in any position that is given to you, you have functions or tasks to carry out. And these are the tasks that I am assigned to it, and I do it well.
Because my understanding of this is that you are an obedient person, and then you take instructions as they are, just like we do in the military. So we say sit, you sit. Stand, you stand. Is that correct?
Not entirely, sir.
So if your president tells you that, okay, do this, he's assigned you to do something, would you do it or not?
Please, thank you, Chair. I will first ask about it. If it is deemed right for me to do it, then I will do it.
He thinks it is right for you to do it, so he's instructed you to do it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. But still, I will have to ask and probe it deeply before I will carry out that kind of assignment, because not every task at all that you can be able to execute them.
I see. Now let's come back to you, Emmanuel. On your CV, I see that you've indicated key strengths and competency. You say you're a good listener, you're determined, you work effectively at all times. You're a superhuman being, I guess. Do you work effectively at all times?
Yes, I do. And right now, I'm even working effectively to pass this vetting. So,
I see. So what are your weaknesses? Because I see you've indicated key strengths and competency, but I don't see anything on weaknesses in your CV.
thank you so much. I believe that or as far as I have come, what I feel or see to be my weakness could be how maybe I care or I overcare about people. Aside that, I haven't identified any weakness. Maybe probably going forward, I would.
You care too much?
Yes.
And you think that is a weakness?
That's why I said maybe that could be a weakness. If not for that, I don't see any weakness for now.
See, that's interesting. We'll come back.
Okay, so Agatha.
Yes, please.
I quite like your CV.
Thank you very
but
much.
I think you like your name so much that you've overblown it. You've overblown it. It's too big. It shouldn't be bigger than the heading.
Okay,
But
thank you very
otherwise,
much.
you have your details there. And there was another thing I also found. Under your personal skills, for instance, you wrote good interpersonal skills and communication. I think it should be interpersonal and communication skills.
Okay, thank you very much.
Interpersonal and communication skills. And then, what did you do at FRIMPS?
FRIMPS Foundation. Okay.
Or
thank
what
you.
is FRIMPS Foundation?
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, FRIMPS Foundation is more of a foundation that goes to the orphanages, the less privileged, to do donations. Basically, that is what we do.
I see. And so you are a member of the foundation?
Yes, please.
You're a member of you're a founding member of the foundation?
No, I'm a member.
You are just a member of the foundation.
Yes, please.
Then this one interests me. You came in as a local Nugs commissioner, and then they didn't vote for you. You could have tried again. Why didn't you try it again?
Okay. Thank you very much. The chair, respectfully, I believe that my aspiration or my interest to serve the students or the women in question hasn't or still stands. That is what I want to make. It still stands. But however, in my engagement with students last year, I realized that not only women need to be advocated for or empowered, some men too need empowerment, because on the outside they act so strong, but on the inside they are breaking down. And I believe that such things contribute to the increments of suicide in the community. So
just hold on, please. For those of you who are just joining, I made a statement earlier. No guest chairs, no clappings, nothing. I am forced to ask that you go out and then we start this again, because it's happened the second time. If it happens the third time, you go out and then we'll start all over again. So if you are your supporters and if you are opponents, please, let's make progress.
Chair, we are really sorry and we wouldn't repeat that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think that if you did not go through that, you could have tried again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Or you think if you go with what's his name, with your president, you'll be voted for. That's why you moved from, because they didn't vote for you as the women commissioner. Don't write for her. I'm asking her a question and not you.
okay, thank you very much, the chair. As I earlier indicated, that my interest in serving the women hasn't changed, but rather in my engagement with students last year, I realized that it wasn't only women who need empowerment and advocacy, but rather some men too need it. And I believe that the WUCOM is a portfolio that only grounds or is more centered on women. So the vice presidency or the presidency gives you a platform where you both students.
Do you know that the local Nugs leader committee, they have a man as part of the committee, as a committee member?
Yes, please.
So if you say they serve only women interest, I don't totally agree with you.
Okay, I stand to be corrected.
And again, why didn't you go in for the presidency and you decided to be the vice president? Because you can equally qualify to be a president. Why didn't you go in for that?
Okay, thank you very much, the chair. Okay, let me take you a bit to the football ground. If you go into football, there are 11 players. And on the field, each and every person has a role to play. And knowing myself very well, I believe that I can really play the supportive role to Mr. Obo here, this selfless gentleman.
How did Obo find you? How did he find you to team up with you? Are you friends? Are you classmates? How did you find one another?
Thank you very much. Obo has been my friend since level 100 because we met during orientation, and since we are in the same College of Health and Allied Sciences, I decided that I have to make friends outside my scope, and Obo is my friend.
Because he's your friend, you think you can work with him?
Okay, thank you very much. Obo, I know him very well as a selfless gentleman who is courageous and is always ready to take challenging positions.
Are you in a relationship?
No,
the two of you?
No,
do you have separate? Do you have a boyfriend?
No, please.
Do you have a girlfriend? You are not in a relationship. Because since he has been your friend from level 100 and he's selfless and he's this and he's that, are you sure that is all there is to it?
Yes, madam. Please. No strings attached.
Okay. So you should try and divide your interests and hobbies, because I don't know which is which. I don't know which is which, because group discussion, I don't think it's a hobby. Or that's an interest.
It's an interest.
So divide those two. And then your referees, again, you have references. Your referees, there should be initial caps. They are all in capital letters, and it makes it very busy. It's not the best. I'll come back to you, because I think that you should have gone back to your former position, or you should have become the president. So I would surely come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Obo.
Sure.
Before we start the next round of questions, I want you to tell us what your vision is for Ucc Src.
Thank you so much.
And how, let me add, and how it situates itself in the University of Cape Coast vision.
Thank you so much. My vision for the SRC is to build a formidable SRC that prioritizes students' welfare needs, and one that is also resolved with chartered progressive path, in as much as the university also has a vision of improving students. In that regard, I believe that when students' welfare is well taken care of, when we give them a conducive learning environment, they also grow in that regard. And when it comes to in terms of research, innovative learning, being creative and other stuff could also be achieved. Thank you.
Is it my understanding that you think that the university is not doing enough on the front of student welfare?
Thank you so much. I believe that the university is doing much when it comes to student welfare, most especially the dean of students, the fact that he is in charge of that. So, but in as much as the university wants to grow, in as much as there is always room for improvement, I believe that we can also contribute our quota towards student welfare. Thank you.
Madam, do you buy into the same vision?
Yes, please. Totally.
Totally.
Yes, please.
So which aspect are you going to deputize, since you say you are a good deputy?
Thank you so much. The chair, I just want to focus more on the general well-being of the student and also help with the people with disability. I was very happy when I heard that the local Nugs Women's Commissioner currently is into a project where she's going to share sanitary pads for free. And I really like that because the people with disability, especially the female students, some are my friends, and they come to me mostly that because of their conditions, they are financiers of themselves, their family has dejected them.
Madam, hold on. Sanitary pads, is it a disability?
No, please.
Yeah, because the way you situated it, as if giving out sanitary pad, or those who use sanitary pads are disabled or physically challenged.
No,
so
madam,
please.
I wanted to arrive at a point. Please,
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
you arrive.
I wanted to say that some of these people with disability, especially the female students, are my friends. And they say because of their conditions, some have been neglected, their families have neglected them, and they finance themselves in school. And sometimes what to even eat, or at the end of the month, the cost of sanitary pads also weigh them down. Because right now, a sanitary pad costs almost 10 cedis, and we spend more than, or let's say, about 4 months in school, which contributes to almost 40 Ghana cedis on sanitary pads. And they believe that if we have something to support them, or if the school also open up scholarship for them, like they will be very much happy. So as I came to the point that the local Nugs Women's Commissioner is about to do that project, I believe that it's a way to also curb their finances. Thank you very much.
I'm struggling to see how you're situating the entire sanitary pad thing, and then also isolating only people with disabilities. What about the other group of people who need this service but cannot afford? I just want you to think about that. But again, what is the mission of team? Which team is this? Team Dependable. What is the mission? What is your mission?
Thank you so much, the chair. My mission for the SRC is to create an avenue that harnesses the potentials of students towards addressing the challenges or the very needs that confront students of this noble institution. Thank you.
Emmanuel, I think you're still speaking grammar. You're not saying anything tangible. You want to address, harness. Exactly what do you want to do?
Thank you so
Exactly
much.
what is your vision? I want to hear maybe, okay, I want to move this from here to this place because it will serve this purpose. I want to put this here because it will serve that purpose. That is what we want to hear. So what is your mission?
Thank you so much. Like the university has its mission of being a worldwide acclaim. That is, they are going to provide a comprehensive, liberal, and other education services, or for learners to be creative, innovative, and that stuff. We're also looking at providing an avenue that harnesses their potential to fit into the university's mission.
So how do you intend to do that? What exactly do you want to do to harness their potential? That is what we want to hear.
For students, then to also involving them in everything that we do. As in right now, we see that most of the students, or some of them, that we have in a way ascribed as rude, most of the times are neglected. And I believe that what the SRC is trying to do, or going for the SRC will be doing, is to involve them more, to know their concerns, so that challenges or their challenges and stuff that's looked into.
You said some students are seen to be rude. Is that what you mentioned?
Some students are classified, or most of the time classified to be going wayward or going against.
Who classifies them to be going wayward? Please, if a room is full, don't admit any more person, please. Who classifies them as going wayward?
Yes, so it is something that is predefined in people's mind. Not
Which people? Which people?
Some of the
I don't want conjectures. Right. I want you to go straight to the point.
Some of the students believe that, or feel that students of certain hall of affiliation are always going against the school rules and regulations.
Is that what the case is in the University of Cape Coast?
That is what some of the students.
Some of the students.
Yes, please.
I see in your CV you said you're a good data analyst. So what is the basis of this assertion? What data do you have to prove this?
Okay, thank you so much. I am in a class of 49 students, and they are from various halls of affiliation. And we have people from Ogwa and other halls. So I engage them. I engage almost about 30 of them. And out of that, 20 of them affirm to the fact that...
Do you know the population of students in the University of Cape Coast?
Yes, please.
And you engage 30 people, and that forms your basis to assert that some students are rude and some students don't follow university rules. Don't you think you are overgeneralizing the issue?
Thank you so much.
Or do you belong to the category that is rude? Are you part of the rude guys?
No, please, sir.
So which categories of students are regarded as rude?
Thank you, Chair. I believe that my sample size was very small. So
which categories of students are regarded as rude?
Thank you, Chair. The category of students that are regarded as always going against are students from halls of Kisleyford Hall and ATO Hall. That is what.
And you're also from Kisleyford Hall?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, but
so it means that by interpretation and by extension, you're also rude. And you also go against the university rules.
Thank you so much.
Is that correct?
Thank you so much.
Is that correct, yes or no?
No, it's not correct, sir.
But that is how you started. You started generalizing, and you said that some people perceive students as rude. And then you have clearly indicated that the perception out there is that students belonging to Kisleyford Hall are part of the people who are rude. And you're also a member of the hall. So by convention, it means that you're also rude. You also don't follow university rules.
Thank you, Chair. When I was beginning, I said that they classify some of the students of that hall affiliation of going wayward, always going wayward to not entirely the students of those hall of affiliations. Thank you, sir.
So some. So you belong to the SAM?
I don't belong to the SAM.
What shows you don't belong to the SAM?
I haven't been called to the disciplinary committee before, the chair.
Is it because you haven't been called, or you have not been caught to have done anything that warrants you going to the disciplinary committee?
Thank you so much. I believe that this is a game of evidence, so I haven't engaged myself in
We're not playing any games here.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. I haven't been caught and I haven't engaged myself in any act that goes against the rules of the university.
So then I need you to drop that assertion and withdraw that statement before we proceed.
All right.
Because if you have no tangible evidence backed by data, you cannot sit here and assert that some students are classified as rude. It is inappropriate to say that. And I'm not sure the rest of your colleagues will be happy hearing you say that.
Right.
So I need you to withdraw that, and then we'll make progress.
Thank you so much. I withdraw that, and I believe that this will be an avenue for every student to also know that none of the people from these halls are always going against school rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's come back to the substantive question about your mission. So you said you wanted to harness the talents of students so that they can be innovative and all of that. What specifically do you want to do? And Madam Vice President Aspirant, what specifically do you want to do in that regard?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so one initiative that we want to put in place is that we will make sure to form a committee that will constitute all female leaders in the school, both at the departmental level, the hall levels, and all the denominational levels will come together to form a committee where we will stand. And I believe I wrote in my CV that I have interest in group discussions. And I believe that as a team, people have genius ideas that when we come together and we bring them out, we'll be able to formulate bigger policies that will help the female students in empowerment. And with that, we will also include the authorities, the female authorities, especially in this school, the pro-VC or the pro-vice chancellor is a female.
What exactly do you want to do? You see, this is an avenue for you to tell the rest of the student body that, look, Team Dependable, when we come, our mission is that we want to harness the talents of everybody so that they'll be creative. So we're going to put in place A, B, C, and D. So we're going to design a system where people can come and learn something and create something and do something, acquire some skills. You're not saying anything. It's as if you don't have a vision or a mission.
Please,
do you have one?
Yes, please.
So I need both of you to write down your mission and vision statements independently. So write that down and then let's continue.
Thank you very much.
Give them paper so that give them a separate one. Then we'll take it.
No, we are not. Thomas Day.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you can submit whatever you have now, and then let's take the next round of questions. It's okay. It's okay. I just want to have an idea what you've put together as your mission and vision.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Elbo.
Yeah.
In your CV, right under the key strengths, okay. I see you to be a good listener.
Yes, please.
Okay, so do you believe in the assertion that every good listener is a critical thinker?
Yes, I believe that every good listener is a critical thinker.
On what grounds do you stand to back that assertion?
All right. Thank you so much, the chair. I believe that when you listen attentively and you analyze before you make a decision, it really puts you in the right angle, because most of the time you are not in a rush to make a decision. So when you listen attentively, you analyze before you make your point. Thank you.
What do you understand by critical thinking?
Thank you so much, the chair. My thinking about critical thinking is that you don't just make a decision. You have to sit, analyze so well, put everything into consideration. If it's about decision, you check the adverse effects, the positive sides, which one outweighs the other before you make your decision. Thank you.
You're welcome. You did critical thinking per your transcript in front of me.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I believe you have come across valid arguments.
Yes, please.
In your own little way, how do you explain it?
Thank you so much. I will explain valid arguments as an argument that has a solid foundation backed by facts and statistics. Thank you.
With the critical thinking terms,
Mr. Chair, I would seek counsel from the chair. Thank you.
okay. So a valid statement is the one whose premise supports the conclusion completely.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So your running mate, I want to find out the Deputy Finance Director for the Directorate of Finance in UCC.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Director. Deputy Director. Okay. Please, I know of the Director of Directorate.
No, I asked of the name of the deputy. The deputy.
Okay. I'm very sorry, Chair. I have no idea.
Okay, so that is Mr. George Amfontiri.
Okay.
Thank you.
Team dependable.
Sir.
From transcript, you say you play table tennis.
Yes, please.
Which Asian name is most popular with table tennis?
China.
Asian word. What is the alternative name for table tennis in China?
I would say in normal terms, thank you, Chair. I would say in normal terms, it's a racket.
Ping pong. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So if you should be elected into office and someone enters your office and does a Nazi salute, what do you think of the person? A Nazi salute. Do you know a Nazi salute?
I would like you to explain further for me. Thank you.
I think with the cameras I cannot demonstrate it, but it's a salute by the Nazis of Germany. And the person is a fascist. Fascism is an ideology. Fascism is an ideology. Which ideology do you subscribe to?
Humbly, you can.
Which political ideology do you subscribe to? Agatha?
Yes, please.
Which political ideology do you subscribe to?
Please, can you break it down for me?
Sorry, there's nothing to break down. It's a very simple and a direct question. Which political ideology do you subscribe to? Different political ideologies.
All right. So, the Chair, I believe in capitalism.
There is communism, capitalist, democratic view, liberalism, nationalism, and other things. Okay. And what about you, Agatha? Are you a communist?
Am I a what?
A communist?
No, please.
Which political ideology do you subscribe to?
Democracy.
So hold on, Julius. So you've known him since level 100.
Yes, please.
And you know that he subscribes to capitalism.
Capitalism.
And he also knows that you subscribe to democracy.
Yes, please.
So what is capitalism? You know him so well. You've known him for level 100. And you believe in his ideologies. That is why you have accepted to be his running mate. And he subscribes to capitalism. So you should have a very good idea of what his ideologies are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Emmanuel, you've been warned twice already. Stop whispering.
Sorry, Chair.
The third time, you won't be lucky.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The Chair, capitalism is more of people who believe in the infrastructure and more of development.
So you mean to say that those who believe in communism and fascism, there is no infrastructure, there is no development? No problem. The Nazis had an ideology that they wanted to create a 1,000-year Reich, that is an empire, and create a pure German master race. It never materialized. Do you think, as an SRC president, it is proper to be overambitious, create a policy that, though you believe in it, but looking at the resources, it may not be necessarily plausible in your time period? Do you think it's right?
All right. Thank you so much. I believe that in as much as you'll be ambitious as an SRC, you still have to make sure that before you communicate a policy, it has roots in the ground. That is, you consult before. So being ambitious and coming up with a policy that wouldn't stand the test of time, I wouldn't go by that.
No, you believe that it's achievable, but looking at your resources, the resources that are available to you when you came into office, it doesn't seem to be that you could actually implement it within your time period. Do you think?
Thank you so much, Chair. I believe that if it's not achievable within my term of office, there has to be a policy where the upcoming SRC would continue with that policy.
So which policy do you have on mind that you think you cannot achieve within your time period?
Thank you so much. What I have in mind is on accommodation, where already the SRC and management has plans of building a sister capacity hostel opposite the SRC hall. That's the SRC annex. So if management commits their part, the SRC also commits their part towards that development. But we are looking at a point where we as the SRC or upcoming SRC cannot sacrifice or cannot commit a particular amount to that. So make sure that, okay, in agreement, we wanted to commit 20% of our revenue. So if due to our projects and other things we did as an administration, we propose to the upcoming administration to take it upon themselves to commit the additional percentage. Thank you.
Okay, to sum it all up, if you should come into office, you said you want to commit 20%, and your executive council gets to find out that you actually committed 7.5% to such a project, and someone feels satisfied with it and wants to initiate a vote of no confidence, who will initiate it? If yeah, Agatha.
Thank you very much. It is the JCRC, two JCRCs who will initiate the vote of no confidence.
How will they do it?
Okay. So,
I don't know if you have any idea. Emmanuel.
Sorry, Chair, I have no idea.
All right. I think when you go back, you should read your SRC Constitution, Article 11, and get more information about it. It's true, the JCRC should do it, but the processes, you couldn't. Okay, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Emmanuel.
Sir.
In presenting a petition to any officer of the university, there are certain requirements as to who and where the petition can be presented. Can you tell us who can present a petition and where the petition can be presented?
Thank you so much. Please, can you repeat? When you were beginning, I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
In presenting a petition to any officer of the university, according to the student handbook, it states who and where the petition can be presented. Can you tell us?
Okay, thank you so much. The Chair, I think the petition can be presented to the office of the Vice Chancellor.
And who can present the petition?
Thank you so much. If it is signed by over 700 students, the person leading the petition, leading the probing or the submission of the petition, or the person who is leading that particular task has to present the petition. Thank you.
Okay. Agatha.
yes, please.
A case of sexual offense in which a decision has been made by the Sexual Harassment Committee, who relays the report to the offender?
Okay, thank you very much. The Chair, please, it is the registrar.
And if the offender wants to appeal, what process must he or she pass through?
Okay, thank you very much. The processes he has to pass through is that after the hearing, the person or the corporate has within 14 working days appeal.
Appeal to who?
The Vice Chancellor.
Okay.
Agatha.
Yes, please.
I hope you are familiar with your student handbook.
Yes, please.
Okay, so can you please mention 4 university committees on which the SRC is represented?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have the Transport Committee, the Public Relations Committee, the Academic Committee, and then
Listening.
and the Entertainment Committee.
Please, we have nothing like the academic and entertainment. Okay. So please, when you go back, go and check. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right. So to Mr. Obo, can you please name 4 units which operate under the coordinators who are responsible to the provost, to the university regulation as far as the distance learners is concerned?
Thank you so much. We have the examination unit, we have student support services unit, we have the academic unit, and we have student records management unit. Thank you.
Did you say academic unit? We have nothing like the academic unit.
So we have the reprographic unit.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Tim Dependable.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. Yourself, please.
I'm doing well. So,
Thank
the SRC dues, the hall dues, the faculty dues, and departmental dues, before it can be approved, which university committee is responsible for the approval?
Thank you, Chair. It is the University Council.
Come again.
University Council.
No, it's the resident committee, sorry. Okay, the next question goes to Agatha. Only tell me the functions of the residents committee. The functions. 2.
Okay, thank you very much. The first one is the budget approval, as you said. The school fees and the dues.
It's just one.
That one is
the
just one.
budget and the dues, yes. It's one of their functions, but then I said 2.
Okay, so please, I stand to be corrected. The second one, I don't have an idea.
So they keep the whole system under review.
Okay.
The last question goes to Mr. Obo. Okay. So before school fees can be approved, it has stages. Don't you tell me the stages before the school fees can be approved?
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. The Chair, first, like you said, it has to be proposed by the Residence Committee, and from there, it has to go to Directorate of Finance. And after the Director of Finance will also make their case or make that proposal to University Council, where they will, after making it to the University Council, it has to go to the Parliament House of Ghana for it to be approved totally.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome.
Team Dependable.
Sir.
Do you have a policy document?
A policy document?
Yes.
Yes.
As of now, do you have a policy document?
I have a policy document.
Okay. Now, in policy making, one of the things that are taken into consideration is broader consultations.
Okay.
Now, to what extent, taking into consideration the number of students on campus, percentage-wise, how many of them did you consult to arrive at a decision that you are coming to take this portfolio?
Thank you so much. The Chair, on that, when you are talking about broader consultations, I believe that first it has to do with the students, and other side it has to do with the unit that will make sure that your policy becomes a reality. So on academics, we have the timetable committee that is mostly in charge of giving us our timetable, preparing the timetable. So we consulted students, and they made us know that they have challenge when school normally resumes because they have to go through a lot before they get their timetable. And due to that, they cannot plan their semester and they have that clashes. So we fast forward, we approach the examination unit in that regard to know how best we can help students solve this.
Okay, that is okay. Skip to another one.
Okay, so on sports, we saw that we engage the sports section before we engage the students on what their concerns. Most of the times we engage the students who are part of the sports team. So they told us that they needed motivation. One, the tracks that they train on at sports complex is also another thing. And again, they made us know the stands at the sports complex where when it rains.
That's right. Now, do you by any chance know what an IGF is?
IGF?
Yes.
Yes, please. So
what is an IGF?
Thank you, the chair. I believe that IGF is internally generated fund. So things that the SRC intend doing to internally generate fund. Thank you.
In your plans, do you have any means in your policy document to raise an IGF for the SRC?
Thank you so much, the chair. In our plans, we have a way that we can.
It's not a way that you can. I said in your policy document.
Yes, in our policy document, we have what we will do to generate funds for the SRC. That is on investment. We are looking at investing in a bank so that it brings revenue on it. Thank you.
Have you read the statute of the school? And you think that what you are saying is in cognizance with the statute of the school?
Thank you so much. Per our knowledge, we know that the school has places where we cannot invest our ideal money. That is on treasury bills, on government bonds, and yes. So what we intend to do is that they have places or banks that, if they are registered with Bank of Ghana or first class registered banks, you can invest in. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Agatha. Now,
please, you said you've developed a policy document.
Yes, please.
For yourself.
Yes, please.
When did you develop that?
Thank you so much, the chair. When we were doing our consultations, we developed that policy document.
I see. So it's in the print, or you've printed it out. It's published.
It is in my hall of residence.
I see. What is a policy document?
Thank you so much. Policy document has to do with your policies and how you intend going about them, if they are realistic, your source of funding, and other related stuff that you have to consider before you come up with your policies. Thank you.
I would like to see it. It sounds interesting.
Okay, Mom.
Madam Agatha, in line with Article 286 of the 1992 Constitution, as amended in 1996, of the Fourth Republican Constitution, can you tell me what conflict of interest is in that article?
Interest. Okay. So the chair, please. I believe this place is an avenue to learn more. I don't have an idea on.
But you know that you will be chairing several subcommittees of the SRC.
Yes, please.
So there can be a case where you can be found culpable to some of these things. So you should know. I expected you to know. Now, what conflict of interest means, and you should note it down, is when a public officer or anybody who occupies any influential position tries to use his or her influence to maneuver his or her ways in certain key decisions. Assuming that you are chairing a subcommittee of the SRC, there are things that you need to buy, but then you feel you are the vice president, you have a friend who will be able to get you those stuffs. So you try to get him or her to get those goods for you, and then that instance would be termed as what? As conflict of interest. Now, my last question: who is an external candidate?
Someone who has repeated. Someone who has repeated the answer.
All right. Thank you so much, the chair. An external candidate is a candidate who a student who has repeated his level.
What could have orchestrated that? Some instances would do.
Thank you so much, the chair. Most of the times it's regarding receipts or retake issues. So if the person failed the paper and couldn't write as at when he was on campus and he is done with school, he becomes an external candidate. Thank you.
Is there any threshold given to students in writing supplementary exams on campus?
Thank you, Chair. For threshold, when you are talking about threshold, and it's regards to recit, if you are in level 100 and 400, you have two chances. That is, you write first. If you feel get the opportunity to write again, that is 2. And for 200 and 300, when you fail, you have to retake the course. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Seem dependable.
Yeah.
Please. The guiding philosophy of the university.
Can you please start off?
The guiding philosophy
Guide.
of the university stresses on inquiry and application of knowledge to solve real issues in life. Now, the issue here is that most students are so fixated on making good grades and not necessarily the application of what they learn in class. Can you tell me some measures the school has put in place to solve this issue, that if you think the school has done anything pertaining to that?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. The Chair, on that regard, I have noticed that the school has innovative and research center where, and an entrepreneurship center where they develop or help students shape their business ideas. So because of the fact that they teach us entrepreneurship and how to go about a business plan and other things, I believe that because of this avenue that they've created, if students have business or develop or conceive business idea, they can just go to that unit so that they shape the idea to become reality. Thank you.
I started this.
Just a moment. What is the name of that entrepreneurship center? It has a name. What is the name?
Especially I have kind of lost touch on the full name, but I know of innovation.
It has a name. Recently, they inaugurated the place. We made a lot of noise. It starts with a D. It starts with a D. For someone who has policies, who is thinking of harnessing students' creativity and all of that, it should be one of the centers that you should be very familiar with, because that is what the center is for. And you've clearly stated what they do and all of that, but you've forgotten the name of the center.
Sorry, Chair, right after here you make inquiries.
Seem dependable. Please, what do you think you can do if given the nod to solve issues pertaining to students not really wanting to get the full understanding and applying what they are being taught in class and only fixated on making the good grades? What do you think you can do about this?
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. On that regard, I believe that it should be more of education. The Chair, I believe that it should be more of education and sensitization. So we'll be organizing fora for them to know the importance of concentrate or channeling their energy to other aspects of life, and also letting them know that it shouldn't.
Don't you think that has been done? I mean, several times. Don't you think students are even tired of that?
The Chair, I know that it is always, or it is already in section, but I believe that we should upgrade on that. There should be kind of consistency, and we have to improve on that, so that all of them get to appreciate the fact that we are all not going to make it through academics. So the other side of life, that should be considered. Thank you.
Please, I want to believe that, this is, to your vice presidential candidate. I want to believe that you know of the word drop.
Drop.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Please, what does it mean?
Okay. Thank you very much, the Chair. DRAP means demonstration, rallies, assemblies, and procession.
Okay, in an instance where a student wants to dissent from a drop, what is required of that particular student?
Okay, thank you very much. The chair, that particular student must write an application to the Dean of Students within 24 hours, 48 hours before the drop.
It's a minimum of 24 hours. Please, what about distance students?
Please, I have no idea.
So distance students are also supposed to write to the Dean of Students through their regional resident tutors, and this should be channeled through their coordinator, that Student Support Services. Thank you.
Mr. Obo and Ms. Adusipoku, I hope all is well.
Yes.
Ms. Adusipoku, is all well?
Yes, all is well.
Yes, it looks as if Mr. Obo has been talking too much, so let me start from Mr. Adusipoku. Mr. Adusipoku, do you know the job description of a vice president as stipulated in the Constitution?
Yes, please.
Can you walk me through that?
Okay. So thank you very much. The chair, as the vice president, first of all, you assist the president in carrying out all his duties. And also, you are the ex-official member to all the subcommittees in the SRC.
Mr. Adusipoku, do you understand the meaning of ex-official member?
Yes, please.
What does it mean?
So when we say an ex-official member, it is a platform that somebody gained because of his position automatically.
It's a what? It is?
It's a platform or position that somebody has due to his position or portfolio.
So that suggests to me that you haven't apprised yourself enough with the Constitution, because when you came here, you were saying that the vice president heads all subcommittees of the SRC. Hope I'm right.
Please come again.
I'm saying that earlier when you came here, you asserted that the vice president heads all subcommittees.
Okay.
Hope
yeah.
you said that.
Yes.
Good. And then now you are saying that the vice president is an ex-official member to all committees of the SRC.
Okay.
So that suggests to me that you haven't apprised yourself well enough with the constitution of the SRC.
Sorry for that.
Anyway, let's make progress. Ms. Agatha.
Yes, please.
From the earlier discussion so far, it suggests to me, and I can surmise from all the assertions you've made, that you are very passionate about women. So you are coming to office with the ideology that you are here to capitalize on that office to serve women. Am I right?
Oh, no. No, please. But I would like to use the office of the vice president to also support women.
Don't you think that is in contravention with the mandate of the Constitution? Using the vice presidential office to empower and educate, or whatever, so you call it, women.
Okay. Thank you very much. The chair, it wouldn't be centered on women only, but men as well, or both gender, regardless. Because I made an earlier statement that not only women need advocacy and empowerment, but men too need it.
I'll come back to you. Mr. Obo, as an aspirant for the highest representation office of the student, I think you know and you have in-depth knowledge about what representative leadership is about.
Yes.
So in your capacity as a SRC president, are you a trustee or a president?
Thank you so much. I believe in my capacity to be someone that student can trust me with their affairs.
Do you actually know what a trustee is?
Thank you so much. I know in my knowledge that trustee is someone who has been entrusted with something, or a treasury.
A treasury?
Yes.
Very well. So how do we effectively represent the students that you are aspiring to represent? How will you go about that?
Thank you so much. I believe that when you are representing students, you have to, first of all, like the Constitution describes, you have to consider staff or consider things in their interest or their benefit. So we are going to do more of advocacy and do things that is geared towards student interest.
How do you know a student interest?
Thank you so much. Like we earlier said, upon broader consultations, we got to know that students have a concern, or yes, students have a concern in relation to how their time or they go about their timetable. So in that regard, we are going to advocate for them to get for their problems to be solved. Thank you.
Do you ascribe to it that one of the integral components of representation is probity and accountability?
Yes, I share that.
Sorry?
Yes, I share that.
So very well. To the team, how will you go about probity and accountability when you are representing students?
All right. Thank you so much. When you're talking about probity and accountability, it has to do more of letting the people know your financial statement first in that regard. So after our budget has been approved, we make sure that students get to know what our revenue are and what we are going to spend the SRC's revenue on. Thank you.
Mr. Gata.
Yes, please.
How do you ensure that probity and accountability is achieved in your representational leadership?
Okay, thank you very much. The chair, I believe in publishing. So whatever that we do concerning our budgeting and everything about finances or what the SRC intend doing should be published for the entire student body to be aware and abreast with.
Do you also, to the team again, once again, do you also believe that publishing, as Ms. Agatha stated, is an afterthought of, aftermath, of a decision or an activity? So let's say if you publish what budget the ESCO agree on, and then you publish it, that's one, did not involve the student populace at large. So how can it be accountable to yourself, or how transparent can it be on the part of students?
All right. Thank you so much. Like we have done before, although we had our policies, what we intend doing for students, before Case Lefort Hall, we came up with what we are going to spend our revenue on. We engage students to know what they intend or they believe the hall should invest or spend its expenditure on. So in that regard, we engage them, or we made them know that this is our revenue, and they made us know what or where they intend or they would like us to invest or spend on, and what. And so we brought that in consultation, or we consulted them before we did our budget.
With what you are saying, do you know the population of Castle Fort Hall? And
yes,
please. That's of the entire university?
Yes, I do.
So in respect to the university, I don't think the measures that was employed in Castle Fort Hall can effectively ensure that probity and accountability is achieved. So in that regard, if you are given the nod as a president to supersede affairs of all the student body, how are you going to ensure that effective accountability, probity, and transparency is achieved on a wider scale?
Okay, thank you so much. So, like you said, because of the numbers, we cannot get every student. Just as in Case Fort Hall, we didn't get every student to communicate. So we had to get a significant sample size to use in that regard. So at the SRC level, we're also going to make sure that we get a significant sample size to use.
What number are you actually talking about when it's a significant sample size?
Okay, so the SRC has about 24,000 students. So if you are getting 20% of it, or we are getting half of them, I think it's a good or significant sample size.
Is it my idea that 20% represents half of 24,000?
No, I'm saying that we have to decide as an executive when we get the opportunity to serve. So we will decide whether to consult only 20%, or we have to consult half of the student populace. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
My first question goes to the Vice. So you are well aware that in the absence of the President, you step in, right?
Yes, please.
Constitution is to the effect that the SRC Constitution is to the effect that when the president has been impeached, you become our president.
Yes, please.
Until a next election or by-election is conducted. Are you all right?
Yes, please.
Okay. How long can you serve before the next by-election or election is conducted?
Please come again.
So in a situation where the president, I don't want you to whisper, in a situation where the president has been impeached and you are to serve until the next election is conducted, for how long can you serve before the next election?
Okay, thank you very much. 21 days. Thank you very much, the Chair. I believe it is for the next academic or when the by-elections will be conducted, or 21 days.
Are you sure?
I stand to be corrected, sir.
You are not sure. It's actually 21 days, but you are not sure. So much uncertainties in your decision making, essentially. That is the impression I'm getting. Some guessworks. We entrust the entire university's student body under your care, and you would make decisions that are uncertain, shaky decisions. Okay, you should be firm. You should be certain in your decision making. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Very well. Mr. President.
Sir.
How are you?
I'm good. Yourself, please.
Do you have any assets or liabilities?
Do I have any assets or liabilities?
Yes.
As a person?
You sound like a certain man some time back.
No, not as a person. The question is very simple and straightforward. Do you, Emmanuel,
Thank you so much.
do you have assets?
Yes,
do you have liabilities?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that before you assume office, as student body, we should know your status as far as your assets and liabilities are concerned?
Thank you so much, sir. I believe so.
Will you declare them?
Yes, I will declare them.
This is a house of records. We've taken notice of that.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Very well. I'm taking you to the SRC Constitution, specifically on the duties of the president. There is a provision that I find is so intriguing, that while you are in office, no civil proceedings shall be instituted against you as a president of the SRC. What is your view on that particular provision? Do you think that, okay, what is your view?
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. My view on that is that the SRC is an office. So it has to, everything in relation to civics has to do with the office as SRC, not the person in the chair. Thank you.
For purposes, I want to read it out to you.
Okay, sir.
It says, in fact, the title is Duties of the Officers, and under President, specifically under point E, it says, the President shall not be personally liable to proceedings in any court for the performance of his functions or for any act of omission or commission in the performance of his or her function under this Constitution. And I'm asking you, what is your view on this particular provision?
All right, thank you so much. The chair, like I said, when you are the SRC president, you are in a position or you are in an office, the SRC presidency office. So anything that has to do with legal cases has to do with the office, not you as a person, because you were performing your duties in the capacity as the president in that office. Thank you.
Do you think that is a duty or a privilege?
Thank you so much, sir. I think that will be a privilege to the office of the president. Thank you.
Even the vice chancellor may not have such a privilege. Don't you think that the constitution is making you unnecessarily powerful in this sense?
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I believe that the Constitution is not making us unnecessarily powerful. Just that they are putting measures in place in as much as you are performing your duties, you don't face any legal charges. Thank you.
But the vice president can face legal charges. Our vice chancellor, can face legal charges.
Thank you so much. I believe probably in my absence, the vice president becomes.
No, I'm not talking about your vice. I'm saying even our vice chancellor of this university can face legal charges. Anyway, let me proceed.
Oh, before you proceed, the basic question is, do you think that provision in the Constitution should be changed, where it insulates the SRC president from any legal charges? Do you think we should remove it, or we should let it stay? So
Right.
that even when you are in office, no matter what you do in the office, you're protected by that clause. So nobody can hold you accountable during your tenure. Do you think we should maintain that in the Constitution?
All right. Thank you so much. The Chair, I believe that has to be well checked, in the sense that in so doing to make sure that the SRC is always on his toes, there is no negligences, and everything that he has to do, he knows that when there are repercussions, he has to face them alone. So he has to be checked. Thank you.
You've been questioned on conflict of interest, but I just want you to enlighten us a bit. In the eyes of this university, there is a difference between conflict of interest and commitment of interest. Conflict of interest and commitment of interest. Do you have any idea what the difference is?
Thank you so much. The Chair, like it was explained to us, when we are talking about conflict of interest, we are talking about an instance where you use your office to influence a decision. But when it comes to commitment of interest, I believe that you are committing to a particular thing that you have interest in. Thank you.
You are wrong. Go and look at page 207 of the financial regulations of the university. Is there.
Right.
The distinction is quite clear, okay?
Okay.
My final question. Do you think the SRC office is a public office?
Thank you so much. The Chair, I believe that the SRC's office is a public office to students.
Is it a public office or it is not a public office?
It is a public office.
Section 32 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 prohibits certain instances where you would want to undertake virement. Okay? I'm sure you know what virement is. Do you know what virement is?
Chair, humbly, I have a little idea about virement, so I would seek counsel from you, sir. Thank you.
The little idea you have, tell us.
Okay, so environment, I believe, the chair, environment, I believe, has to do with an instance where you are proposing to management of vice chancellor for additional money or for a credit. That's what I believe, or I know.
No, it simply means that you've been talking about budget ever since you came. You've prepared your budget, it has been approved. Environment means moving one fund from one, say, vote, okay, to another, okay? Yes, that is what environment is. That Public Financial Management Act prohibits instances where you could do that. Just give me 2 of those instances.
Thank you so much, the chair. An instance where you could not do that is when it's from different financial institutions. Thank you.
Once again, I will refer you to page 19 of the university's financial regulation. Sometimes when you are not sure, it's best to give a very honest answer that I am not sure.
Okay.
I can get your energy that you would want to attempt everything, but it is not correct. Madam Vice, I'm on you again. Can you differentiate between, well, your office is giving interest, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
By whatever amount it is, so you'd have an idea what an interest is.
Yes.
Distinguish interest from special advance.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. The impress. Okay. So the chair, from what I know, the impress is what has been given to you, the stipulated budget that has been given to you. And please, the second one.
Even your definition of impress, come again because I didn't get it.
Okay. So I said the impress, with the impress, it's about what has been given to you as a committee to use. And with the
special advance,
the special advancement, it's more of an additional money, or yes, something like that, an additional money that is given to or added to.
No, that is not correct. Okay. So as part of your office, you may be given a standing amount, okay, which says that every month, for instance, 500 Ghana cedis is allotted to your office. As and when it finishes, you retire it, you take another one, and so on and so forth. Or when it is about finishing, then you take it. That is the impress. That is a standing impress. Special advance will come in where a money is released for you for a special purpose. Once you complete that purpose, you retire it with all the receipt and all those things. Okay? So that is the difference. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Team Dependable.
Sir.
Let's start from something you mentioned earlier. So earlier, you mentioned that you believe in capitalism, so you're a capitalist. And then your vice said she believes in democracy. How exactly does capitalism fit into democracy? Could you help us a bit? Because I'm guessing that you are working together, so obviously these two ideologies should merge. How exactly does capitalism fit into democracy?
Thank you so much. The chair, with regards to democracy, democracy has to do with listening to the views of the people. That is, you factor everybody before you make your decision. And in capitalism, you do something similar. Just that we are much concerned with just like China and other people are doing, building factories, getting, like growing what you eat, building factories to make sure that you are self-sufficient, you are producing your own goods and other services. So in as much as we are doing democracy and going to listen to the people, when you build those factories, it will still be for the people. Thank you.
Are you sure by capitalism you mentioned that is what capitalism is?
Sir, I humbly would seek counsel from
All right. So democracy, like you said, has to do with upholding the rights of these people, especially basic human rights. But then when you move to the field of capitalism, you are looking at the trade and industry section being handled by private investors. So that's what differentiates capitalism. So my question, all I was expecting is to tell us that in a system of democracy, to have capitalism fit in there, it simply means that our legislations are going to give more power to private investors to own these form of things in the country. Let's move to your main questions. And I would want to split them for you.
Okay. So, Jonathan, so on that point, I was waiting for the session to end, and I asked him, since you believe in capitalism, is it my understanding that when you become SRC president, you privatize virtually everything in relation to SRC?
Thank you so much. I believe that there should be more of public-private partnerships. Thank you.
There should be more of private. So what are the risks involved?
Okay, so thank you, the chair. I believe that when you are talking about public-private partnership, most of the time we have build, own, then you hand over to the institutions. So there has been instances where private firms have built hostels, and after some years or more than 15 years, they hand over to an institution. So that's what I can say about that. Thank you.
All right. In February this year, or who would want to speak first? Or let me ask, then you choose. No problem. So that's your privilege now. You have a special privilege. In February this year, the United States announced that they had paused a $450 million aid to Burkina Faso. What pressing reasons led to the US to reach that particular decision? And the country is Burkina Faso.
All right. Thank you so much. The chair, in my own knowledge, I believe that there is a conflict in the country or in Burkina Faso. That's why the UN decided to support them with the amount that you mentioned. Thank you.
What conflict exactly are you referring to? Because this is a very huge aid, 450 million. And that's an aid that the country really depends on. So it means that there should be some very pressing reason. And I don't think probably a very little conflict in the country should necessitate that. So what exactly are you referring to?
All right. Thank you so much. The chair, I believe that the conflict has to do with political reasons and the military regime. So there is a probability of a military takeover. That's a coup d'etat. That's why they support it. Thank you.
All right. So there was an overthrow of the democratically elected government. So it's not a probability. It actually happened. Okay. And the US is one that fully believes in the ideals of democracy. So once they have declared the constitution removed, it means that they can no longer support them with that aid. All right. So since you've answered that, I think the next one should go to your running mate so we can be fair. All right.
Okay.
So Ghana's honorary consul general in Houston. So if you've looked at the Auditor General's report, that has been the very flying issue that is in the news. Every single person is talking about this. And it's very, very important. The Ghana's honorary consul general in Houston has been indicted by the Auditor General. Why is that?
Please come again.
Do you understand indicted?
No, please.
All right, so they've been accused on legal grounds.
Oh, okay. So please reframe your question.
Okay. So we have a consul general in Houston, Texas. and belongs to Ghana, right? And in the Auditor General's report, he has indicted this particular Consul General. Okay, I'm asking, what reasons or why was this particular Consul General indicted? That's all I'm asking.
Can you stop writing for her, please?
Sorry, madam, I haven't written for it. Thank you.
So what are you writing?
I'm just writing on what I personally know, probably, if he directs the question to me.
Do you know or you don't know, madam?
Please, I don't know.
Thank you.
All right, so it was indicted because they failed to declare the full visa fees. So they under-declared the visa fees that were given. So for example, a standard visa was for $100, and then they accounted for only $60. An express visa was for $200, but then he accounted for only $100 for an express visa. And that is why that Consul General has been indicted. And so I'm hoping that you also get to know the students' financial policy so that you also don't under-declare the funds and how you use our monies. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You see, I am hard on you because you are a president in disguise. You understand? When he's not there, you would be handling the affairs. That's as if you are giving the nod. So I expect you to be more active and than what you are doing now. You don't look up to him for everything. This is an interview. You are there in your own right. Do you understand? And yes, there's nothing wrong about not knowing something. But if it's obvious, the cameras are there and he's always writing for you to talk about. I don't think that is right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Emmanuel.
Madam.
I can see again from your CV that you were course rep for Principles of Management.
Yes, please.
Is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you just tell me the 4 functions of management?
4 functions of management.
Yeah, there are 4 core functions of management. Whoever does Principles of Management would always go through the functions of management. Can you tell me what they are?
All right, thank you so much. Madam, Mr. Chair, what I know when it comes to functions of management, as a manager, you have to plan, you have to motivate. That's what I know. Thank you.
Okay, so the 4 functions of management is planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. And every management student, everybody who goes through Principles of Management is taught this. Okay. And we have, you keep saying that you know the number of students we have. How many students do we have?
About 24,000, madam.
And if I tell you that I don't think you are fit to preside over them, what would you say to that? I think you are just 23? How old are you again? 23?
23 years.
Yes. If I tell you that I don't think you are old enough or fit to take care of over 20,000 students, what would you say to that?
All right. Thank you so much, madam. I believe that age is just a number. And the chair, on that regard, we have presided over 2,701 students. That is in Case Layford Hall before. And we did marvelously well when it comes to what we did at on sports, what's the sport items that we purchased on welfare, dry lines and other things we did for students. When it comes to entertainment, presiding.
Ima. You did marvelously well. Was that by your own estimation or by someone's estimation? No. How did you measure the marvelously well?
Thank you so much, Chair. That is the students' assessment when they came back to campus after seeing what we've done. You
give them an assessment sheet at Casford.
We gave them what we have done so far. And
so you gave them an assessment sheet, and then they evaluated, and then you computed all this.
Okay, thank you so much. I think when we go, we have to develop or design an assessment sheet for them.
You want to be a student leader, you need to be careful how you play with words. I know you want to appeal to your people, but again, you need to be very reasonable so that you're not too verbose. It will sound as if you are someone who exaggerates. Because from what you're saying, that is how I feel like you are exaggerating unnecessarily. Just tell us that you provided this for the students and you haven't had complaints. They are satisfied with it. But to go ahead and say you did extremely well. I was with your hallmaster a couple of days ago, and I can tell you for a fact that you haven't done extremely well. Because he was expecting you to do more. So I don't know how you estimated that you did extremely well without any benchmark. So let's be circumspect in our language, please.
All right, Chair, thank you so much.
And Ima, that is just 10% of the entire student populace. So there is more to it than 2,000 plus. We are talking about over 24,000. So that has nothing, I mean, that is huge compared to, it's just about 10%. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I get that.
So if you get a chance to sell yourself, you do it in a better way.
All right.
Now, my dear Agatha, do you know the number of female students we have?
No, please.
You don't know?
Yes, please.
Okay. I guess that per the things you have done for yourself, you've seen letters being written. You've seen letters. So if you see a letter, and then beneath the letter there's CC, 2 small C's, and names of people beneath that, what is that supposed to mean?
It means that copies has to be made to these people.
Copies have been sent to them. What about CENC? Sometimes it is ENC or ENCL. What is that supposed to mean?
Please, I stand to be corrected. I don't have an idea.
Okay. So when you go and look for it.
Thank you very much.
It just means that there's something enclosed or attached to the letter. So anybody who takes a letter in CENC would know that there's something else. There should be another sheet or another form attached to the letter. It means enclosure.
Okay.
Enclosure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the final round of questions before you go, and this one, it goes to both of you. So you can confer, you can put your heads together. Okay. Now, as an SRC president and vice president aspirant, you indicated that you have policies. Can you tell me the 4 key items in the policies that you have put together? 4 key items in the policies you have put together.
The academics, the security, health, and the sports. So we can talk. You talk and then talk about the health. No, begin and then talk about the health. Okay. So thank you very much. We have summarized our policies into four holes, and the first one is academics, security, in terms of health, sports, and also the general well-being of the student. So I will begin with health, because there is a saying that a healthy you is a worthy you. So health can be a major contributor to the success of students, because there is no way if you are sick, you'll be able to have a sound mind to study. And in that regard, concerning health, you have made provisions. From consultation with the Directorate of University Health Services, they said they wanted to have a lane, a separate lane for students at the university hospital. But it's quite unfortunate that the hospital does not have much infrastructure. So what they intend to do is that there is a hospital annex here at the LLT, the large lecture theater, and also there are infirmaries in halls. So what we intend doing is to stock the annex, and also make provisions that will help for the annex to run effectively, so that students who can patronize that place, and in the long run is going to reduce the waiting times or the long queues at the hospital.
Have you taken time to look at the students' clinic? Have you been there before?
Yes, please.
When was the last time you visited the place?
Beginning of this semester.
In your estimation as a nurse, what do you think is the problem with the student clinic?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I believe the drugs, they need to stock more drugs there. And since it also acts as a first aid, but in case of emergency, like if they give us the first aid, if they provide the first aid, then it's not necessarily mean they should take the person to the hospital if it can operate on its own.
No, I'm not sure you understand the purpose of the student clinic and what role it should serve. Because you've clearly indicated that it is there for emergency situations.
Yes, please.
And so once you give your first aid, what do you do as a nursing student? If a patient comes in and then you give first aid, what do you do?
You continue the treatment at the place that is necessary to do.
Obviously. So the student clinic would be only a point for first aid. When patient is stable, then you move the patient to the main university hospital.
Yes, please.
And do you have an idea? Do you know that all halls of residence have medical officers attached to them currently?
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
Do you have one at Casford?
Yes, please.
So I am wondering why you haven't situated that into your policy on health, so that you make this a lot more visible, so students can patronize such services. See, the reason, the problem with health particularly is that the students don't go to the student clinic. Even the infirmaries at the halls, they don't visit. So if you're creating a policy on health, I think that you should relook at what you have read. Because the university has done a lot to bring healthcare to the doorsteps of students. And so if you're developing a policy on health, it should be situated in that, and again, should recognize the fact that we need to have a lot of education. So one of the things I was expecting to hear is for your policy to educate people to patronize these services, because they are there. It's nothing new. Now, you said apart from health, you have academics? Yes. What do you intend to do?
So in concern of academics, mostly students complain, especially those in the social sciences, that they have to work to departments to gather their timetable. And by the time the timetable is in its whole, like the school has taken almost like 3 weeks off. And it doesn't help them in scheduling their personal timetable. So it will be very helpful if, just as the exams timetable is seen in our portals, we have a portion in the portal where you can click and then register everything in your portal. That means the academic timetable will be visible in your portal every time you visit it.
How do you intend to do that? How do you intend to achieve that?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. The chair, we consulted the Directorate of Academic Affairs and the Examination Unit, and we were informed that as for them, they only do a template to the departments. So on the side of the department, if they are able to allocate the courses very early, they can resend them to the examination units so that they will prepare it, and then we can have it in our in our portals.
still haven't answered my question. So what are you going to do about that? How do you intend to solve that problem?
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that we can make something like a motivation to the department so that they can speed up when they are assigning the courses to the templates that has been given them, so that they can forward it back to the examination unit to construct the timetable in our portals.
I am just smiling. I'm wondering what kind of motivation you want to give to the department. But I think if you really have policies, these are, I'm sure from this discourse, you realize that you need to really go back and then look at the things you have indicated as policies, because they need to be situated within the context of what happens currently. Again, you see, it doesn't take only the Directorate of Academic Affairs. The Directorate of ICT is in charge of that. So they may have to write a code so that that code would be inserted into your student portal so you can have access to all of that. So if you go talk to the Director of Academic Affairs only, you would have missed the point. You should have a very good understanding of how the university system works. Anyway, I'm giving you 15 seconds. Send your message out to UCC students in 15 seconds.
All right, thank you so much. Colleague students, we are team dependable, and we believe that regardless of our age, we still deserve to serve students in this capacity as your SRC president, because of staff that we have for you, and quite a number of policies that going forward we shape them, staff we have already shaped, and where we are going to make sure that you have your timetable in your portal, where we are going to make sure that students don't spend so much time at the hospital, or don't waste so much time at the hospital, in the sense that you are going to get a student portal where every student has a master patient in there. So when you get to the hospital, you just, or before you even get to the hospital, you can book an appointment to your health provider, so that when you go there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Emmanuel and Agatha, for coming. You hear from the committee soon.
Right, thank you very much, sir.
So we're still live on TV, UCC. It's been a wonderful morning. We're gathering pace. This is vetting of SRC President, Vice President nominees for the T22-2023 academic year. We just finished with the first candidate. We'll take a short break and then come back and interact with the second candidate.
China ne miremu everade bese weni nyam aware papa biya fe nyame China ne miremu no everade bese weni nyam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Great. So you just witnessed the vetting of Team Dependable. Yeah. The team aims to be the SRC president for university, students of University of Cape Coast. And so the panel is getting prepared to receive the next team, but before they do that, I want to take the opportunity to keep you company here on our platform. And so I'm reading these messages that we've been able to pick from the platform. This one came in from Kwekutoni. Dependable is really raising the marking scheme. Okay, that is what you think. And Gilbert Owusu, Dependable deserves the presidential seat. No doubt about that. And on Point Tutorial Channel, there are people who do not hold any position but do not perform academically. Leadership do not only depend on CGPA. Thoughts. It's good that you added that. That is your thought. Captain Jonah, I think the SRC is in safe hands. Should Dependable be given the mantle? Leadership is neither body, size, nor age, but the zeal and confidence of the leader. Nathan Paul, dear viewers, dependable is than capable. And this is from Henrich Anderson. Dependable just came to smile. And this is from James. Yes, I am his asset. He has assets, Papa. Okay. Belinda, still. Take her, go take him. Fala. Okay. Jonathan Sapon, we serve a dependable God. Jeff Ahen came in with one. The panel member in blue suit is more than a professor. Hey, Assembly, this veteran is not for the weak. Mbora, Banana, Team Barrister. Okay. And this is from Kabe TV. Dependable has a sexy voice. Oh, okay. That's it. I like the fact that he was able to answer the question on policy document. The guy knows what he's doing. And Pakwesi Emisa, the fact that we are custodians does not mean we know nothing. Kwe shall break there for you. And this is from Booster Brand. Become, Papa, because Barrister is coming. Jeff Ahen, dependable, looks young, but hey, Akwana ben Papa. Small head, but big brains. And this is from Kweku Tony. You see that you are sneezing. It be me now where I spray pepper in your nose. Father cast for the grounds. There are people who are grown but are not mature to handle the affairs of our student. We need maturity plus gentility, not age plus. Okay. All right. So these are some of the messages that I have been able to gather from our platform. We're still waiting for the panel to receive the next person or the next team. But since they are not ready to receive them, I think the opportunity to interact with some of the audience in the auditorium. I've seen former SRC president here, so close to me. Sir John, how are you doing?
Oh, PDF, I'm doing very well.
Your vetting was not right. So what is your take on this? Streaming it live for people far away from University of Cape Coast to get to know what the student has for the populace.
I think it's a step in the right direction in the sense that once the streaming is done, a lot of people who may not be here physically can watch and then get a policy statement of our aspirants, so to make informed decision in deciding the next SRC local Nugs GCRC executives for our noble institution.
Let me hear your comment on the questions that are coming from the panel.
Yes, I have been able to listen to part. I think it's okay, especially the probing questions, because as a student leader, as one of the panel members said, you are to superintend over 20,000 students. So your ability to think on your feet, to defend students, is very, very vital. So when there are probing questions, they are always good for our democracy.
Great. Let me speak to the lady here. Baby, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm feeling okay.
You okay? Should we offer you the seat for a minute? Just a minute. Huh? Why?
Nothing.
Are you scared?
Little bit.
Little bit. Okay. Is there any question that you would have loved to hear from the panel that wasn't asked?
No, please.
Oh. But I want to give you opportunity to ask the aspirant. What question would you ask?
No question.
Ubwa, Master, do you have any question?
Not really.
Aze, do you have any question? Any of the aspirants?
For now, I don't have a question.
Huh?
For now, I don't have a question.
You don't have a question? Do you have a question? Please come closer. Let's get prepared because it could go to anyone. Any one of us could answer the question, please. Yes. Okay, you want to ask a question now. Senior, ask your question. He would answer your question.
Okay, so for me, I would love the aspirant to talk to us about their policies that are meant to be interventions. Looking at the prevailing circumstances for students of UCC. Anytime there's a comparison or comparisons are made between UCC students and students elsewhere, all that comes in mind is what intervention is the current SRC doing for the student. So those policies are what we want to hear.
All right. Wait, you would advise them. You would advise them on some of the policies. You see, okay. The next team, the next team is in already. So, gentlemen, I'll spare you, but do not go out because I may come back to you. As chairman has been saying, I'll be back. So, so I'll hand over the microphone to the chairman to continue with proceedings. Thank you very much. But do not keep your thought to yourself. We're also interested in your comment. Share your thoughts with us on our platform, and we would appreciate your time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, say the good morning well so that.
Good morning.
Oh.
Good morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So let's start with the lady. Kindly state your name, index number, and program of study for our records.
Thank you very much, the chair. My name is Comfort Obintechi, level 300 BSc Psychology student. EF BPS 190100. Thank you.
Thank you.
Latif Lawrence Johowi, level 300 Bachelor of Laws, BL Law 200091.
Thank you very much. So before we begin, I see a lot of supporters here. I think there's an empty seat there. I don't like people standing when we are voting. I feel intimidated when you do that. So if there's no space, you can watch us live on TV, UCC, or also follow proceedings on ATL FM. But please, to those of us here, I have just one rule. We want to interrogate the candidates. We want to have a fruitful discourse with the candidates. You're here to support, and I'm sure your presence here is enough. What I don't tolerate in this room is you making gestures to the candidates when questions are asked, or whispering answers when questions are asked. If I realize that you're doing that, I have the singular honor to disqualify the candidate, and then that will be the end. And if I find out that you're the one doing that, I also would make sure that you face the requisite punishment from the university. We'll be interacting with them for the next couple of minutes. Let us be decorous. Let us have a fruitful interaction. And then all of us would leave here happier than we came. That is my only plea to all of you in this room. Thank you very much. All right. Latif and Comfort. Good to see you, Latif.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a campaign team? You don't have a campaign?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting because the whole of yesterday I didn't sleep. Somebody kept sending me messages and calling me on your behalf. about something. When we finish, I'll show you the messages. It was so uncomfortable that I had to turn off my phone. And the person claims he's a member of your campaign team.
I am unaware of that, and I'll be interested in knowing who that person is.
That's okay. Because I'll be surprised if you admitted that you had a campaign team. Because this person kept sending me messages about, but that is just by the side. So we'll take a look at your CV. I see you have a very elaborate CV. And then we'll take a look at your CV, both of you, and then we'll come back.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you very much.
I think you are too close. Yes. Sit on your own. That's fine. I'll start with, is it comfort or comfort?
Comfort.
Comfort.
Yes,
you want to be, okay, you love to be called comfort.
Yes, please.
Okay, comfort. Comfort, I've just been looking at your CV. And very soon I know people will be calling me Madam CV. If they haven't started already. It's not too bad. I think that you have CV on every sheet, you know, curriculum vitae on every sheet, and you have your name at the top of on every sheet, and that is not right. I think you already have your name as part of your personal information, so that is good enough. You don't have to be quoting your name throughout. Tell me about your work at New ACAF Industries.
New
OCAF, sorry.
Yes, please.
Industries.
Thank you very much, the chair. So, New OCAF industry is a production industry that deals in fertilizers, hand sanitizer, soap making, and all that. So when I worked there, I was at the labels office. There we stamp the label and count it for the production department to be used for production in case someone order for our goods. So we give the labels to the production department for them to put it on the bottles. And then when I was doing my internship there, I was at the accounts office and then the warehouse as well, together as the labels office. So with the accounts, I was assisting someone because I'm a psychology student and I didn't know much about accounting.
So as a labels officer, you were working there?
Yes.
But as sorting packages and other things, you are an intern?
Yes.
Okay. Then, again, you were mixing dashes with hyphens. And these are things that you have to look at.
Okay.
You are the vice president for SRC Hall?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I think you're also the you are the president of the SRC Ladies Hall Wing.
Yes, please.
Does it not flow from there? Does your position as a vice president not make you automatically the head of the Ladies Wing?
Yes, please, it does.
Okay, so, okay. You are the best drama performer.
Yeah, when I was in SHS.
So do you remember your tricks? You still remember them?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you acted drama before you leave. You wrote things like you have a decent typing speed. What do you mean by that?
I mean that when I have a work to type, I am good at typing it and then typing it faster.
Do you cycle? Do you know how to ride a bicycle?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I can see you cycle. You know how to braid as well?
Yes, please.
So you braid for students?
No, I just do it for my friends but then I don't do it as a work.
Pardon?
I do it for my friends, but then I don't do it as an occupation.
Oh, okay. Your references, you don't have an email or address for one of them? I mean, your referees, you don't have an email or address for one of them. So it will be very difficult for us to contact that person. As a vice president, you deal with a lot of official documents. True or false?
Yes, please.
Okay. So tell me what a memo is.
Please, I have no idea.
You've forgotten?
Yes, please.
Okay. What about, there are sometimes that when you cite a letter, you will see that, or simply put, tell me the ingredients of a letter. When I take a typical letter, what are some of the things I should see?
Please, is it a formal letter that we are writing to someone or?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wrote a proposal letter for sponsorship, and then we had our address and then the address of the company we were writing to, and then we stated the reason why we were writing.
No. Slow, Boko. Okay. So start. You said that your address, the person's
there.
address.
Yes,
what
please.
is next?
And then salutation, sorry, dear sir or madam.
Mm.
And we had the title, maybe letter for proposal. There, and then we came to the main body of the letter as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then conclusion
and how do you conclude? You said
Thank
salutation. You. So how do you conclude?
Thank you very much. So with that one, we normally end with we look forward to your cooperation.
No. Before you sign.
Before we sign, yours faithfully. Then we add our names and then we sign.
Are dates important in the letter?
Yes, please.
What about references? Because you didn't mention any of those things.
We didn't add references.
What about date?
Yes, please.
How long have you?
Why didn't you add references? Do you know what references in terms of letter writing is?
Please, the question again.
Do you know what references are in terms of letter writing?
No, please.
But have you ever seen a letter where you see our ref and then your ref on it?
Yes, please.
You've seen that before?
Yes, please.
Why do you think we usually have that?
I think for the reference, normally we use our letter head to write the letter. So we have our reference numbers there to know the number of sheets that we've used. And then I think the volume number and all that at the top right corner.
To know the number of sheets you've used?
Yes.
No. The reference numbers are there for record keeping. So that, for instance, if you put a letter on a particular file, the volume will tell you that, okay, volume 2, and then / something. So when you're looking for it, becomes sort of like an archival system. So you are able to easily track and trace. So that, for instance, if you've written 5 letters to an entity, and that entity wants to respond to any of the 5 letters you have written, they will quote a particular reference of the letter that they are referring to. That is, and so it's very, very important. So in your office as a vice president, you should never write letters or send letters out without reference numbers, because then it will be mixed up. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
So from here, when you go back, you do the right thing.
Yes, please.
Again, on letters, if you are writing a letter to say the dean of students, for instance, and you don't want the secretary to open the letter, we write a lot of letters to him, but maybe this particular letter, you don't want, I will knock your head though. I will move from here and come and knock your head. And you don't want the dean of students anybody to open it but the dean of students himself. How would you label that letter?
I think you would ENC. You let the person know that it's an enclosed something, so he or she cannot open the letter to read unless the Dean of Students.
So you write, where would you write the E and C?
At the top.
It's not true. You just label it confidential.
Okay.
So that, or you write the proper name of, before you write the Dean of Students, you write his own name. And that will indicate that it's a personal letter, so it shouldn't be opened.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I was wondering why you use the same templates as Latif. Why did you use the same template? Did you do your CVs together? Because some of your hobbies were even together. Apart from you braiding hair, he cycles, you cycle, and stuff like that. I was wondering why you do things together, right? How long have you known each other?
Please, since last semester.
Last semester.
Yes.
Do you do the same course?
No, please.
So tell us, how did you meet?
I met him in my class. He came to talk to us about a sponsorship package that they have for the students. That was when I got to know him.
Who is they? He and who?
He came with some other guys. I don't know.
Do you remember the name of that sponsorship package?
No, please.
But because he came to speak in your class, then you decided that, wow, this is the president, I'll be the vice president.
No, no, please. He didn't come to tell us that he was going for a position. He just came to let us know the things that the SRC have for the students. That was all.
You see, you don't even remember what he came to talk about. So at what point did you become friends?
After that, he came to my hall. That time we had already done, we had already finished with our elections. So they came around, we exchanged contacts, and then got to know each other from there.
Are you in a relationship?
No, please.
You are not.
No.
And you don't intend to?
No, please.
I don't want you to connive and be chopping the money.
No.
That is very important. That's why I keep asking these questions.
Okay.
And some of the times, before people come into power, they are very good friends. Vice president, president, very good friends. But at a point in time, things change and the friendship is thrown overboard. I want you to remember this. Friendship is very important. So if you happen to win, make sure that you keep the friendship. Don't let the positions get into your head too much.
Okay.
So now to you, Latif. My suspicion is that you use a colored template. True or false?
True.
And if you use a colored template and you are printing, you must print in color. But if you print in black and white, then it becomes very faint.
That's true.
So there are things on your CV that I can see. Because you printed, if you had maintained the color, that would have been a plus for you. But now I can't see. So I had to verify from hers, since you used the same template, to think for you what you wanted to write there. That is so faint that I can't read. So in future, you have to take note of that. If you are sticking to color, you print in color.
Okay.
Otherwise, when you print in black and white, it will go against you.
Okay.
And you don't have CV on top, so you should try to have that. Now, in code, you were a national service person. Explain that.
Okay. After my 4-year Bachelor of Education Accounting, I undertook my mandatory 1-year national service at the College of Distance Education, specifically with the accounts unit, where I worked under Mr. Michael Edua, and then we largely were in charge of taking student payments from the various banks that students with the College of Distance Education paid their fees to, credited their accounts, and students sometimes make wrong payments. For example, some, instead of paying into the online platforms with GCB, the Transflow, that of the Transact with Zenith, they go and do direct deposit. So it doesn't reflect in their school fees, what we call ledger. We take those ones separately and try to confirm from the bank statements and credit them accordingly. We also did monthly reconciliation of what we had in our bank statements with what students actually paid.
So I expected you to say that you assisted in those duties because you were not the officer in charge.
Yes, please.
But from the way it is stated here, you processed students' refund claims, you handled bank statements, you handled bills, you know, these are categorical things. And I think you were assisting.
Yes,
as a service person. So make sure that you correct it accordingly.
Thank you, madam.
Then, oh, okay, so you don't fear the cameras and the microphones because you worked in ATL FM.
Yes, please.
As a presenter.
Yes, please.
Tell me about your work there.
Okay, so at ATL FM, I worked as a student intern. So when I was 1100, ATL FM used to pick students to access in their various units. And in level 200, I expressed interest in joining. So we normally apply, we go for interview, and we are selected. When I was selected, I was placed under the office of the news section. That was under Mrs. Src. Then we normally would be sent on duties. For example, we are doing vetting today, and ATL FM need to represent. We were sent to come and take the news items. If there are presentations ongoing, we are sent to do that. On public occasions, where like holidays, we are sent to take opinions of people and other assignments. We were also largely in charge of a new program that was introduced at that time. That was it was on Fridays, where we largely we were given an opportunity to learn on the job. So we gave news, we did entrepreneurship segment.
Okay, thank you. And I think it was the same for Radford FM.
Yes, please.
Where was that? I can't, it's so faint, I can't read. Where? Which region?
That is Sisala East Municipal in the Upper West region.
Okay. At IPMC, I thought it was a computing firm.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, there was a typographical error with that. It's not IPMC, it's IPIRF. So it
IPR
is improving maize production and income in the SADA zones.
Latif, can I say that you don't pay attention to details?
No, please.
Because immediately I saw IPMC, I was thinking that you'd be doing computing things. But you were talking about farm practices, techniques farmers use, fertilizers and weedicides. So I was like, which kind of IPMC is this? If this was your CV, I think you should have taken time to look at that. Don't you think so?
That is true. That is my CV.
So if I say you don't pay attention to details, am I being harsh?
A little.
So I think in future, you are going to become a big man, God willing. I mean, if you are given the nod. And you don't want to make some of these mistakes.
That's true.
Does it speak well of you? Can you tell me the name of your new dean? Faculty of Law.
That is Mrs. Julia IT.
The full name, is that the full name?
Mrs. Julia Selman IT.
Okay. I want to ask you another question on your role as a National Service Person President. Was it NASPA President or President for those in code?
Those in code.
How many were they?
We were 153.
Really?
Yes, please.
I see. So as a president, what did you do?
As president, on monthly basis, we had service persons who were sent to the regional centers. So all the 16 regions, well, we were using the 10 regions, had offices, and some service personnel were sent there. At the end of every month, we were supposed to take a monthly evaluation form and submit at the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, NASPA. They can't come down. So normally, I had to arrange with the director. And when the time was due and we had our the code cast go there, they sent them with them I take them in bulk and submit that on their behalf each and every month. There were times that when we travel at weekends as well, there were people who, when they come, they have issues with their payments for their overtime payments. And because we are many, the finance section did not want to accept students individually. So they needed just a representative that even if there is an information, they will pass through the person. So I normally took those complaints and submitted to the finance or the registrar's office.
Did you, apart from those two things, taking their forms to NASPA and then sorting their claims out, did you bring out any initiative that you'll be remembered for? Did you do anything significant? That when your name is mentioned, they will ask for Latif, he did this, he did that during his period as a president for the place.
During my time with them, it wasn't really, was a discussion between myself and the registrar, Mr. Elliot Nyeku. I had suggested to him, which he also took afterwards, that the College of Distance Education had lots of students, even more than the regular students. Getting information was a very big problem because you had students always calling in and it was difficult getting the challenges resolved. So I had suggested to him that it was high time the College of Distance Education started running social media handles on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. In that regard, when you send out information, if there is a notice and you post it, it is easy for you to reach a lot of people. But most often, they had to send notices through the buses so that the weekends before students will come and see it. And after that, those social media handles have been established. And now they are running.
How sure are you that it's based on, they did that based on your advice? Maybe they were trying to do it. So I want something you really initiated. And then, was there anything you actually suggested and implemented? Because this one, you had a chat with someone, and at the end of the day, they came up with something. They can say that it was their idea.
Well, that is true.
Okay, so let me ask my last but one question for now, and then I would come back to you later. Latif, I can see that you have been in publicity for quite some time. You have been in PRO for some time. Why presidency? I thought you should stay with that because you are good at that. Okay. What do you think?
I don't think that is true, that I should, for lack of better word, I don't think that is the case where because I have been there, I should keep being there. I think we need to challenge ourselves with higher responsibilities. I think I have done enough, especially in the sector of public relations office. And the time is now that I have learned a lot on the job. I have understood better how the SRC and those other committees I served on work. And I think now I'm equipped enough to be able to take on a much challenging responsibility. A reason I decided to run for president.
You are 28?
That's true.
Married?
Almost married.
Okay. You also have a decent typing skills. And one of your referees, you don't have an address. I think 2 would be more than enough. I can see you also, you've also won a lot of awards. You're a debater.
Yes, madam.
What was the recent debate that took place in UCC?
It was the Hunger Games, the Inter-Hall Freshers Debate Competition, which was won by Fafali Yevuga of Vaco Hall.
Now, you're also part of the choral group.
Carol
group.
Yes.
Okay, so you would sing?
No, I was part of the carol service group. It was a committee that was supposed to see to...
So you are not part of those who were singing?
No, my voice is terrible, I can't sing.
So how did you find yourself there?
Well, at that time, they needed a rep from SRC, and I was nominated.
So you were just listening, you were not singing?
We were giving a backing vocalist.
Oh, okay. I see. All right, I'll come back to you later.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Alhaji Latif.
Yeah, I'm not allowed you.
No, I'm giving you the title. Or you don't want it?
Okay, for purposes of this vetting, I take it.
You see how time changes. Last year you were here.
Oh, it was there.
And it looks like you are sweating already. Okay. I've gone through the CV. I'm impressed with quite a number of things. The first question I want to ask is, whilst you were SRC PRO, what were your challenges at the time?
Thank you so much. The major challenge I had at that time was funding. Funding because I had intended to, one, promote the then SRC pages, in order for it to be visible to students who have data information had something to do with UCC, so that you can have a lot of likes. Because the SRC had funding challenges, it was something that was not prioritized. The funding challenge also could not allow me to communicate to students with the bulk SMS, because sending bulk SMS sometimes will go beyond one text message, and it cost a lot. And I thought, and I had then suggested to the Executive Council that it was one thing that can get the student engaged, especially students who are not on smartphones. We can engage them when we communicated with them on using the bulk SMS. Then that was largely the challenge I faced during the time I was PRO.
You didn't have any challenge with bloggers at the time, where you had to struggle and do damage control in terms of news coming from SRC and the likes?
Yes.
Student bloggers, I mean, some of the people who were your competitors who were blogging news at the time.
There were times that, I think the one I remember was times where the SRC took decisions, or there were information, and some way, somehow, I don't know how they do get it. And before the SRC communicates, it's out there, and sometimes there are misrepresentation of the actuals. And then SRC comes in, and it becomes like, who do we prioritize? And I think that was largely the challenge. I think I had to call some of them to let them understand that they don't speak for the SRC, and the SRC must speak for itself. If you want to do blogging, you have to wait for the SRC to officially communicate, and then you can pick it from them with your other details.
Didn't you think at the time it was going to be necessary to bring all these bloggers together and formally make them part of the SRC publicity team so that they could blog SRC issues on time? Because the thing about blogging is also to catch traffic, so that they could blog on time and avert some of the things that happened during your tenure.
Yes, that came up, but in cognizance and following what the SRC Constitution provides, that could have just been an auxiliary membership, but they couldn't have just been actual members of the publicity committee, because at that time there was a cap. What I did was that I actually worked with them. For example, I used to work with choicism.com. I used to write news for them, and with all of them,
one of the outlets that is known for publishing fake news.
Choicism.
At the time.
Well, at the time I worked with them, I do not remember.
Okay.
So normally when it came, I shared the information with them, those bloggers, because at that time it used to be UCC Talks, Choicism, and later on Filler HQ. And then we shared that information with them to help with the blogging. So it wasn't really an idea to have them as permanent members of the publicity committee, but they were just auxiliary people that will help the publicity committee get out and reach the students.
So like Prof said earlier on, I see you have enormous experience working within the university, right from the hall through to the department, the faculty, and you're a deputy chief imam.
When I was in Andom Senior High School.
I see. So it means the allergy title is deserved.
Yes, when I get the transport fee to Mecca.
I see. Madam Vice President Aspirant,
The
I
chair.
see you were also Deputy Minority Chief Whip.
Yes, please.
What were you doing at the time? What is the role of the Minority Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, the chair. So with the minority chief whip, normally you see in parliament, we vote, or if we want to make a decision and then the minority bench want to vote, that is when the minority chief whip, I was the deputy, so if my main boss wasn't around, then I will be the one to conduct them, then we vote for any decision that we wanted to make.
So that was all you were doing as Minority Chief Whip?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm sure you're very well versed in the parliamentary proceedings.
I only served there for a semester because that time we also had our elections and then I had to.
Oh, but on your CV, you have indicated March 2021 to September 2021, which is more than a semester. Is that correct?
Yes, please. I think during vacation, sometimes you go to the house and then we came back, so it adds up to the month.
So you were actively involved for just a semester?
Yes, please.
So the second semester, you didn't do anything at all?
I was there, but then not actively involved. Yes, please.
So let's say the speaker makes a determination on a matter and a member does not agree with the determination and wants to draw the speaker's attention. What is that member supposed to do?
Please, can you say the question?
So the speaker, you were in the SRC Hall Parliament, right?
Yes, please.
So I'm sure you attended quite a number of parliamentary proceedings. So the speaker makes a ruling on a matter, but a member is not satisfied with the speaker's ruling and wants to draw the speaker's attention about him not being satisfied with the ruling. What are the processes involved? What is the speaker, but what is that member supposed to do? Sorry.
Thank you very much, the chair. During my time, I never saw any member trying to do that though. So I won't be able to tell, but then I would learn
But
more
you were
about it.
supposed to, once you were inducted into the parliament, you were supposed to have read the standing orders, know all the rules that applies in an August house as such.
Thank you
So
very
is it my understanding that once they put you somewhere, you don't really care what goes on in there?
No, please. That time we were not having the standing orders ready. So I think.
But you had a parliament. How can you have a parliament
please.
without the standing orders?
They had it, but then it wasn't printed out yet. So we had to wait.
Did you take time to find out?
Yes, please.
So did you consult other parliaments whether they had the standing orders so you could abreast yourself with them?
No, please.
You did not?
Yes.
So do I take it as you're someone who really doesn't care?
No, please.
It's because if you become vice president, you expect that everything should be printed for you. And once it's not printed, you don't really care about it. So you just let it slide.
No, please.
Is that the case?
No, please.
You're currently vice president of SRC Hall.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a constitution?
Yes, please.
Have you read the constitution?
Yes, please.
So you know what standing orders are?
Yes, please.
So what's the difference between a point of order and a point of information?
I think for the point of information, sometimes if let's say me being on the minority bench, and then someone from the majority bench.
I'm not talking about the minority bench. You said you didn't know that. So we've left the parliament. Now we're talking about SRC constitution. Don't take me back to the parliament. I don't like the parliament anymore.
I'm trying to explain with an example to make it more clear.
Okay.
So with that one, if the person from the other side makes a statement or says something and I want to find out, if I want to find out more details from the person, then I will tell the person that points of information fetching. So the person would.
You tell which person?
Sorry, the marshal, so that the speaker will permit you to. And if it's points of order, if someone is saying something that is not correct, then you say points of order. Then you would say what you know.
Have you ever conducted a meeting?
Yes, please.
You've presided over meetings before.
Yes, please.
Now that you're SRC Hall Vice President, you've been having meetings.
Yes, please.
Right. So let's say in a typical meeting, you want to provide information whilst the meeting is ongoing. How do you go about that?
Thank you very much, the chair. The president is always the chairman for the
The
meeting.
president is not around. You are the one chairing.
So if I'm the one and then we are having a meeting and a member wants to make submissions, the person would have to draw my attention to it. Then I allow him or her to talk.
So the person needs to catch your eye.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Normally we have something that you can either do something like this.
Something. Which one is something like this?
It's just a gesture for me to know that you have something to say. So you do something like this for me to see, and then I would give you the permission to talk.
So it's not called something. It's a gesture.
Yes.
And it's interpretable.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yes.
So the one you just did, what gesture is that?
Please, it's just to say you want to say something. Either you are asking a question, you are adding up. You just do this for me to know that you have something to say.
I see. That's interesting. As Vice President of SRC or JCRC, what has been some of your challenges?
Thank you very much, the chair. So I think that is with funding. Normally, when we want to have a program, and this semester they have also changed our hall master. So meaning if you have a program that you want to do, you have to pre-finance before you get your money.
How does changing of the hall master bring about pre-financing?
Thank you very much, the chair. You see, the hall master is part of the signatories of the check.
Mm-hmm.
So if his signature hasn't been processed, meaning it will be difficult for us to get the money. So
It doesn't take forever for signatures to change.
it hasn't been done yet.
It hasn't been done yet.
Yes, please.
It doesn't take forever. That can be done in a couple of hours.
But that has been some of our challenges. And sometimes you would take it there, but then home master wouldn't be around. So you have to
What
wait.
is the regulation on pre-financing? Do you know about the financial regulation on pre-financing in the university?
Please.
You have no idea. But do you know that when you pre-finance something without approval, the university is not obliged to pay?
Yeah.
So now that you've been pre-financing your activities at SRC Hall, can I inform your hall master duly that you should not be paid?
Thank you very much. We let him know before we pre-finance, and then we have to give the checks of all that we bought to the treasurer for him to show it to him that we actually bought what we said we are going to buy. So we let him know before we pre-finance any program.
You let him know verbally or in writing?
We communicate that through the treasurer because he is the one to get us the money. And then he will let him know that we are pre-financing
In
the
writing or orally?
Yeah, we normally write to him.
You write?
Yes.
So you're sure there's evidence of all those documentations?
Yes, please.
So when you pre-finance an item, there's something called withholding tax. What percentage is taken from the total sum?
Thank you very much. For that, I do not know about.
But you've been pre-financing, so you should have inquired about these things before you go ahead.
Okay, for what I know, we normally, when we pre-finance, we just keep the checks so that in case the treasurer asks, it wouldn't be something that would be difficult for us to get the money back to. But I'll read more about it. Thank you.
I see. SRC Hall.
Yes, please.
You're the president of the ladies' wing as well.
Please. Yes, please.
What goes into that part, ladies' wing? What do they do?
Thank you very much. So if you become the whole vice president, automatically you become the president of the ladies' wing. So we see to the welfare of the ladies, and normally we also try to organize programs for them. Sometimes entrepreneurship training, cooking competitions.
Do you have a men's
talks.
wing?
Please, he said.
Do you have a men's wing in the hall?
No, please.
Don't you think that is discriminatory?
No, we are not being discrimination.
Why do you have a ladies' wing and not have a men's wing? And you devote a part of the budget to activities of the ladies' wing, and you leave out the men. They're supposed to be our mothers, so you're supposed to take care of all of us. But you take the money and then you're looking after just yourselves. You've forgotten about your sons and your fathers and the grandfathers in the hall.
No, sometimes we do organize programs for everyone.
What sort of programs have you organized for everyone in the hall since you became president of the ladies' wing?
For the ladies' wing, we
Yes,
are here
please.
to have a cooking competition that would include the men as well. That is next week, Saturday.
Cooking competition?
Yes, please.
Are you pairing the men with the women, or the men are cooking separately from the women?
Yeah, we are doing it separately so that we see if the women can cook more than the guys.
I see. I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Latif, what would be your advice to students from the same college who want to compete for same position?
Thank you very much, Chair. As far as all of them meet the eligibility criteria, and as far as we live in a democratic dispensation, I would ask both to run, because, or all of them to run. Who gets elected wouldn't be based on the fact that you are from the same college, and it is not an inter-college election. And so, as far as the person is eligible, the person is qualified, we share ideas. For all you know, your major contender and the one that will reshape your ideas and policies is the one from your college. And so the idea of asking the person to step down so that you compete with other people from other colleges might just give you a poor opponent where you think there is an easy ride. And so as long as the people are fine-tuned enough, that is fine. For example, in 2018-2019, we had 3 students from the Faculty of Law who were running for SRC president. And I think it was one of the most spectacular elections to have watched, because they actually exhibited a lot of engagement during debates, and they all did well in the elections, even though eventually another person won. But I didn't think that they lost because they were 3 from the class. So if that is what my opinion is as far as people from the same college running for office is concerned.
All right, thank you. Comfort, kindly tell me about Wilhelm Wundt's idea about structuralism when it comes to psychology.
Please, can you come again?
Do you know about Wilhelm Wundt?
William?
Wilhelm?
No.
You don't?
No.
So what is your idea about structuralism when it comes to psychology?
Thank you very much. We haven't done that yet. So
No, you personally?
I have no idea.
All right, thank you. So kindly tell me the Deputy Finance Director under the Directorate of Finance in UCC.
Please.
The name of the person.
The name of the person?
Yes.
Mr. Amfo.
Come again.
Mr. Amfo.
All right, thank you. So to Latif.
Okay.
Is that a full name you know?
Mr. Amfo Antiri.
All
It's
right.
Mr. Amfo Antiri.
All right. So to Latif, as at the end of 2018-2019 academic year, what was the total student populace in UCC?
2018-2019.
Academic year.
I'll give an estimated figure.
Sure.
That should be 25,000 students.
Student populace from distance, somewhere.
Let me do my addition and come back. Okay, at that time, we should be talking about some 78,000 to 79,000 students, because the College of Distance Education at that time had a student population of about 50,000, and then the regular school had a student population of about 24, so that should be about 74,000 students.
All right, thank you very much. So to Comfort, kindly tell me about the coat of arms for the University of Cape Coast.
Please, I have no idea about that.
Latif, you could help her.
The coat of arms. Okay, we have the sea waves in the arms, which signify obviously the waves that we have here. I stand to be corrected. We have an eagle, which signifies that the University of Cape Coast aims to put you higher. So we aim higher because the eagle normally fly higher. And that's what I remember.
All right, at least you have a fair idea of it. So
Yes.
it's good.
Latif and Comfort.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Latif.
Yes, sir.
After 1953, Emperor Hirohito lost his status as a god. Do you know why?
I don't even know him.
Okay. Very, very well. Very well. Also, there was a certain body in Europe that Russia lost its status in. Do you know which body it is?
Russia. That should be the name. Which year?
I said there is a certain this year.
Okay, so it should be the UN.
I'm saying Europe.
Europe. There's the NATO.
Russia wasn't even part of NATO. It's Council of Europe. Okay. And also, are you aware that the government of Taliban has lost the government of Afghanistan has lost its legitimacy in the UN?
Yes.
All right. So if you should come into office and you should receive a delegation from FASA, that is, I hope you know FASA.
Faculty of Arts Students Association.
All right.
Okay.
And they should tell you that some 3 years now they've been affiliated to Nugs. I hope you know Nugs.
Nugs, yes, please.
Okay. The full meaning?
National Union of Ghana Students.
All right. And they should tell you that for 3 years now they've been affiliated to Nugs. And recently, the new FASA president came in and found out that the affiliation to Nugs has been terminated. What reason do you think would amount to such?
Thank you very much. I stand to be corrected, but what I know is that it is only institutions that can be affiliated to Nugs, for example, the SRC. And we cannot have minor, let's say subsets within the SRC, also getting independent affiliation as far as
No
Nugs
problem.
is concerned.
So if you should come into office as SRC and you found out that your SRC's affiliation to Nugs received an automatic loss of affiliation, what do you think would amount to that?
Okay, thank you very much. To the best of my knowledge, if the SRC has failed to honor its dues obligations because your continuous affiliation with a certain institution...
Making reference specifically to the Nugs Constitution, Article 3. As a law student, I believe you should have read it.
No, it's not part of the constitutions we read.
I'm not talking about the courses you do. I'm talking about as a law student, as diligent as you should be, coming for this position, knowing that SRC is affiliated to Nugs, you should have read the Nugs Constitution.
I have not read that part of the
No
Nugs
problem.
Constitution.
So Article 3, what do you think will amount to that?
Well, in my opinion, it would have
It's
to...
a constitution.
So in my opinion, because I have not read the article.
All right.
But I should think it relates to the payment of dues, and if the institution has violated any of the constitutional provision of Nugs, then the affiliation can be terminated.
No, please. I don't know if Comfort has any idea about it.
No, please.
Okay, let me help you out. Article 3, H. Okay. If the Judicial Board of Nugs makes a determination on any case, and the body fails to apply it, comply with it, or carry it out, then the affiliation to Nugs will be automatically terminated. I believe it's clear.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right. So, Comfort, last question. I believe you being in this executive position, you should have been privy to so many things. For so many years now, the SRC Judicial Board, I hope you know the SRC Judicial Board.
I've heard of it, but I don't.
No problem. The SRC Judicial Board is termed to be very ineffective. Very, very ineffective in carrying out its duties, because there are so many powers delegated to it in the Constitution, even with regards to even election petitions and other things, but they don't carry them out. And there are so many schools of thoughts. I'll pick on them. And one of them says that it's because the SRC Judicial Board, that is the Chief Justice, is appointed by the President. Due to that, it prevents them from being able to actively participate in SRC activities by rendering adjudications. I would like Comfort to answer that for me. What do you think on that?
Please, can you say it again, because you interrupted it?
I'm saying that the SRC Judicial Board has been found to be very ineffective. Okay. And some school of thought says that it's because the SRC Judicial Board is the Chief Justice, actually, is appointed by the President. That is why they are ineffective. What is your take on that?
Well, I don't think because the person is appointed by the President, he will be inactive. To my understanding, I think probably the person is just someone who doesn't want to do the work well, because normally in the halls, we have some people that the President appoints. But then if you are determined to do your job well, you will do it. So I don't think it's because of the appointment. Some people are being voted for, but then they do not do their job.
Expectedly. So in your capacity as a vice president, potentially, what will you do to ensure that the SRC Chief Justice does his duty?
Thank you. So first of all, just like we all pick forms, we come for vetting, they vote for us, and then you assess us based on what we do. We also open it for people to pick. We assess you and see your experiences, because if you don't know what the person is capable of doing, you might assign the job to the wrong person. And then familiarity.
Are you sure you are not going to reward your campaign team members with some of these positions?
Thank you very much, the chair. Before you award someone with a position, meaning you know what the person can do and cannot do.
It's not always the case. There are people who are supporting you, like the people who are calling me at night. When you are done and you get the nod, are you sure you're not going to reward such people with positions within the SRC executive?
Thank you very much, the chair. Since I'm the current hall vice president, we have done this before, appointing people. But then we open a form. We open it, like we bring forms out. Then the whole management will vet those people before they even decide that this person can do the job or not. So we just don't appoint them because they helped us in our campaign. Most of them are not even part of our campaign team. So we won't be doing that.
You know that your president is from the law faculty.
Yes.
And certainly the Chief Justice, most preferably, should come from that faculty. Okay. Most preferably. Okay. So what will you do to ensure that the Chief Justice delivers his mandate?
Thank you very much. So before that, after the elections, let me say, God willing, after the election, we have a meeting with...
So you said they will pick forms?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So after they pick the forms and then they are being vetted for the position of the Chief Justice, the person who wins will have a meeting with them and then let them know that this is what the job is about. If you know you cannot do it, at any point in time that, let's say, the person does not do the job well, we will take it back. So that would
how?
At least...
Do you know how a Chief Justice is dismissed?
No, please.
So how will you take it back?
I'm giving an opinion about how I would do that.
But you should have read the SRC Constitution to know how you could.
I think there's... we have something called impeachment. I don't know if that is what you are referring to. If someone does something contrary...
What is impeachment?
if like we are moving the person from the office, if you do something that is contrary to the office, we impeach you.
So under what circumstances can you impeach the Chief Justice? And who can initiate that impeachment?
The president can do that, and then how is it? If the person breaks the oath of secrecy, something like that, you can impeach the person.
Something like what?
If the person breaks the oath of secrecy too, you can impeach the person. And if, let's say, the person does something that the student doesn't like, you can also impeach the person.
So anytime the Chief Justice does something the students don't like, you initiate an impeachment process?
No, please.
I'm sure by the time your tenure will end, you'd have sacked everybody.
No, please. I'm just trying. Let's say that one is to encourage them to do better.
Have you ever read the SRC Constitution?
Yes, please.
You've read it?
Yes, please.
So under what circumstances, just give me 3 of those circumstances as stated in the Constitution that you can impeach the Chief Justice.
I didn't read the aspect that maybe if the Chief Justice does something, you will impeach the person. I only read about what the impeachment means and then what it is.
No problem. So with your I didn't get your final, what you do. So you ended there. Talk about your final thing, that is the thing that you do to ensure that the Chief Justice delivers on his mandate. You give it out to us so that we end there.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much. With that, just as I said, aside everything, we will make sure that all the executives meet the Dean of Students, and then he will speak to them to let them know that the importance of the task that they've taken upon them, the responsibility and the duties. Because if we say that we are the SRC and we work in the interest of the students, meaning we have to make sure we do the work and do it well. So that is the final thing that.
All right, you're on record. So if you come into power, this will be played back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Comfort.
Yes, sir.
You said the vice president of the SRC Hall is the president of the ladies' wing.
Yes, please.
So in a situation where the vice president is a male, who becomes the president of the ladies' wing?
We haven't decided on that yet. But then the secretary is the vice president of the ladies' wing. So let's say if the vice president is a male, the secretary can be the president.
Is it in the constitution that the vice president...
Please. That's why I said we haven't had that before. But since the secretary is the vice president automatically, she can also be the president. But I do not know if such thing will happen. We haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so if anybody, any group wants to collect money in the SRC Hall, what procedures must they go through?
Thank
Please,
you very much.
to only Comfort. Latif, you are not part.
Thank you very much. So, according to the handbook, if you want to collect, is it like, you see, we have a club, if you want to collect any money, first
Yes.
of all, you see the director of finance, you write a letter to the person, you state why you want to take the money before he gives you the permission to do so.
Okay, let's say an association wants to take money.
Okay. So you write to the dean, and then he will forward it to the director of finance. Then you state the purpose of you wanting to collect the money from them. Then he will grant you either the permission to do so or not. But then it's supposed to be a group that is being registered, and then you renew it every academic year.
Should you involve your patron, the patron of the association?
Yes, please.
So why didn't you mention it?
Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, so to Latif, please, how soon is your wedding or your marriage ceremony?
Oh, no, I said I almost married, not that I'm almost marrying.
Okay. I thought you said almost marrying.
I don't know when I will marry.
Okay. So you have been an SRC PRO previously, right?
Yes, please.
Someone would want to become an SRC executive. Can you tell them the processes they must go through to become an SRC executive?
The process they must go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Or how can a person become an SRC president?
All right, thank you very much for the question. If anyone watching us want to become SRC president, First of all, you must have spent at least 1 academic year in the University of Cape Coast. Secondly, you must get a CGPA above 2.5. Thirdly, you must be qualified to contest for position under your hall's constitution. 4, you must not owe school fees. Because if you're a debtor, you cannot be president. 5, you must be somebody in good standing. Good standing here means you are somebody without any disciplinary record. You must also be a student who is not repeating. You must not have embezzled funds or otherwise, and you have been convicted of it. Then afterwards, when they open nominations with the Office of the Dean of Students, you go and pick your form and you submit. You come for vetting. After the vetting panel clear you, you campaign. If they vote for you and you win, that's fine. If you lose, that's fine.
I like the part where you say after the vetting panel clears you. But the two of you have started campaigning.
No, please.
Oh. I have your flyers here. Your nice pictures and the flyers. You have started campaigning.
So we did a flyer that contained our declaration of intent, and you know.
I said I have your campaign flyers here.
Campaign flyers.
You even went to my colleague's class to go and campaign.
Okay, I think the few times that was just to tell them that I was contemplating in my head to contest for the office of SRC president.
That is also campaigning. That is also campaigning. And I think I want to put on record, we may probably have to revisit that rule because almost all the candidates have flouted that. And it's very bad. It's a very bad practice.
Okay.
Some people took the lead early last year. So before we even vote for the current executives or the incoming executives, some people will start so and so hopeful 2023, so and so hopeful 2024. Do you think that is fair?
No, please.
So there's a period where you declare your interest when you have filed nominations and you have gone through. There's a period legally provided in the student handbook. So that window is there for you to tell people that, yes, I've done that. But you do all these things way before.
Latif.
Yes, Chair.
You didn't complete or you were done with what you were saying?
Well, that's what I remember. I was done with what I was saying.
You ended at the voting elections?
Yes, because what is that those ones are not even really in my, it's not stated in the student handbook. It ends with the eligibility and qualification criteria.
Once you are eligible, doesn't mean you become, I said, how can I become an SRC president? I can be eligible, but I must go through a process. Until the process ends, I am not an SRC president.
Well, that is why I mentioned the picking of form, vetting, then when you get elected, then you must swear the oath of allegiance and oath of secrecy in front of a public gathering of students. And when that oath is administered, then you officially become the SRC president.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And why would a petition presented to the residents of the vice chancellor be rejected?
Because it's stated in the handbook that the residents of other officers of the university are out of bounds when it comes to petition. It must be submitted to their offices, and the university only accept to talk to accredited representatives of those people who want to petition.
Okay.
Latif.
Say.
I'm here.
Okay.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, so to my question, it's in a riddle form. Okay, so please pay close attention.
Please include.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I am made up of Student Support Service Unit, 3 ex-DSAG officers.
Executive Council.
EX.
Okay. X, okay.
Yes, please. Academic Affairs Unit.
Okay.
Office of the College Registrar.
Okay.
Okay. So what composition am I as far as the university regulation for distance students is concerned?
Is the Office of the Registrar.
No, please.
Then that's the structure of the College of Distance Education.
No, please. So it is the composition of the Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So to comfort, can I call you Connie?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am appointed by the Electoral Commissioner, and I have the right to declare provisional results at the various polling stations after election. Who am I?
The EC chairman.
Wrong, please. Come again.
You said I am appointed by the EC chair and I have the right to declare results. Or?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Then that will be the returning officer.
Okay, thank you.
So in your SRC hall, who is the returning officer?
Last year it was our home master.
Have you read the student handbook?
Yes, please.
So in the JCRCs, let me put the question in perspective. In the JCRCs, who is supposed to be the returning officer?
The home master.
This one, both of you can answer.
In the home master.
Well, what I know is the hall master.
It's the senior hall tutors, not the hall masters. The senior hall tutors are in charge of elections.
Lawrence.
Yes, madam.
Okay. The directorates of consular and general service are made up of 6 main sessions. Did you hear me?
I heard you.
Okay, so I want the sessions.
You said the section of counselor or?
The consular and the general service are made up of 6 main sessions. Which are they?
Our team has no idea.
Come again.
We have no idea.
Okay. So we have the transport session, we have the fire service session, we have the pre-tertiary schools, we have the secretary session, we have the consular. Yes.
All right, thank you.
This question goes to Comfort. The Directorate of Physical Development and Estate Management was established in which year? Lawrence, please, is for Comfort.
Please, I do not know the exact year.
Okay. So it is 4th May 1962. Lawrence, your
Yes.
last question.
Okay.
If a student wants an introductory letter or a visa, what is the process?
Okay, thank you very much. If introductory letters are issued by the department, the person find him or herself. And so the student would have to contact.
Wait. If a student wants an introductory letter for a visa.
Introductory letter for a visa?
Yes.
You can't get an introduction letter for a visa.
If a student wants an introductory letter for a visa, so the student wants to travel outside, the person needs an introductory letter, what is the student supposed to do? If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Well, per what I know, the student will have to contact the department. And normally if it is for such purposes, then the that document cannot be taken by himself. It must have an address where, when it is ready, the department will forward it directly to the people in charge for the onward processing. But I stand to be corrected.
Okay, so Lois, first, so you have to pay an amount at the cash office. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
And then you pick a form. After that, you fill the form. Then you submit it to the receptionist at the entrance of the administration block. And then you are expected to pick the form within 3 days. The letter, within 3 days. Should I come again?
You are supposed to.
So basically what you do is that you apply to the legal and consular section of the university. Is it, we give introductory letters when you are going for visas. The introductory letter will indicate that, yes, we know you, Latif Lawrence. You are a student of the University of Cape Coast with index number so and so. We have admitted you. You have 2 more years to complete your study. And so if they give you the visa, you definitely will come back.
Okay.
The department does not write those letters. Okay. It is a consular session that writes those letters. So we give introductory letters for students who want to travel out of the country during the period of their study.
Okay. So, Chair, if I want to find out, that would mean that we have 2 categories of introductory letters.
So that is why we said visa.
Okay.
Visa. The question was about an introductory letter when you want to obtain a visa.
Okay.
That is not given by the department.
Okay, that's thank you.
Even faculty senior members, whether academic, non-academic, junior members, if you want to travel out of the country, then the consular section would have to give that introductory letter.
Okay.
To say that, yes, you are a staff, you're a member of this university, maybe you have 20 more years to go on retirement. So there's a section in the university, there's a directorate in the university that is responsible for that.
All right. Thank you for the education.
Okay, so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team Barrister.
Yes, sir.
I want to inquire from you, as a matter of law, have you been certified by the General Legal Counsel to be a solicitor of law?
No.
Do you know the statute of the university stipulates that the publication of false information can lead to some penalties? Are you aware about that?
Yes, please.
Capacities as of now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nicknames, everybody can pick nicknames.
So it's a nickname. That
is obviously.
That is what you want to put across.
Obviously, I have never had a contemplation that I am a practicing lawyer. I'm not even studying my LLB. Whether I'll pass Makwala or not is a different issue.
Okay. Now, having read or followed your transcripts, I realize that you have a bite of constitutional law. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, one of the things that constitutional lawyers actually have been fighting for is constitutional review. I hope you know about that. Constitutional review.
It's a matter of public debate. Yes.
Yes. Now, Section 44, page 59 of the Student Handbook bans students from engaging in commercial activities. Now, do you think that as an SRC president who is supposed to fight in the interest of students, if you have any forum to address this issue, will you go against it or will you go for it? That students' engagement in commercial activities, should they be allowed to do that, or you think otherwise?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for this question. I, as one that believes in progressivism and with the progressivist school of thought, constitutions are supposed to reflect the aspirations and the thoughts of the people it governs. I think that the primary reason why we are in the University of Cape Coast is to learn. But I think that a ban on commercial activities is way harsh. Given the opportunity, I will not ask students to go on engaging in commercial activities. That would be a contravention of the provisions that guide conduct of junior members of this university. And as an obedient student of Constitution and constitutionalism, I cannot encourage that.
But do you know that there are students engaging in that?
Oh yes, the fact that laws are there.
Will you instigate disciplinary actions against such students, giving the nod as SRC president?
As far as the person has broken the law must take its course.
But you're supposed to be fighting for their interest.
I'm not supposed to be covering up on crimes.
But you know some of these people and you haven't reported them yet. Lawrence, you know some of your friends. Yeah. They are trading even within the halls of residence. You know them. So why haven't you, as a student of the Constitution, why haven't you reported them yet?
Well, I am unaware if there are students who are selling on commercial basis. Yes, please.
You're on record, though?
Yes, please.
The ones you buy from, you are also unaware.
Say?
The ones you also buy from, you are unaware.
The ones
you buy from.
I normally buy from Science Market.
And the ones you advertise on your status as well.
Well,
you promote businesses on your status.
I promote businesses, yes, on my status. That is true.
And they are students.
Yeah, they are students. What I don't know is whether they do their business on campus or they do it in the house.
Okay. Now this question is to the Vice President. Okay. Now, Article 6, subsection 7 of the SRC's Constitution gives a provision that the SRC president, in consultation with other executives and all that, can form a commission of inquiry. What are some of the criteria or the benchmark for selecting a chairperson of a commission of inquiry?
Thank you very much, the Chair. I think it stated that if the person is an expert, you can choose the person.
Expert in
the area that they are choosing the person.
And what else?
That is all I can remember.
Okay, that particular person should have been an active, should have an active involvement in student issues on campus.
Okay.
So you know that in case you get the nod, so that you will not be subpoenaed or impeached based on some basic constitutional anomalies and all that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Tim Barrister.
Yes, madam.
Please, how are you guys doing?
We are good, yourself.
I'm also doing well. Madam Comfort, please, what program is Latif studying?
He's a law student.
What level was he admitted into to study law?
200.
200. Why is this supposed to be?
Thank you very much. And I stand to be corrected. For what I know, if someone completes school and then it's coming to read law or
Completes what kind of school? JHS?
completes his first degree and then it's coming back again, you have to start from level 200. Sorry.
You said, what name is given to this, please?
What name is given to him coming back
the
to
ball
school?
Credits given to level 200 and 300 students.
Post first degree law or something like that. I don't really know the actual one. I only know post first degree law or something.
Okay, well, it's known as advanced credits.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so according to the SRC Constitution, a particular body is supposed to act for and on behalf of the Executive Council in their absence, provided they would, inform them on the happenings of a particular decision or a meeting. Which body is supposed to do this?
That's supposed to be the executive committee.
Okay. So, your friend Kemi, strong assertion. Presidential candidates should be allowed to contest independently. What do you have to say about this?
Independently, like she should.
They should also run their own race. They shouldn't rise anyone. You should also come along with your policies. You come alone, tell us what you can offer. Latif also comes alone, tell us what he can offer. What do you have to say about this?
Thank you very much. As stated in the Constitution, the duties of the Vice President, they stated that the Vice President is supposed to assist the President. In his absence, you are there. So I don't know if she'll be able to bring policies since they have.
Well, it still doesn't matter. When you come independently and you are given the nod, you still work with the President and you still be able to perform those duties.
But then in the Constitution, they also
Did
said
you get
she's
the
a
question? Pay
Yes,
attention.
please.
Stop setting your own question and pay attention. Relax.
Okay.
So the question she's asking is this. Should we ever get to the point where we allow vice presidents to stand alone so that the presidents would file their nominations separately, the vice presidents would file their nominations separately?
Yes.
Should we get to that point? If yes, why? If no, why?
Okay, thank you very much. So I would go for yes, because normally when we come for vetting, let's say using the secretaries and the WUCOMs for example, they come, they will be vetted, although we are here to be vetted for as the presidential aspirants. You get to know their potentials more, but then sometimes if it's a group, they don't really, sometimes they based on maybe, oh, this hall, they have this number, this person, they have this number. They don't just get to know the person's potentials. Some of them just go in for, maybe you came to me. So if it's going to be separate, and then I come, I know that I am alone. So definitely people will get to know your potential. This person can do this or cannot do that. So for me, I think it's also a good idea if it's supposed to be done that way. Thank you.
Okay, so talking about potentials, what are you bringing on board?
Thank you very much for that question. So I would outline two things. When it comes to accommodation and then academics. With the accommodation, we have this thing we call the hostel app. With that, we all bear witness to the fact that every academic year, when the level 100s are going to 200, they will go around and look for hostels. And we know how tedious it can be, to the extent that you have to come back to school and then you don't even have a hostel. But then if we are able to bring this app, or we are bringing this app so that we can get all the hostels around on that app, it will let you know the number of rooms. No, that is what we are bringing on board.
Okay.
So that app will have a list of all the hostels on campus.
Are you sure this is not already existing?
No, please.
On campus?
No, please. It's not existing.
Well, some students will introduce such an initiative.
Oh, okay, but then I have no idea, so that is what we. So if that app is there, the hostels are on it, you get to know the rooms available. You just pick the line and then call the person to make inquiries. And then with the academic, okay, so with the academic aspect, we've all been on campus and then we know how sometimes the lectures, they clash, or let me say they collide. You might have a class at this particular lecture theater and then there's another class. And then I know that in our various halls, we have this system that when level 100s are coming to school, there's this app that you can, you just log into the site and you select your room. Then you get to know that, oh, these are the number of people left to be added to this room.
Okay, okay.
So,
okay.
Ms. Comfort.
Yes.
That's a follow-up question to what the other panelists said. How sure are you that the hostels will be cooperative with this app?
Thank you very much. I think they would really cooperate because in some
Is it
ways,
an assumption or it is a fact finding?
well, it's an assumption. We haven't done that yet. So, but then per what I know, it's like it's an opportunity for them to also advertise or let the students know that their hostels are also available.
And before that, are you aware that such an incident happened last academic year? Was it? Yes, last academic year.
No, please.
And you have no knowledge about the Parliamentary Council debating such issues?
No.
And you also have no idea that hostel apps have come and then they have not been able to sustain, like in this school. A person from my class has launched an app last year, house market.
Okay, no, please. But then we wanted to do that as an SRC. And then with that, it's not like we are just going to do it alone. Definitely there will be a committee, and then we will meet the hostel managers and let them know that this is what we intend doing, not one individual trying to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Comfort.
Yes, sir.
I'm back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Going through your CV, I found out that you're part of the Parliamentary Council. I'm a parliamentary fanatic myself, so I'll just let's start from that aspect. You were a deputy minority chief whip.
Yes, please.
Right, for a semester.
Yeah.
Do you know what proceedings are? I'm not hearing you.
Is that not what happens like during the?
Are you also asking me another question?
Sorry, like what happens during that particular?
I said precedence. Precedence.
I thought you said proceedings.
Precedence. Do you know what they are?
No.
But do you know you have standing orders?
Please wait. Are you saying that proceedings or
Precedence? Precedence.
Okay, what's happened?
And what is precedent? Like the role of precedence in the House of Parliament.
I think before. Please, I have.
No problem. You have all the time.
I'm coming.
But this question is to comfort alone.
Oh, I was trying to. Okay, thank you.
Because the more you coach, the more we take marks from the responses.
Okay.
So when we tell you that it's for both of you, then both of you can come together.
Okay, sorry. So just as I said, precedents are things that has happened in the past. So if we have things that we want to do, it will guide us to know how things went and how we are supposed to go by it right now.
Very well. Earlier you made a statement of point of information seeking and fetching. What is the discrepancy between the two?
Point of order and point of information fetching.
And I'm saying that points of information fetching and point of information seeking. What is the discrepancy between the two?
Is there any? Point of information fetching is like you are trying to ask the person, maybe if I say something and then you feel some part is missing, you can use the point of information fetching to do that. Yes. And then
That of seeking.
for the seeking, I think you use it to seek for clarification.
All right, very well. Now let's come back to the substantive issues.
Okay.
Earlier in your assertion, you asserted that you work in the interest of students, right?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that we believe in is building the people's SRC. And with that, we mean we want to have an SRC that we will be able to solve the basic fundamental problems of the students in terms of academic, health, and then giving timely responses to issues. You see, normally with this semester, with the data bundled something, some people were asking why are they not getting.
I understand.
I'm making an example.
Yes, I understand. I'm trying to ask you how you are going to work in the interest of students. How will you know that this is in the interest of students I'm championing?
That is what I was listening. So just as I said, we trying to solve the basic fundamental problems of the students, giving timely responses, and also, what is the last?
Don't you think you are rather remedying the plight of students?
No.
You don't think that is the case?
No, please.
So, like, is that my understanding that you don't know the difference between interest of students and then remedying or solving situations. That's
Sorry.
my understanding.
Thank you very much. Are you saying that what are we going to do, or I don't get it?
I think the question was explicit enough. I said that you earlier stated that you work in the interest of students.
Yes.
And I'm asking how you are going to do that. How do you know that this particular course is the interest of students? I'm championing.
Okay. Thank you. Since it's a teamwork, we would have to sit as a committee, or let's say an executive body. So if we have anything that we want to do for the students, together with the dean, because without his approval, we cannot do it. So if I have a program I want to do, and then I discuss it with my committee, then we also see the dean of students to see his opinion about that.
Very well. Mr. Latif, going through your CV, it's palpable that you have been part of a council before, SRC council before.
Yes,
right?
please.
Good. There's a section of Thomas Hobbes, like American philosopher. He says that the sole duty of establishing a leader is one, to curb situations so that we don't fall to the lapses of nature. I hope you understand and you ascribe to that assertion.
Yes, please.
Very well. You've been an SRC PRO. That means you served under SRC.
Yes, please.
And under your tenure, during your tenure, there were security issues.
Yes, please.
And now there still is. So can I say that you have failed as an executive council?
No, please.
Why can't I say that? Because you failed to curb such situations, and then we are fought back to the lapses of nature. That is security issues.
No,
we are still
please.
there. We haven't moved. We haven't actually made progress. So can't I say you have failed as an, according to the ascription that you ascribe to, that Thomas Hobbes opined that the institute of making a leader is to curb solutions so that we don't fall back to natural lapses?
No, please. I explain. Society cannot eliminate crime completely, and society cannot eliminate wrongs, antisocial behavior completely. And nobody, maybe except God, can promise that. What we should be looking at is what was the rate of these things at one point and the other. There are points where we have it in mass and large numbers. At our time when we were SRC executive, we were the only SRC on record to have boldly, together with the Amamuma chief at that time, that is the Safohene, established a community watch group that consisted of people from the diaspora, the town folks.
Yes, and that is on record.
Yeah, that is on record.
With that issues. So the thing is, after your government, what happened? Is it that your council that you said that wasn't much paying attention to perpetuity of these things?
Well, people come in with their own philosophies of governance, and you cannot tie your philosophy and your way of leadership to your successor. So I normally disagree with school of thoughts which say that your success as a president or leader is tied to the success of your successor, because people come in and they can do whatever they want. Currently, Mahama cannot force Nanado to do what he wants.
So you are trying to say that after serving at that council, you've identified the lapses or the debt that now you want to clean. So you are running as the highest office of the student public, that the SRC president. Is that the impression you are given?
I have had opportunity to experience and interact with these problems and others. So yes.
Yes, you have identified that they are debt to be cleaned. That's why you are running for.
Exactly.
That's actually also confirms my assertion that you have already failed in the past.
What you see, when you want to tie my debt to what happened after I left office, you are being unfair to me, because I don't control who took over from me. You can suggest to the then SRC, and we did. When we did, we even met those groups with the then SRC president, and they took over and promised that they were going to work with them. What happened after us? They left it to collapse. I cannot force them. So, but if you say that those were the problems when I was an executive and I did nothing about them, then you might have a point. But when you want to measure my success on the collapse of a system after I left office, that is unfair to me, honestly.
Okay, so again on that same tangent, but before I say what I say, you just called the sitting president by his name just like that, Nanado. and then Mahama.
Apologies.
Are they your co-equals?
No, they are not.
Have you ever been president before?
No, I have never been president. It was just one small club I was president for, that's all.
Well, at least His Excellency, the President of the country, needs to be accorded that respect.
That has been noted. His Excellencies.
Good. But you see, on that same target, and I like the line of questioning, is it that leadership does not think about succession or a succession plan? And so leaders act in isolation, such that when they leave office, all the good things they do in office dies with them? Or was there a plan such that the SRC Executive Council at the time you were PRO had a succession plan? They had a roadmap for those who took over to follow. And if they did follow, what were the outcomes? If you didn't have anything like that, should we be thinking about something like that for the SRC? I think that is where you should be looking at.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you on that.
So tell us something on that score.
Okay, so I think that the SRC could have that succession plan or that development goal where we would have all SRC presidents having to probably, subject to them looking outside the box, but being guided by these principles and philosophies of the SRC. And I think the student populace are the best people to decide what they want their tenets and principles of governance to be. But like you said, we think about who succeeds us. But because there are no binding documents, and because they don't owe responsibility to you, you are able to have that succession. Transition meetings are held. You hand over all these things.
In your tenure as the SRC PRO, did you have a strategic plan? Did you develop one?
For the SRC or for my office? At that time, we were SRC executives. The SRC had a strategic plan.
How many years were on that strategic plan?
Just 2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
So when you came back as a student, did you take time to find out whether those who came after you followed that strategy? If you did, what was your advice to them? If you did not, don't you think you have failed the student population by not pointing or averting their minds to the SRC strategy that you worked with, that brought success to your administration?
Thank you. Even after I had left office, I was a constant member of even the General Assembly meetings. While I was doing service, I used to attend SRC General Assembly meetings. And we did offer some of these things to the then SRCs, averting their minds to what the strategic plan wanted the SRC front to be. And most of them are, well, we suggest it is dependent on the leaders at that time to take it or not. And even just recently, I was speaking to the SRC president, His Excellency Samuel Kwabena-Adotei, about it, and he had told me that the SRC obviously had elapsed. So I wanted to find out whether there had been a new strategic plan that has been put in place, because it creates a vacuum where people now do not know what to be guided by. So it's been like 2 years now, the SRC do not have a succession, what do we call it? A development plan. But he tells me that there is, the university is drafting its own, so they want that to be, the master want to be done. Then the various sub-units can then draft theirs to be in line with the university long-term development goal.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
My question goes to the Vice first.
Okay.
Vice, I want to find out, does the SRC have a welfare fund?
Yes, please.
There is?
Yeah.
And there is a subcommittee on welfare.
Yes.
Who chairs that committee?
Are you talking about the name of the welfare chair or?
Who is mandated to chair, or anybody else, you don't necessarily need to occupy a position to chair that.
The committee.
So, for instance, at SRC now,
Yes.
you being the vice president,
Okay.
you chair a number of committees, right?
Yes, please.
Is it the case with the SRC Welfare Committee, whereby, for instance, because you are a vice president, you chair that committee?
I don't think so. For the whole.
So,
our
Latif,
welfare-
please, do you have any idea who chairs?
Anyone appointed by the SRC president.
Okay. Is there a regulation that determines how and who benefit from that fund?
No.
There is none.
Yes, please.
So it's done arbitrarily, and it is subject to a lot of abuse.
Chair, as we speak, the fund is defunct. The fund is non-existent because, yes, the fund does not exist, so I don't think there's the need for us to even have a regulation. But if we were thinking in the past, then that would be right to have a regulation to regulate who benefits. But as at now, the Student Emergency Relief Fund, that is the welfare fund, has now been merged with the Student Financial Support Unit, with pool of support from the SRC, JCRC, Central Administration, and other donor organizations that is used around the scholarship for students of the University of Cape Coast.
Okay, so the emergency relief fund is still in existence.
It's defunct.
I'm saying the emergency relief. So there is a welfare fund and an emergency relief fund, isn't it? None of them.
Yes.
None of them exist.
Yes, please.
Okay. Would you consider bringing anything like that, because it's a constitutional provision that there shall be, and
Yes.
you know what shall means.
It is disturbing that the Constitution is being violated anyhow. I don't know for whatever reasons that the student, because when you even look into the Constitution, there are a whole lot of things that are being stated there that are blatantly violated, including this that we are discussing. The Constitution is under review. I don't know what the new provisions are as far as this particular SEF is concerned. But given the opportunity, I don't necessarily think that the SRC would have to bring it back. What we should be looking at is how to increase the funding for the Student Financial Support Unit, because essentially that is what that fund is for. And so running parallel funds might just be like duplication of responsibilities and duplication of work. But I don't know what the provisions of the proposed SRC constitution that is taking forever to be passed contain.
Very well. You, assuming you become the next SRC president, and you've undertaken to repair most of our pavilions which are in deplorable states, and any other projects of the SRC that are deteriorating. So you've undertaken cost estimates to the tune of about 172,000 plus, okay? At a meeting, a team member argued strongly that since it is just a minor repair works, it is well within the ambit of the minor works committee of the university. And for that matter, the vice chancellor, as a head of entity, has capacity to initiate and approve procurement processes for that works to be done. You have an opportunity as a president and a past PRO at that to advise your team as to the procurement rules in relation to this scenario that I've given you. Advise us.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. 172,000, that's 1.7 billion. 172, that's 1.7 billion. That's
172,000.
That is not 1.7 billion. It's 172,000.
Okay.
That is what it is. Stop taking us back to the olden days.
Honest Chair, the issue is
we have moved on. We have moved on from the old currency. Let's stay in the new currency. Stop taking us back.
No,
172,000.
No, personally, I have a little bit of challenge when it comes to the new currency. That's a personal. That's why I just wanted to be sure.
So try and keep up, because when you get the nod and you become SRC president, you can't come and be saying 1 million, 1 billion, 5 billion, and all of that. You cause fear and panic.
Oh, okay. All right. So not to cause fear and panic, I'll stick to 172,000. Okay. So what we need to understand is that the Public Procurement Act, that is Act 2003, Act 663, gives thresholds for people approving authorities. The maintenance, the minor works committee actually see to the giving advice when it comes to procurement of works like you have mentioned. But that is when it is not beyond the threshold of the head of entity. The question we need to ask is 172,000 above the threshold of head of entity? Head of entity here in the Vice Chancellor, according to the Procurement Act, that is the second schedule. If I'm right, I stand to be corrected, but the second schedule of the Procurement Act 663 caps the threshold for Vice Chancellor's approving authority at 150,000. 150,000 for works, 100,000 for services, and 100,000 for goods. And in this situation whereby it is beyond, then it goes beyond, then the minor works committee do not have the capacity to advise on this. So minor works committee does not even come here in the first place. Then it has to move to entity tender. That is the second level of threshold. So the entity tender committee has a threshold of beyond 100,000 for goods, beyond 100,000 for services, and beyond 150,000 for works. Now we are talking about works. So since it's 172,000, then it comes under the ambit of the entity tender committee. Then minor works does not come in. So the honorable member or the member who raised those suggestions should understand that it does not then come under the ambit of the minor works committee. It does not also the Vice Chancellor. It has exceeded his threshold as entity head, and so the minor works what do we call it? The entity tender is the only approving authority here.
Very well. That's actually a good one. I would go to the next question, but to the Vice. Okay. Your boss, so to say, seem to have a lot of insight in procurement.
Please, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm saying that your boss, so to say, seem to have a lot of insight in procurement.
My boss? Or you said my course? I can't. Are you saying my course or my boss?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, he seemed to have a lot of insight in procurement. Okay. I want to find out from you if you also do, because you'll be working hand in hand. Don't tell me you don't.
But then since it's I will be learning as time goes on. I'll be learning.
So which interests are you? Where does your interest really lies? What is your area of specialty?
Thank you very much. For that
what is your area of specialty? What are you good at, apart from braiding hairs?
Sorry. I'm good with counseling as well, but then not as a profession.
Not as a professional.
And then, normally educating the youth.
So I'm not talking about your interest and all that. So your boss is reading law, and he seemed to have insight in procurement. I don't know which program you are reading. Which program?
Psychology.
Psychology.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Latif and Comfort.
Yes,
oh, sorry, Comfort. Yes, there's a problem. Let me see, a question. I've been asking for quite a while. I've not gotten an answer yet, so let me start with you and see. Are you aware the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has resigned?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, and the new Prime Minister is actually a woman. Comfort, sorry. Can you help me with the name?
Please, I'm coming. Is it me personally or the two of us?
No, just you.
I know she's called Elizabeth, but I don't know the other name.
All right. Latif, do you have any idea?
Yeah, Miss Elizabeth Truss.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. And then the new finance minister she appointed has actually dominated the news because he's a black. Would you care to help us with the name?
He's called Mr. Kwesi Kwarteng Mr. Kwesi Kwarteng.
All right, that's fine. There are quite a number of people who are saying he's Ghanaian. Is that true?
He is not Ghanaian, but he has Ghanaian roots because his father was a Ghanaian immigrant. So for him, we will say he traces his roots to Ghana, but
okay, that's
he is
fair.
a British.
All right, that's fair. Let me go to your main question then. The just ended UCC at 60 launch. The former rector of GEMPA and then former pro-vice chancellor, so Prof. Ebubonzi Simpson, and then the pro-vice chancellor, Prof. George Odru. Yes, the theme of that particular launch was winning public universities off government payroll. And from the discussions there, it appeared that they were not entirely in support of winning public universities off public payroll. Or to better put it, there were pressing issues they stated should be dealt with before these public universities are taken off. Kindly help us with those pressing issues.
Okay, so thank you very much. A bit of a background, we would have to probably understand that the public universities up until 1997 was fully funded by government. And so, but in 1998, the government had to adopt a cost-sharing policy and where students had to pay for residential user fee and that of academic user fee. Coming to today's context where there is public discourse about weaning off public universities from the payroll means that there will be a lot of challenges. Professor Ebubonzi System, who is actually the founding dean of my faculty and the immediate past dean of my faculty, raised a number of issues, if I remember him right. So he did not categorically...
Latif, I think you should just go straight away and then tell us. So the background is, I think we are spending so much time here. So just tell us straight away what the outcome of the issues were.
Okay, so thank you, Chair, for the guidance. Professor Ebubonzi System is of the opinion that that is not an option that should be ruled out, but we must, before that, have a roadmap that will detail how that should be done. Because when we wane off public universities today, he argues that we will now find ourselves in a vacuum. We won't know what the way forward would be. Because he argues again that except that there are opportunities for treasuries and let's say bursaries and scholarships for vulnerable students, because the students will need to bear the entire cost of running the universities, including the payment, which will be a lot of money. And vulnerable people, agreed by Professor G.K.T. Odro, from hinterlands will not be able to access education. Professor Ebubonzi also feel that it will then allow the universities to focus on demand-driven programs and not programs that are essential but are not demand-driven, because universities will not be pursuing programs that people want and not programs that are useful. Yes.
All right, I think that is true. The name Nafis Sadiq has also now dominated the media. Nafis Sadiq. And as someone who, from your CV, is very interested in debate, one of the things we are informed to is we should be abreast with international relations. So, Nafis Sadiq, who is that, and then what is she popular for?
Okay, Nafis Sadiq, may her soul rest in peace, died at the age of 92 just last month. She was an international icon from Pakistan, and she was someone, if my readings are right, when I was reading about it, as somebody who took interest in women sexual rights, who received a lot of opposition from the Vatican, especially when she proposed that women should be able to control their body, decide whether they will have pregnancy or not. That is what I know.
All right, that is very correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back again. So, Latif, you are Latif Lawrence.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Christian or Muslim?
I'm a Muslim now.
You used to be a Christian?
Yes, please.
And then you changed to become a Muslim?
Yes, please.
Because you want to marry plenty?
No, I'm not a fan of polygamy.
Okay. That's just by the way. Right. If you were approached by Comfort that she wanted to be the SRC president, so you should become her vice, would you have obliged?
Yes.
Why?
As far as the vice president just literally assists the president, so you are like a pseudo president, or so to say, and you have all the powers as far as the president is concerned. I believe that it should be about capabilities, and if convinced that Comfort is somebody that shares I share in her philosophy of leadership, and is somebody that after my background is competent enough, why not? I'll be
So
here.
you don't believe that women cannot be SRC presidents?
I don't believe in that ideology at all.
Okay. Why law?
Law, because I believe we should do what we like. Because when you do what you like and they don't even pay you, you're excited doing it. From my beginning in JHS and in senior high school, I've been engaged in debates. And I like issues about arguments generally. So I felt like the law, and anytime I watch lawyers argue, it excites me. And I felt that is a profession I can live my entire life doing.
Are you temperamental?
I am not.
Because when one of the panelists were asking you a question, I think I saw that you were a bit agitated. And I was wondering, you are going to be a leader of many students who can make you very angry. So I was a bit worried about that. Do you think you're a temperamental person?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think sometimes my voice, the level my voice could raise could be interpreted as though I was temperamental. I used to have that challenge before 2017, but
you used to be temperamental before 2017.
Yes,
and God saved you.
No, the SRC saved me.
So I see that you have magna cum laude.
Yes, please.
So if you were a first class student, what would you have received instead of that?
It's a summa cum laude.
Okay. Then, my dear lady.
Yes.
2 questions, and then I would let you go.
Okay.
I've seen you as a psychology student.
Yes, please.
Can you tell me the difference between social psychology and motivational psychology? They were courses you took.
Yes, please.
How different are the two?
Thank you very much. So with the social psychology, it was about like our environment, not environment, sorry. It's more like how we conform to people, like we conform to our environment, our social surroundings, like your groups. Some people are there, when they get to join a particular group, it's either because everyone is doing this, let me go this way, or you willingly adapt to that particular social group. And then with the motivational, it's like, what motivates you as a student to learn? What makes you forget? That is how the two of them, it's like.
So, because I'm a woman, I can say this, and no one would say I'm picking up on you. Okay. This is a very serious interview.
Okay.
And you are a vice president of a hall.
Yes, please.
And I think you know a dress code for an interview.
Yes, please.
If you were going traditional like I have done, you could have done that. I think you are too casual. And next time, if you are going for an interview, you have to dress appropriately.
Thank you very much.
You are covered all right, but there are dresses for interviews. Do you understand? I think this is a bit fancy for me. So you have to take note of that. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
On that note, I'll give you just 15 seconds. Say something to your audience.
All right. Thank you very much. To the over 25,000 students watching Team Barrister for SRC President, subject to our passing of this vetting, we urge you to join the team that believe in the philosophy of building the people's SRC. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for coming. You hear from the committee soon. So we're still live on TV, UCC, on YouTube, on ATL 100.5. And this is a vetting of SRC presidential aspirants for the 2022-2023 academic year. We'll go on a short commercial break and reconvene soon. Over to you, TV UCC.
Okay. Okay, thank you, the chair. So, we live. We are still transmitting live from the conference room of Sasakawa of University of Cape Coast. This is the day 4 of the vetting exercise, which is organized by the Electoral Commission of University of Cape Coast. Today, the panel is vetting students who have picked forms to contest for the position of the SRC president. And so far, they have vetted teams. So far, they have vetted 2 teams. And I am here on your screen to read to you messages that we have gathered from our platform. I'm picking this one from Kweku. Barrister was like Messi last year, striking people left, right, center, and back. Today, he looks like Lukaku who has not eaten. Emmanuel Annan, Barrister is actually a fine boy. Nana Kwame, Barrister is shivering. Kai Afano. And this is from Asari, Richway. Hey, are you trying to tell me that you don't have a girlfriend on campus? Hey, Barrister, what are you trying to say? Okay, this came in from Asari. Asari, do you know his girlfriend? Do you know his girlfriend? And this is from Kevin. Apart from questions relating to their CV, they could barely answer questions from the panel. The barrister feels he knows everything. Look at how he responded to the introductory letter question. Okay. And Stephen Boadu, with the maths and science quiz, hey. And Afia Mara. People sit behind their phones and fumble, yet try to prove something with it. And Budwan, Donladi, Comfort is very confident. I think her name should be Confident rather, okay? And Marifa, Dramani, Team Barrister, all the way. Our goals are with you. Okay, so these are a few messages that I've been able to gather from our platform. And of course, people in auditorium, you know that the moment I finish reading my messages, I turn to you. Master, where are you going to? Please close the door. Close the door. Nobody's leaving. No food is leaving the hall. No food is leaving the hall. Nobody's leaving the hall. Okay. So I take the opportunity to interact with 1 or 2 people in the auditorium to see if expectations have been met so far. And if we've not been able to meet our expectations, then what do they expect again from the nominees? And brother, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you too?
I'm also fine. Thanks for asking. What brought you here?
I actually came here to observe how our aspirants will be vetted and to also hear from them what they will have for us when they are given the opportunity. So that actually brought me here.
Have you been impressed so far?
Yeah. So I've observed two of them and I've listened to them, and I'm sure something big will be coming on board. But then we remain patient so that we'll hear from the vetting committee.
Okay. All right. Please, this is friendly match. So take it easy. When I come to you, and brother. He said, okay, I'm not asking you any question. Yes, that is strange. He said, so far, so good. I want you to continue. Or say twice. So far, so good. So far, so good. after so far, so let me hear you. Continue. So far, so good.
I'm lost.
Whoa. Please check the microphones for me. I say, on my TV, Suda. Okay. So far, so good.
I don't really know the lyrics, but I can just murmur my way through.
I find a way through. Let's see.
So far, so good. Let me see. Go lo lo lo. Let me see. Go lo lo lo. Bugao.
I've seen the lady laughing, and so let me walk to her, baby. Which of you was laughing? Look at them. Yes, who was laughing? All of them were laughing. My brother, if you've been able to point out the person who was laughing, then you should be able to respond to the one who is watching you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Which aspects of the student handbook have you read so far?
Well, I'm not yet done with school, so I'm yet to read it.
You are done with school?
I'm done with school. I still have it. So I have to get some time and read it.
Which level are you?
I'm in 300.
And you want to tell us that you've not read a student handbook so far?
Yes.
Hey. So, apart from books that are related to the courses that you study in the university, which other document that speaks about the university have you read so far? Hello.
So far, it's the handbook that I have. I don't know of any other document that speaks of the school's rules and regulations.
All right. If you have not read, you've seen something. There is a statute. The guy. But tell me a question to ask you. You say, tell me, what should I ask you about? SEGRAD, Campus Broadcasting Service, the Office of Directorate of Internal Audit. There are a lot of things in the university. Which area of the university do you want me to ask you a question from? Vetting room near Manukau. My dear, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
There is a statute. Whoa. There is this statute at Parliament. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
You've seen it. Can you describe it? Please get ready. She will describe it and you would explain to us.
I think it's the one with the woman breastfeeding the baby.
Baby. Statute. Have you? This microphone is not unfriendly to me at all. Okay. Have you seen it?
Yes, please.
Now, the gentleman said that he can comment on that one to redeem himself. But if the lady is able to talk about that, then we'll give you a different thing to redeem yourself. Baby, would you speak to that? Can you explain to?
I'll try.
Go ahead.
So I think it has something like a woman
with a baby breastfeeding, but not directly breastfeeding a child. Hello. Yeah, so looks like the breast supposed to be the breast is supposed to be directly like facing the child, but then facing somewhere else. So maybe it means that you have.
It's okay. It's okay. And brother, how do you relate that to the university? Okay. I think the panel is ready. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. My brother, why are you crossing? Let's hear from you. You've seen that statute? Have you seen that statute?
Yes, please, I have.
How do you relate that to the university?
Well, that means in this university, you are not breastfeeded. You need to look for things by yourself. If you really want to pass, if you really want to go for it, you need to do things for yourself. As a student, the lecturers will take about just 30% of your studies. So the 70% should be by yourself. Yeah.
How long? For how long? Okay, let me see if I'll get a lady to respond to this question. My brother. No, I like your eyeballs, and your eyeballs look like a lady's eyeballs. That is why I'm drawing closer to you. Do you think that the panel has been fair to the aspirants?
Okay, well, I just came, so no comment for now.
But have you watched the previous vetting?
Not really, because I've been in lectures all this while.
Hey, some guys are smart too. My dear, how are you?
Fine.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
I'm fine.
To ask of how I'm also doing.
How are you also doing?
Oh, you be all right. I like your nose anyway, quite pointed one. Hey, say who said a? Let's talk about University of Cape Coast. So, which level are you? Before I ask you this, which level are you?
300.
Oh, 300 there. You know a lot about the university. You've enjoyed so far. Which entertainment program did you enjoy? Hello, 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 hello. Did you enjoy most in level 200?
No, no.
You've not attended any entertainment program so far?
No.
Huh. UCC for Christ. What is the theme? Entertainment won't call. Sorry. What is the theme? UCC for Christ.
Be born again.
Hey, UCC for Christ. No, I think it is Jesus is calling. Question, Anna. I should ask her if she's born again.
No. Why would you ask?
I thought that is what we were saying.
No. You were like, Jesus Christ is calling is the theme. So I was also holding that
is not a theme. Oh, okay. So what is the theme?
UCC at 60, you must be born again.
Is that different from the crusade?
No, please.
Have you heard of the crusade?
Yes, please.
Who is the speaker?
Who is the speaker? The main speaker is Apostle Eric Nyameche.
Who is the chairman of?
Yeah, the chairman is the Church of Pentecost chairman.
I've succeeded in confusing him. All right. I'm trying to get one person who would want to take the seat before the aspirants come. One person who would want to take the seat for a minute. I can't hear. I'm giving you the platform. Gloria, would you want to take the seat? For a minute. For a minute. Would you want to do it? Would you want to do it?
For what, please?
But when they sit on that seat, what do they do?
There. I'm sitting here.
You're okay here? Come on. Nobody is ready to take the seat. All right. I'm not going to praise anyone here. Again. We seek for advice from the chair if they ready. Then, the chair, are you ready to receive the next person? Okay, so we're ready to receive the next team for the vetting. And so I would want to advise that you keep your messages coming. Let us know that you are part of us. This is TV UCC. But before I hand over the microphone, if you have not subscribed to our channel, this is the time. Click on the notification icon to get alert on our update. And go ahead to share this content for the entire world to get to know what we. If your messages come in, I would come your way again with the messages. I hand over to the chairman to continue with proceedings for today.
Thank you very much, MC, and welcome back. So we're continuing with the first session. We're still vetting aspirants for SRC president for the 2022-2023 academic year. You're welcome. Can you take your seat? You're welcome.
Thank you.
The lady, kindly speak into the mic so we can pick the feed.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly state your name, index number, and program of study for our records. Let's start with the lady.
My name is Elizabeth Nakiyabwa. I'm reading Bachelor of Commerce and Procurement and Supply Chain Management, level 300 students, with the registration number SBPCM 190118.
Thank you, your chair. My name is Jafet Abdullah, Doctor of Optometry student, level 500, registration number AHOPT 170015, an affiliate of Superannuation Hall.
Thank you very much. Jafet, you look familiar. You've been here before.
Yes, your chair.
Oh, okay. So welcome back again.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that we'll have a very friendly discourse.
Sure.
Definitely, definitely. So, Jafet and Elizabeth, good to see you.
Thank you.
So, we received your application to aspire for the position of SRC President and Vice.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
I believe that's correct.
Yes,
yes,
chair.
So, Mr. Abdullah for President and then Ms. Yabua for Vice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, we'll take our time, go through your application documents, and then ask some questions, and then we'll take it from there. Okay?
All right.
So relax. If you need us to take a break at any point in time, let us know.
Yes.
If you think we're running too fast and you want it slow down, just draw my attention, and then we'll take it slow. Okay?
Okay, sir. All right.
Sir.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is vying for the president and who is the vice president?
Please, I am vying for the president.
Okay. I thought it was the other way around. I would have applauded you. But anyway, that's fine. So, Japheth.
Yes, Mom.
So my chair will say address the chair. Okay. I've been looking through your CV, or let's look through your CV together.
Okay.
So you have a title, that's fine. But I realized that all the main headings you've capitalized and underscored as well. You capitalize an item to emphasize or re-emphasize it. So that would have been fair enough. But after capitalizing it, I mean writing the words in capital, your name for instance, then you underscored it as well. And I think that is too much emphasis. It makes your work very busy. Future, once you capitalize or you write it in capital letters, that is good enough. Did you say your hometown is Garu?
Garu, yes.
Garu, okay. All right. I wanted to be sure about that. You said you are a humble servant. A humble servant. Who is a humble servant?
Thank you, Your Chair. A humble servant is a servant who leads his people with humility, who gives, a listening voice to the people he or she represents.
You give a sweet voice.
A listening voice.
A listening voice. That makes you humble.
Yes, in my opinion.
I see. So if you are humble, would people see you are humble, or you would tell people that you're humble?
I think with humility, you don't need to tell the people that you're humble. I believe that actions speaks louder than words.
That's I'm surprised you've brought it here. Because people should know that you are humble. But you are telling us you are humble, not only humble, but you are a humble servant. Don't you think you're being too hard on yourself?
Yes, I did, because I feel it's a quality I possess. And the CV, as we know, speaks about who I am as a person. And therefore, in preparing it, I thought it very wise to let people understand and appreciate who my personality is. Thank you.
You said you are principled.
Yes.
Principled. Can you give me an example where you were principled? Or why do you say that? Explain why you said you are principled. Give me an example that portrays you as a principled person.
Yes, I'm principled in the sense that I'm one that once I set an objective to achieve a goal, I make sure that I do what is necessary to let me achieve that target, not compromising on integrity and what have you. Clear example I can give was when I was the assistant senior prefect back then in my secondary school, my alma mater, where I was working with my colleague prefects, and I was in charge of the weekly, prefects report to the administration. There were times where you have the, prefects on duty, they would have to submit their weekly reports to you as the assistant senior prefect to vet and forward same to the administration for further vetting and other staffs. There were times where prefects on duty failed to do that, but for the sake of my integrity and principles, I never compromised on that. I stood my grounds to make sure that they did what was right and for the betterment of the administration in which we were serving together.
You are creative and always questioning the status quo. How do you mean?
That's right. In terms of creativity, what I mean is that I always try as much as I can not to follow the crowd, try to think outside the box. Questioning the status quo in the sense that in what better way can we do it right instead of just following the crowd. And so in that regard, I feel I have been doing well in that regard, and think that I have that creativity in me and the ability to question the status quo, not just following the crowd, but knowing what I am about.
Does it mean that to you, anything is not good? You have to question everything that has been done. Because if you are always, so it's not that you sometimes question the status quo, but you always question the status quo, meaning that as for you, anything that another person has done is not good. You have to question it and then find another way of doing it. Is that the kind of person you are?
Your chair, not really, but one thing I believe in that, I believe that differences in viewpoints are inevitable. And so once I work with you as a team member, I know as humans, we are rational. We are subject to thinking through before making suggestions. And so when you, if I'm working with you as a team and you make a suggestion to me as a member, I have to question you as to why, to know why, to probe into your decisions, your, suggestions, to further understand what you are trying to imply. However, if I come into office, for example, if I'm elected as the next SRC president and I come into the office, we are not just going to act because we have to do work, but we have to act always questioning whatever actions we are taking to ask if it will be in the best interest of the people we represent.
I would have thought you say that sometimes you question the prevailing conditions. But if you say you always, it means that you can never be satisfied with what any person does. And for me, that is problematic. So, and your explanation shows that that is who you are. Always you have to question something. You've just affirmed my suspicion. Anyway, tell me about group increase or no, inocrates.
Yes, that's right.
Inocrates.
Thank you, your chair. With regards to group inocrates, I am a fellow with Yes Ghana. It was a youth empowerment program that was meant to train young leaders for the future generation. And what they did was that they implemented this in cohorts. I happened to be part of the second cohort. And in that program, what they do is that they give you about 3 weeks or 1 month training in the theory aspect, what you need to know as a leader, writing of press conferences, press releases, how to write a memorandum, how to write business proposals and other, qualities you need to build yourselves. Then after doing that, as change makers, they put you in groups. Then they send you to communities where you go and interact with the people around, find problems that confront them. Then you, as a change maker, you propose solutions. We used to coin it as a wow way of thinking, to propose solutions, thinking outside the box, to come up with solutions that will best address the issues of, the people confront. Then you write your proposal and budget for funding to execute that project in terms of solving them. So my group, our name was Inocrates. And so that was our group name. And then we worked
with the social impact investing in Germany. Were you in Germany or you were in Ghana?
I was in Ghana, your chair.
So you did it online?
I did it online.
Okay. So I think you should have written a 1 month online course, because the way it is, it was as if you were in Germany.
Thank you.
Again, you have fancy bullets in a CV, because it's a formal document. You should just use the point bullets rather than the fancy ones. Again, there are dashes and hyphens that you used interchangeably, which shouldn't be the case. Then my major worry is the leadership experience. I wish you had arranged it based on the years. So 2022, then you descend down, but it's all mixed up. I think you were trying to do the highest position first. So president, then national deputy secretary, then secretary. So the years are all mixed up. And you want to arrange it according to some order. And it should be either the highest first or you start from the lowest. I have seen that you really enjoy being in positions. Because you were prefect, you were senior prefect, again senior prefect, then president, national deputy, post here or there, Papa. That is what I'm picking from here. Then when I come to your leadership skills, you've done a few things and you tell me you do PowerPoint presentations. As part of the things you've done here, leadership skills, you have PowerPoint presentation. Do you remember that?
That's right.
Okay.
I do.
So can you tell me the ingredients you have usually when you are doing your PowerPoint presentation? How do you categorize your presentation?
In PowerPoint presentation, there are requirements. Every slide with a number of wordings that needs to go in. You don't have to make it too wordy. You have to try as much as possible to use points or bullets in your presentation. So when you start, you have your title, your main title that is captured maybe on what you are going to present on. Then you proceed. So it comes with the main title, maybe a brief description, describing the title. Then you have your sub titles and then subtitles in that order. You try to use points and not sentences in describing doing your presentation.
So in a letter, we know that we have the addressor's address, then addressee's address, then maybe the heading, the salutation, and those things. So walk me through that piece. So in a presentation, for instance, what do you do first? What is the next one? I need just about 3 things.
Yes.
How do you categorize a presentation?
You have your title page. Then in your title page, that may capture your name, the subject you are presenting on. Then you move on to your next page, your introductory page, then your main page, then the last page should be conclusion.
Well, you skip the table of content or content. You don't want people to know the content or the outline.
Sorry, Your Chair, that was an oversight.
You don't start too early. Don't start oversighting too early.
Okay.
Then you also said you write reports.
Yes, please.
Reports. The last bit of a report, what do you do? If you write a report, the final part, there's something you should do, because you write reports if you have done an investigation about something. So at the end of the day, a good report should always have the last part of it indicating something. Can you tell me what that is?
The executive summary.
No. Usually reports will have recommendation, won't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Then my final, before I go to the lady and then I come back to you later, is your interest and hobbies. And I would repeat it again. Please divide these things into 2, because it's messed up. I don't know which is your interest and which is your hobby. You like watching love/relationship movies. True?
Yes, Your Chair.
Which one of them? Can you give me one of them?
Well, my colleagues best describe me as an African man, so I like watching African movies.
Are you married?
No, please.
But you are in a relationship?
No, please.
You've also written that you like sweet things. So what do you mean by sweet things?
I think that is a mistake in there. I didn't intend to put it there because I was preparing this CV out of a general CV I had about my own descriptions. And some of those things were there because back days in SHS, we used to enjoy sugar a lot, soakings. And anytime I did my soaking, it was always full of sugar.
Can I say you are not meticulous or you are not serious? Because this is a very serious document, and then you didn't care, or you didn't know I would go through we will go through your CV. So you just wrote anything. Should I assume that that is the case, or?
No, please, because I feel again that the CV is meant to tell you who I am, and that is part of me. And
you like
I
sweet things.
Yes, so I didn't want to hide some of those things, but I just didn't want to add it. I wanted to put it in a more better, because if you say sweet things, it looks vague. So I needed to correct it, but it was an oversight that I couldn't correct.
And another oversight. Then you associate with toddlers, especially those who are beautiful and handsome. So somebody like me, you may think and how do you even describe a beautiful or handsome person? So if you think I'm not beautiful, you not associate with me.
That is not really the case, Your Chair. I believe that every toddler is beautiful and handsome. It's just there to emphasize my point.
Which point?
That I like toddlers. And I like them because I like them because they are beautiful.
What kind of association are you talking about here?
Please come again, Your Chair.
Now, you've indicated in your interest and hobbies that watching love relationship movies, sweet things, associating with toddlers, especially those that are beautiful and handsome. Then my first question is, what kind of association are you talking about? Then my second question would be, why the discrimination if you love toddlers? So those that are not beautiful and handsome, you don't associate with them. Is that what the case is?
Not really the case, Your Chair.
So first of all, kindly tell us what kind of association you have with toddlers that amounts to your interest and then hobbies, and why beautiful and handsome toddlers?
Thank you very much, Your Chair. Growing up as a kid or a young boy, I come from a family of 8, where I am the third, and among the 8 of us, we have only 2 females. So most of us had to, play the roles of what in us African settings is best described as the role of the female as a child in the family, in the house. I, at some point in time, became a babysitter where I was taking care of my younger siblings anytime my mother was away. And so through that experience, I developed some interest for kids. But you see, one thing I didn't like was when you are giving me a child who is excuse my language, not clean or not neat. I used to frown against it when I was growing up. So it became part of me. So anytime I was holding children, I made sure that they were clean. I bathed them regularly and made sure that they were always clean. They did not soil themselves and their clothes, so that I would enjoy.
Mr. La, this is a very sensitive matter that you have also captured in your CV, an official CV. And I beg to differ when you say that children should be clean. They are children because they are children. They are learning, so they cannot be clean. So toddlers growing up would play with anything they find around. They are learning how to walk, and so you find them on the floor and all of that. So obviously, you won't find the neat toddler that you're referring to. These things you have put here as your interest, for me, is a bit worrying. I wish you didn't put them in here at all, because if you say you associate with toddlers with emphasis on those that are beautiful and handsome, it sends a certain signal, and that is where the worries, and that is why my vice chair is drawing your attention to it. I mean, of all the things you do as a human being, what interests you? Maybe you could say, okay, you like educating children, you like helping children, that is fine. But to put it as associating with toddlers and emphasis on those that are beautiful and handsome, it raises a lot of ethical questions. So I wish that you go and then take all that part of your CV. And again, you've indicated that you associate with the elderly. So if you are a toddler and you are older, so what about those of us? So what it means is that your interest does not lie with the youth, who mostly make up the people you want to lead as SRC president.
No, that is not what I'm trying to communicate. I am coming from a traditional home, and it is believed that the most wise, or let me put, most intelligent child is the one who really relates with the elderly in the family, because through that you get to learn a lot about your background, where you are coming from. And so I relate with them in terms of getting something to learn from them.
Then you haven't communicated well at all when it comes to that part of your CV, and I think you need to go back and look at it.
Thank you.
What you have put here is a bit contentious, and raises a lot of ethical issues. The way it is captured in the CV. I mean, on hindsight, if I saw this CV, the sort of things that would pop up in my head may not be things that I would want to say live on TV. And so please go back and make sure that you expand all of that from the CV and then recast it appropriately. So if what you want to say is that you like to engage children, you like to teach children, you like to help children, you like to talk to the elderly so you can pick up knowledge, put it in that way, then the way it's being captured presently, it is not appropriate. Right. So we'll make progress from there.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think my chair has addressed my concerns. So I'll go to you, Elizabeth. But having said that, please, there are other things I mentioned. So note them. Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am.
Your CV. Why? You were trying to squeeze it on 2 pages or what?
No, please.
Because the font sizes are so small and I'm struggling to read. It looks like 8. Font size 8.
It's 11, please.
So I think the official one is Times New Roman for formal document, Times New Roman font, and then the font size 12. Okay. So Times New Roman is the best for formal documents, yes, and then font size 12. And I know this because I did BSEC. I did Bachelor of Arts in Secretaryship. So it's a fact. I'm not just saying it.
Yes, please. It's duly noted.
Again, you don't have a title. You don't have a personal profile. How old are you? How old are you?
Please, I'm 21 years.
Because you don't have it here. We don't have your address here. Are you a Ghanaian?
Yes, please.
We don't know. All those things. Those very salient information, we don't have them here. So it's very important that you redo it and then get those things there. And I'm a bit disappointed because you have...
Yes, please.
Yes. And you've done BISCOM and you've done HRM.
Yes, please.
In these 2 courses, you are taught how to write a CV. So I was expecting to get a proper CV from you. So your CV is not good enough. Those 2 courses should have taught you, because by all means there will be an assignment on CV or a presentation on CV. So I'm very disappointed.
I'm sorry about that, ma'am.
Then you lead and motivate he said, I enjoy leading and motivating teams in dynamic work environments.
Yes.
How do you mean? Can you explain that for us?
Okay, so currently I'm serving as a leader in my church, and we are organizing a youth team. We are helping the team and the youth to actually unearth certain skills and potentials that they have. This wasn't something that I was tasked to do. I suddenly noticed the need to do it because the church constituted most of the youth. I'm trying to say that the population of the church constituted mostly youths. So looking at the environment, I just decided to bring up something where the youth could be useful to the church, where they could be engaged in the church. So I decided to help with the assistance of other people in the church.
How did you motivate them? How did you motivate them?
Okay, so initially they were quite reserved. They didn't want to engage themselves in church activities. All they would do is to come to church and to move away. So I tried to call them together after church services, tell them to engage in church activities. When we come to church, I ask them to dance. When the youth are asked to read maybe the Bible, I ask them to volunteer to do it. So as part of doing that, eventually we organized a youth team. We created a youth team, and currently it's an active youth team in the church right now, where we have most of the youths coming up with their skills and talents.
So you encouraged them to do those things,
yes,
right?
Please. Yes, please,
Okay.
currently.
So the other thing is that you were an administrative assistant.
Yes, please.
Okay. Which means that you were filing, amongst other things. You were doing filing. You were engaged in filing of documents.
Okay, it's not so much of a big corporation. So,
so you didn't have any files?
We have files and documents.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So even if it was a couple of files, you were filing. I just want to find out from you whether you know the methods of filing.
No, ma'am.
You don't know them. So how were you filing? You were just putting them in files, just like that?
No, please. We have a bookkeeping system. Yeah, it was recently that we digitalized it, but initially it was a manual system. So we have a bookkeeping system where we keep the daily records of the business, the transactions of the business, receipts and payments, sales and expenditures. So that's what we've been doing. And also we keep records of people.
So simply put, you don't know the methods of filing?
Yes, please, I don't know.
You don't know the method?
Yes, please.
You don't know that you can file alphabetically, numerically, alphanumerically? You don't know that?
No, Vice Chair, I'm not privy to that.
Okay, all right. And then over here, you talked about memos. Can you tell me what you find in a memo?
About memos?
Yes.
So we have the CC, which is the corpage.
Memo?
A memorandum.
So start from the beginning. When you see a memo, okay, what is a memo?
Okay, a memo is a written document used to circulate information in an organization.
Okay, very good. Now tell me the things you find on a memo.
Okay, so in a memo, you find the purpose or the heading for the information which is being circulated. Then you find, also we have a closed end, indicating that there are certain documents within the memo. And also we have the CC, as I said earlier, copied.
It's a lie. It's a lie, madam. It's either you don't know or you know. Do you know or you don't know?
Okay.
I'm hard on you because you are from the business school.
Yeah, it's something I read on actually, so I had no idea about
because a memo is the heading, a memorandum, big, either memo or the memo. Then you have from the person that's coming from to subject, date, then the heading.
Yeah.
And then you have a short 1 paragraph or at most 2 paragraph sentence, and that is it. You see, it's easy. If you knew it, you would have, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. So please, you have to up your game for my sake. Oh.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. You are the woman.
Yes, please.
Mm. Okay, I didn't see your hobbies. Do you have any?
Yes, please. I wrote my interests.
Oh.
My interests are written at the latter part.
You have computer skills as your interest. You have computer skills, professional skills. Your interest is reading, writing. That's your interest. Playing chess.
Yes, please.
Learning things. What things? Learning new things. And then singing. Great. So you, for us, so far, nobody has sung. Today. So get ready to sing.
Yes,
Your second referee, you don't have the address for the individual. In fact, both. You don't have addresses. You just have their phone numbers. So, and email, of course, you have email here.
Yes, please.
So I think that, and one thing I would have loved you to do is when you go, like when you were the senior prefect, you should have stated the things you did.
Okay.
We didn't know the role you played as president for Presbyterian Methodist Students Union. We don't know the role you played. These things are selling you. You know, it's showing what you have done and can do.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
it's important that you spend time to bring them all out.
Yes, ma'am. Duly
So,
noted.
yeah, just one line of the song you like, and then we'll move on.
Yes, please. So it's This World Is Yours by Julie Dearden. So I'll just sing the chorus. Climb the mountain, cross the ocean, sail the rivers until it open. Make good friends, listen hard, let it out, dance on. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much.
You're
for that.
welcome, Mom.
Elizabeth Ado.
Elizabeth Yabo, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth Yamwa.
Yes, sir.
Good. So I see you were president for Presbyterian and Methodist Students Union.
Yes, sir.
During your days at Infantum Girls.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing as president?
So as president, we organized 2-week services for the Methodist and Presbyterian
I mean,
students.
during your tenure from 2018 to 2019, what were you doing?
Okay, so we had a problem of coordinating the team, that is getting all the members of the executive board to work collectively. So this time around, I had to make the work more interesting because they were more interested in the portfolios than in the duties that came with the portfolios. So this time around, instead of being a leader who was more interested in allowing all the duties to revolve around me, I mostly delegated the works and made them understand their various job descriptions so that they could execute them effectively. So everybody was involved in working. And also we helped to increase the number of students who were attending denominational meetings, because it got to a time there was news circulating amongst the students that the Presbyterian and the Methodist Student Union had a boring service. We did nothing interesting. We come and we talk for so long and people get bored. So we had to now include activities that would make services interesting so that people, and we were able to increase the number of the students attending the denominational meetings.
So I see. So whilst you were president, you
Yes, sir.
were also chaplain.
Yes, sir.
And a
of the
student
SRC
councillor.
committee. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow. What did that entail?
Okay, concerning the SRC committee, with that one, we were separate from the prefectorial board. So we were more like the SRC committee in this university. So we served as a mouthpiece for the student, channeling the concerns and the grievances of the students to the school authorities. So for our tenure of office, I was a chaplain and also I was a counselor. So I was working with the prefectorial chaplain aside working as a student counselor also. Yes, sir.
So fast forward, when you joined the University of Cape Coast from 2019 till date,
Yes, sir.
what have you been doing?
So since I joined, well, I've been more focused in building a career in music. I haven't really taken up any leadership roles. So I've been in certain musical groups on campus where we organize programs, we sing, and also I'm part of the Christian Fellowship in Kwame Nkrumah Hall, where I assist the MD in helping the members of the Calling Team United, that's the musical group. So we assist them during programs and stuff which are organized for the students.
So you don't think that amounts to some leadership experience that you want to share? Because your CV is very silent on activities since you joined the University of Cape Coast. I mean, you've not been part of any committee or any group. You've not served in any capacity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I haven't.
You haven't?
Yes, sir.
So what experience are you bringing to bear on the SRC?
Okay, sir. Based on my past experience, taking few leadership roles in my JHS times and also in senior high school times, I believe that I've been able to build certain capacity which will enable me to serve in the position of the SRC, although I've not taken up roles.
See, the numbers we're talking about is quite huge. We're talking about 24,000, almost 25,000 students.
Yes, sir, I understand.
And I was expecting that you'd have primed yourself when you joined the university, you know, by identifying with some committees, serving on some committees, so you can appreciate the enormity of serving the UCC SRC. I'm surprised you haven't done that.
Yes, sir. I think when I got to the university, my desire for taking up leadership roles was a bit halted. My attention was more skewed to my academics. So
Getting
I didn't
a
want
first
to,
class.
Yes, sir.
So what has changed now?
Well, sir, it has become so obvious that at the end of the day, it's not just a first class that matters, but also other proficiency and skills that we acquire after we exit the university. So when Jafet Abdullah spoke to me about his vision and suggested that I run with him for the position of the SRC, I considered it because I realized that it's something which is not outside my capacity, because I've held positions like that, and I believe that since I have done it before, then there was no need worrying about trying to do it again.
I see.
So I didn't give a second thought. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'll come back on that subject, because I really want to appreciate your level of experience in holding public office and how you're going to juxtapose that should you get the nod into handling the over 24,000 students that the UCC SRC serves. Mr. La,
Your chair.
you are training to become an optometrist. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you've been in the university for quite some time now. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
And last year we interacted.
Sure.
And you are back again.
Yes, please.
I like that. I doff my hat for you.
Thank
Because
you.
not everybody is able to do that. So
Thank you.
Congratulations for coming back.
Thank you.
But I want you to tell us, what are you bringing differently? What new strategies are you coming up with?
Thank you for your question. I like to start with my visions and mission statement for the office of SRC. Like you indicated, I've been here for the past 4.5 years in the university. I'm one that has taken keen interest in student affairs and issues that affect students' life as a student leader or an aspiring student leader in the university. And I have come to appreciate certain issues of concern that I think we have to address them with immediate attention and all the seriousness it deserves. As we speak, I know previous leaders or past leaders have done their best in terms of handling these challenges that we are talking about. However, no administration can solve all the issues that we have as students in the university. The reason for which I have decided to contribute my quota as a change maker to helping change some of those, issues that confront students in the University of Cape Coast. With that, I come in with a vision, and the vision is to offer leadership that is attractive, inspiring, and above all, building on the capabilities of the students of the university. Our mission is to provide an SRC that represents the people's voice by engaging with relevant stakeholders in addressing and finding solutions to some of the challenges that confront students. Now, coming to our specific objectives and policies, we have a lot of policies that we have carved or objectives that, given the nod, would like to implement to better the student front. But for want of time, I just want to, and with your permission, to tackle on a few, at least 3 of them. One of them, which is very dear to my heart, issues of security and accommodations on campus. You would bear with me that for us to continue in our academic pursuit in a very peaceful and, good mindset to be able to pursue our academics the way we desire, security and, shelter is an indispensable part of it. We cannot afford to have issues with our security, to be insecure in wherever we find ourselves, and be able to do well in our academics. Because of that, we have seen that we, given the nod, we'll put our best to address some of these challenges. And having conceived the idea to lead the student front, we've done stakeholder consultations as to what best that can be done to alleviate some of these issues. We've been able to come up with what we call
Okay, I'm sure if we go through all of this, you get the platform to share this into details. But I am interested in your leadership and capacity building. You said you did a 1-year training course in youth leadership for social change. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Chair.
And as part of the course, you were taught how to write proposals to seek for financial sponsorship.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's right.
So this course ended in 2020. Is that correct?
That's right.
So between 2020 and now, have you been able to write any proposal for financial support? If yes, how much did you get and what did you use the money for?
Yes, I did. From 2018 to now, I served as the Deputy General Secretary to the National Union of Bimbo Students Ghana. And in that, our administration, I think last 2 years, we, based on the executive's decision, we needed to write a proposal to the presidency seeking support to get certain amenities or infrastructure for the students of the Bimbo land. One of which was to get a car and then a technical and a vocational training institute. Based on my skills and competencies in this area, I was made in charge of that proposal. I was able to draft the proposal. It went through the necessary boards or leaders for corrections, which we did. We were able to successfully submit it. We are still doing follow-up, though it hasn't yielded results yet, but I'm very hopeful that in no time we'll get a response to our proposal. Then again, very recently, I wrote one. I happened to be appointed into a committee in my church, Our Lady Seat of Wisdom, UCC, here. A committee that was supposed to organize a harvest program in our church, which the aim of the purpose was to purchase a chaplaincy bus. So we needed to broaden our scope in terms of seeking for support to be able to realize the target. And so we had to write proposal to certain foundations, charity organizations for support, which I was again made in charge of the sponsorship committee. And I wrote that.
So the long and short is that since you took the course, that ended in 2020, you are still in the process of writing proposals, and then you're yet to get any funding. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so let's keep it brief. Now, I also see in your CV that you have indicated that you were taught how to write press statements and press releases. Is that correct?
That's right.
So, what do you know? What do you know about writing press statements and press releases?
Thank you, Your Chair. In writing a press statement, there are formalities that you ought to follow, and which I'm going to outline. You start by writing the address of the media at the top right corner of your paper that you are using. So you indicate the contact, the name, the email address, and other things. Then when you come to the top left corner, where you indicate the date and time to be released. So maybe you can have two types of press releases: for immediate release and an embargoed press. And so if it's for immediate release, then you indicate it for immediate release. If it is an embargoed press, then you ought to indicate the time and date and the purpose you.
Have you ever volunteered to offer this service to the SRC in the last 4.5 years that you've been on campus?
Thank you, Your Chair. No, please.
So don't you think you have been selfish because you really know how to do this and you haven't volunteered to be part of the big SRC team to help with this skill? Okay.
No.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Now, my last question before we take the next round. Again, I see in your CV that you are a committee chairperson for the Builders Conference.
That's right, Your Chair.
I see. What is that Builders Conference? What is it about?
Yeah, the Builders Conference program is an annual program that is organized by our chaplaincy, the Our Lady Seat of Wisdom Catholic Chaplaincy, University of Cape Coast, annually. The aim is to build on the skills and potentials of the youth in the chaplaincy for a greater good in the church and their society. And so that is basically what the program is about. So every year they appoint committee who would be in charge of organizing these programs. There are always terms of references that comes with the appointment. So you are in charge of getting the theme for the program. You are in charge of mobilizing funds and resources to steer the affairs of the program. You're also in charge of getting resource persons to speak at the program. The other thing you do is you are in charge of coming up with topics or issues that affect contemporary times.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am.
You worked with Block Factory.
Yes, please.
All right. So can you share with me idea about sand mining? Sand mining.
Sand mining.
Yes.
Is I've not read about it, but I would have an idea about it. So most of the times where we get our sand from, sometimes because of the quality or the quality we want our blocks to be, we buy river sand or we buy quarry sand. Most of the time that's quarry does, but that one we don't use direct sand. There are rocks that are broken into sand. So most of the time we get sand from rivers. So I'm sure there are river sand. And most of the times if they are extracted from the river, I don't know how the processes are done because I've not really read about it, but I know those types of sands, yeah.
Okay, all right. So the University Council, there are 3 people that are coming from the government, that is the government nominees. Mention two of these people
Government nominees.
as part of the University Council.
Okay. Please, it's rather unfortunate I'm not privy to that. Yes, please.
La, is it possible you can help her out?
I'll give it a try. I know of Miss Nancy Thompson.
3 government nominees as part of the University Council.
That's the only thing I can say.
Okay, so that is Dr. Samuel Awuku and then Madam Mame Ajwa Chireje Jando, and as well as Reverend Titus Awoche. Okay, so your main question, who sits in as a chair to the University Council?
The chair to the University Council is one of the government appointees.
The name of the person?
Honestly, I don't have an idea.
All right, so that is Obeng Miraku. Prof. Obeng Miraku.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So back to your running mate. I know about a few facilities in the School of Business building. Aside the School of Business library, which other facilities do you know of?
Aside the SOB library?
Yes.
So we have offices for the various heads of departments. We have office for the Dean of Students of the University, of the School of Business.
Any key facility?
Any key facility.
Or a center?
Entrepreneurship center.
And
business incubator center.
Do you know, is it in the School of Business building?
I know as part of the
I'm talking about the building itself.
In the building,
yes.
Then I can't tell.
Okay, so are you aware about the ACCA Resource Center?
ACCA
Resource Center?
No, please, I have no idea about
All right, thank you.
All right, Japhet and Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Japhet, if you are writing a letter or you come to office and you see a letter, how will you be able to identify or differentiate that the letter is either American or British? In the content of the letter, in reading the letter, how will you be able to differentiate whether it's an American or British?
Okay, in differentiating that, you look at the spellings. Sometimes
So give me 2 words that are spelled differently in these languages.
For example, programs. One will be spelled Programs. Another one is which is the British one, is Programmes.
Meter, meter, METRE, METER. Which one is British? Which one is American?
Please come again. The
meter.
word. Meter.
METRE. METER. Which one is British? Which one is American?
The ME is American.
Meter, METRE.
Please, Chair, with your permission, can we use the paper? Please, the word again.
Meter, METRE.
Okay, okay.
And METER.
METER. Okay. With the one with RE, R before the E is British, and the one with E before the R is American.
Do you think violence is an option?
No.
Giving you this instance, I hope you are aware that with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia had been speaking for a very long time about their security concerns. And it took they having to attack Ukraine for the West or America to at least take particular interest in their concern. I hope you are aware about that.
Yes, I do.
So in that case, was violence not an option?
I still believe violence is not an option because I believe in any case, no matter what the issue may be, dialogue can always solve the differences.
Aside Russia having to take to violence to get their interests being taken note of by the West, which other country do you know of that has taken such an aggressive stance?
Iraq.
This year. I'm talking about this year.
This year.
That is not my major question, though, but I just want to build
this
some
year,
background.
aside Russia, Ukraine, I have no idea.
All right. I don't know whether you've been following the news. It's China, though. So, in cases of violence on campus, violence elsewhere, especially with what happened in KNUST. Okay, if officially we are aware or we made aware by CASFORD that they weren't invited. So whoever went there, whether the person went there as an individual or in the name of CASFORD, they don't know the person. Okay, so if there was such a case where CASFORD had been invited and some of their members had taken part in the violence, and a decision was to be made where sanctions were to be given to the hall, why do you think that sanctions will be given to the hall in a matter of such nature, other than another decision? If a member had been caught or people had been caught, why?
Thank you, Your Chair. I think sanctions will be applied because if you read the student handbook, which is meant to guide our conduct so long as our existence here in the university is concerned, it spells out clearly the jurisdictions of the, rules and regulations, or the student handbook. And so it talks about actions on campus and actions off campus. And when, as a student of the university, you commit an action outside the premises or the boundaries of the university that contravenes a distinct or clearly contravenes the university's interest, then it is punishable by based on rules and regulations in the student handbook. So if they went there on their own capacity as individuals, fair enough. But if they went there in the capacity of the Kesley Hayford Hall, then what it means is that it contravenes the university's distinct interest. Because again, reading the university
three people
chart,
were caught. CASFORD was invited. 3 people were caught who were CASFORDians invited there. Why would sanctions be given to the hall?
sanctions will be given to the hall if permission was granted by the hall for those students to go. But if in a case where they went in their own accord, based on their own decisions, I see no reasons why sanctions should be given to the hall.
You made reference to the student's handbook. Have you actually read it?
Yes, I did, but I cannot claim to know everything in the student handbook.
No problem. Let me quote what you read. Or let me quote the student's handbook for you. Since you said you've read it, but you didn't take. Okay. It is in page 47. And that is Article 24. It is capitalized and made a note. It says that in cases of violations by groups, example, a hall, in which individual culprits are not identified, on the advice of the disciplinary committee, there shall be a determination of sanctions which shall be imposed. So it is in cases where the individuals are not identified. That is when sanctions will be imposed on the hall as a whole. If such sanctions are imposed, who will impose such sanctions?
The Vice Chancellor.
All right. Elizabeth,
Yes, sir.
let me simplify the question for you. What will you do? What will you do, okay, if you should chance upon, one of the panelists made mention of the School of Business. There is a facility nearby, that is NIC, the NLT, New Lecture Theatre. If you should chance upon a scene where a female student is being harassed by a male student in an enclosed lecture theater, let me say LT17, what will you do?
Instantly.
What will you do?
Please, I want to find out what I'll do at that moment, or, after we have, I wouldn't allow it to.
The question is, what will you do?
Please, I would call for help. I would scream and call for help. Yes, please. That's what I would do instantly. At the moment I barge in on someone.
The person has run away. What will you do?
The person has run away. Please, and this case will be reported to the Dean of Students through relevant. First of all, this action was not taken in the hall, so it cannot be reported to the hall tutors or hall wardens. So this issue would be reported to the Dean of Students through relevant HODs. Since it's around the School of Business, we would report it through relevant HODs in the School of Business to the Dean of Students through relevant HODs, so that such a student would be because I don't know if I would be able to get the identity of the student right, since you said he has run away. But if I happen to get the identity of the student right, then I should be able to identify.
How will you
him.
report?
Come again?
How will you report? You said it didn't take place in hall, so you won't report it to a hall master. You said you report it to the Dean of Students. How will you do it?
Okay, so as I was saying, I would report it through certain relevant HODs, heads of departments of the School of
How will
Business.
you do the report? The reporting. How will you do it?
Please, I'll do that by a written notice, to the HOD of a sexual harassment case.
A written notice? By who?
Yes, please. By the student, not by myself. Unless it's since it's a report, then it should be by myself, sorry, it's a report. So I would write that report, please.
You were on point at some times, but I think you were unsure. As a vice president, I expect you to be very certain with your answers. It is a victim that writes the complaint herself.
Okay.
Through the appropriate channel.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Javed.
Yes, please.
Did you say you like to associate with toddlers?
Yes, that is what is on the CV, but I have been corrected and I've taken notice of the corrections duly and would effect that.
I just wanted to know who a toddler is. Like, can you tell us who a toddler is?
A toddler is a child between the ages of 3 to not exceeding 10 years.
So it's 1 to 3 years.
Thank you.
And you said you like to be with elders so that you learn from them.
Sure.
Last year you were here to be vetted, and I'm
Sure.
sure your CV was corrected.
Actually,
did you learn from the lecturers who corrected your CV? I mean, the panel members.
I did.
And you have a lot of mistakes in your CV. Doesn't show that you will learn. You didn't learn.
Your chair, it wasn't every aspect of the CV that was the corrections were made. I'm sure for want of time on the aspect of the panel, some of these issues that have come up did not, come up. I don't think I would be wicked to myself to the extent that some of these errors would be pointed out and I'll go and repeat same. That would, in that sense, I wouldn't be fair to myself.
Anyways, your vice, Elizabeth, has been with you for quite some time, right? And so I'm sure she has learned a lot from you. Elizabeth, how is a student or the SRC supposed to hold a press release, or any group in that matter if they want to hold a press release on campus? Since your boss knows a lot about press conference, I'm sure you have learned a lot from him.
No, sir. I haven't known him for very long, please, so I'm not privy to that.
Yet the rules are there in the student handbook. So even if he hasn't taught you, you should know.
Yes, I've come across that in the student handbook, but I don't want to make guesswork here where I wouldn't be uncertain of the answer. Yeah.
Jafet, would you like to help?
Yes. First of all, if a group of students on campus, for one reason or the other, intends to hold a press conference, there are procedures that are spelled out in the student handbook for them to follow. First, what they need to do is to write a notification to the dean of students, notifying him of their intentions to carry out, to hold a press. And you do that. When doing that, you attach a copy of the press that you would want to read. And you need to do this not per provisions in the student handbook, not later than 48 hours to the day of the press conference. So you do that to notify the dean with attached copies of the press that you intend to read, and then wait for the dean to give you an approval or otherwise before you can go ahead.
And who are you supposed to copy?
You are supposed to copy to the registrar.
And only the registrar?
For what I know, it's only the registrar.
And the vice chancellor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my next question. If a student is sick on campus, but would like to seek treatment from a hospital outside campus, what are the procedures? What's that student supposed to do?
Provisions are made for students to receive treatment here in the university. But I'm not very certain of my answer, but I've come across it somewhere. Like if you intend to seek healthcare outside, you need to go for a written permission from the university health services to carry it along with you. I'm not very certain of my answer.
Okay, so when you read from the student handbook, page 60, it's clear that when you are sick on campus, you must first report to the university hospital. And then if you need referral, you write to ask for referral from the director of the university health services. And then when you are back after you have been treated, wherever you went to, you go and do a test to confirm that you are well, and then you can proceed with your academics. Are you okay?
Yes.
All right, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell me the number of people who make up or who form the university council? I want the number of people.
The entire university
Council. Yes.
I'm not very certain of the number.
I can't hear you.
I'm not very certain of the number.
Okay, so the answer is 15. 15, okay. To Abudu.
Yes, please.
Can you please state the vision statement of the senior treasurer to the account of SRC?
Please, I have no idea.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the answer is to be a student-centered office committed to student development and success.
Thank you.
That's the office of the Dean of Students. He's the senior treasurer to the account of SRC.
Thank you.
All right.
I would do. What's the meaning of DICTS? ICTS.
D-I-C.
CS.
Please, I have no idea.
Elizabeth, what about you? No idea.
See,
Oh, okay.
it's a place in this university.
It's a place.
DICTS is a place in this university.
Okay.
You're just saying no idea, no idea. You even try some more.
Still no idea, or you are trying? Okay, so the
I have
meaning,
no idea.
Okay, so the meaning is Directorate of Information Communication Technology Service. Okay, so
Thank you.
Okay, within the ICT Directorate, we have sessions.
Come again?
Within the directorate, like within the ICT Directorate, we have sessions. Any idea?
Yes. The Management Information System Unit.
Mention two. Just mention two.
So we have the MIS. Then we have the Center for the e-learning.
Are you asking me or you are telling me?
No, I said, I'm not really sure of the right name.
Okay, so it's e-learning and knowledge management. Okay, so far, how do you see the Wi-Fi system on campus?
Satisfactory.
Explain.
Pardon?
Explain.
Okay, I'm saying satisfactory because it is limited to specific areas. For example, there are some points that if you find yourself and you are using the Wi-Fi, it's very fast and the connectivity is very fast for you. At other points, it's very slow. And it doesn't extend to certain relevant areas, which I believe it should be extended to, i.e. the halls of residence, the diaspora, where majority of our students are resident. And so if you ask me, yes, it's working well at some point, but for me, it's satisfactory.
So what are you bringing on board?
Yes, internet connectivity is very dear to my heart because I believe that, again, if you read the university charter, they place or they attach importance to academic excellence and the welfare of the students in their academic pursuit. And in these days and age of technology, we do most of our things via the internet. And therefore, internet connectivity is very relevant and an indispensable part in our academic, life on campus. And so I feel that we should improve upon this. And this is what I think. For me, I think the best alternative should be the already existing monthly internet bundles that the SRC is already offering. Last year, I gave a try to contest. And as part of my policy, and this year is still there, was to offer 5 gig monthly internet bundle to students. And the SRC has done very well in implementing.
How sustainable is that? Do you know that the government has intentions and has allocated a lot of money for Wi-Fi to be sent to all the public universities? And that project is currently ongoing. So if government is giving us free internet service, why do you still want to allocate 5 gig of that? Why won't you put that money into another project? Or you don't know about that?
Well, I'm hearing of it for the first time.
Then it means you've not been following the news. So we have access to Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi on all public university campuses. So even with your student ID, with your student ID, when you go to any of the public institutions, you can have access to the internet free. So this project is being rolled for some time now. The infrastructure network is being built, and that's how come you see that we have Wi-Fi access points all over campus. So wherever you are on campus, you have access. So if we're trying to make accessibility to internet better, why do you still want to spend student money in giving data to students when you can channel that into something else?
Thank you. Like you rightly stated, you've made me understand that government is embarking on this project. But my concern with the issues of Wi-Fi and internet connectivity on campuses, like I stated earlier, is limited to certain areas in the university campus. It's not accessible at all points. And most students, for example, a student living in Amamuma or a student living in Ayensu, who probably in the weekend has an assignment or research work to do to submit this assignment on the following week, Monday, who for one reason or the other may not feel comfortable to come to campus to access some of these internet services. What becomes of it? Our brothers and sisters in who lives at Superannuation and SRC, you know, cost of transport these days has become very high. Now they are there, they need internet. How do they get
you see,
some of these?
So you see, the thing is, how do we extend accessibility to people around campus? And again, when we are extending accessibility, we are also looking at security. So we're looking at not allowing people to log onto this thing. So if you tell us that, look, when you get the nod as SRC president, you would make sure that probably we increase accessibility or increase the bandwidth or the frequency so that people within a certain catchment area can have access. But they can only log on and use the internet service if they use their student IDs and particulars. Then we would have solved the problem. That would have been better than we've paid small dues and you want to use same to give 5 gig to those who are outside campus. So what about those of us who are inside? Would you give us the same bandwidth?
Yes, Your Chair.
And then that would be duplication and waste of resources. So rethink that whole idea. Maybe you should go and read about that project that is ongoing. If it's part of your policy, look at how best you can modify the policy to suit those who live outside campus. So maybe the SRC would say that, okay, we want to discuss with the people in the surrounding communities and put up a mast somewhere so that at least people who live in these communities can have access to the internet. That solves the problem. It's a one-time thing. So once you do it once, it solves the problem. If not, if you're giving 5 gig to everybody every semester or every year, how sustainable is that? So whilst we do this, a bit innovative and proactive, let's make progress.
Thank you.
Team the Advocate.
Yes, Your Chair.
Fast forward in the year 2017, government, which was led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, came to an end, and he was succeeded by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. In line with the conventions of this country, there was the need for the formation of the president-elect's transition team. Now, in cognizance with Article 10 of the SRC, can you spell out the reason for transitional team meetings? And before you even do that, I want you to give me a fair idea about a transition team before you spell out the functions or the reason why there is the need for a transition team.
Please, can you come with the question again?
Okay, the length and breadth of my question is that in line with Article 10 of the SRC's constitution, I want to inquire from you if you know about transition team. Do you know about that?
Yes, I do.
I mean, in your own words, I want you to explain what it is, the composition of a transition team in line with the SRC's constitution.
Thank you, your chair. I may not be able to do it strictly in line with the SRC's constitution, but...
Okay, give me a fair idea about what a transition team is.
Right. A transition team, it's a committee or it's a team put together by outgoing administration and the incoming administration to supervise the transition of the new, leader-elect into the office and the handing over of the outgoing president into to the hands of the leader-elect. And in doing that, the aim of it is to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability in the office. The other thing is also to orient the newly elected, leaders into the office, the new office they are coming to occupy. And also to give, statements of accounts and basically for accountability.
Okay, I think you are in line. Now, in the management of halls, we have hall masters, senior hall tutors, and all that. Now, there is a provision in the student handbook for external visitors. Give me any two of them.
Any two of the external visitors?
Yes, provisions that have been outlined in the student handbook for external visitors to follow.
Yes, as an external, should I mention the external visitor or the provisions? What
the provisions that has been spelled out in the student handbook.
Okay, my vice will want. My vice will
expected to do.
Respectfully, your chair, my vice will want to assist me in this.
It's a team question, so it's a no-brainer.
Okay, so parents of wardens, that's occupants of the hall, are not supposed to stay in the hall with their wards. That's
any other?
Yeah, and also visitors during holidays can stay probably from dawn till dusk. Yeah, they have
visitors can stay during holidays.
They have a stipulated time.
Is it in the student handbook?
There are stipulated times for periods within which students visitors can stay. Yeah, and also visitors must report to the port administrators at the Porter's Lodge. Yeah, before they see their wards or visitors.
Okay, my last question.
Okay.
Now, when you go to Parliament, there's a body that ensures probity and accountability of how state resources are being disbursed into ministries, departments, and agencies. What body is that? In Parliament, it's actually a committee.
The audit committee.
That is not correct. It is the Public Accounts Committee. My last question.
Thank
Who
you.
chairs that committee at the moment?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Okay, for purposes of public education, it is being chaired by Dr. James Kluti Aveji, MP for Ketu North constituency, and a former Deputy Finance Minister. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Hello. Okay, so it's an undisputable fact that when it comes to security, most of the work has to be done by an individual, right? In your colleague's submission earlier, I made mention about being concerned about security issues, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so very soon, students will be making use of lecture theaters in the evenings when, they're about to prepare for examination. As it stands now, there's no mechanism in place to check whether all the people sitting in the various lecture theaters are students or not. As visionary as you claim you are, can you tell us, mechanisms you can put in place to solve this issue, security issue?
Okay, thank you very much.
Like two of them, two mechanisms you can put in place.
Okay, so one mechanism I think I can put in place is to put security personnel at every entrance and exit of the various lecture halls, because it is indisputable that whatever we do, we still have students going to the various campuses to use the lecture theaters during examination periods. So we'd put security personnel at each entrance and exit to check student ID before they enter into the various classes or lecture theaters to study. That's the first thing I would intend to do. And secondly, we would have this personnel patrolling, because we can't state for a fact that we wouldn't have people still finding their ways into the lecture theaters. So we'll have this security personnel patrolling the various lecture theaters to ensure that people show evidence that there are students sitting in the lecture theater studying. So that's
security persons have been patrolling the lecture theaters since, but still we are facing
and I'm saying that we would want them to be at the various entrances and exits.
No, you made 2 points. You said one would be at the entrance of the lecture theater, and you said the other point was that there will be others who will be patrolling around the lecture theaters, right?
Yes, please.
So those who have been patrolling around the lecture theaters, they've been doing that since, but we have still been faced with the same issue. And even with regards to those being at the entrance, students' ID cards get missing. How sure are you that the ID card being presented by one person is indeed for that particular person?
So if students' ID cards get missing, they have access to their portals, so they can use their portals as an evidence for entry or exit into the various lecture theaters, please.
Now, the security man that will be there doesn't really know the students. You know, as we, progress on our academic ladder, our face changes. The picture on the ID card is not the same as the person face to face. How would you deal with that particular issue?
Well, they can interrogate them on personal details, but I think a change will not be too much of a significant change where you cannot tell that the person on the ID card is way too different from the person standing before you. So I think that there can be a way where you can identify that this person on the ID card is one way or the other like the person standing before you. So I think they can tell. And
in instances where students are stealing from students in the same lecture theater, what do you think can be done about that?
In instances where students are stealing, the students should be more vigilant, because most of them move to the lecture theaters to go and study. They get there and they sleep. So the moment you are not careful, that is when you have students stealing from you. But when they become more careful, then I think that can be kept. But the security issues, we'll do our best to actually do, as I said earlier. That's the first point I made.
Japheth, would you like to say anything about this?
I agree with her on what her submissions.
You said you are visionary, right? So I was expecting you to probably say that, oh, we have to put a camera or something in the lecture theater, but you just agreed with it.
Yes, already we have some cameras around. So I thought that there was no point. And even with the cameras, there are still issues. So like she rightly put it, we have to educate and train our students, colleagues, to be security conscious, to be aware of their environment. You see, it will be very difficult for, a thief or an armed robber, so to speak, to attack you if you are conscious of what you are doing, if you are conscious of your environment and those stuff. If we train them to have skills on security.
Japheth, we are humans and we are bound to do certain things. You can be forgetful at times. Okay, let me move on to my substantive question. So are you aware that the University of Cape Coast undergoes curriculum review?
Yes, I do.
Please, can you tell us why this is done?
This is done to actually add certain courses to certain programs, or to review the courses that are contained in the various programs, and also to reinforce and to enrich the various courses in the programs.
You just use review in your explanation again.
Reinforce and to enrich the various courses in the programs. So, and also they do it to actually go through the various courses to find if it is, you know, there are developments in society with regards to economic development, social development, and technological development. So they make sure that the courses in the various programs aligns with the development in society.
Okay, can you tell us when this is done and when it takes effect?
Okay, I think it is done every 5 years. However, there is a review. I remember learning it. I went through it. There is a review that is done consistently, curriculum review done consistently, but there is a fixed one done every 5 years, if I'm right.
Okay, yeah, that's right. It's done every 5 years, and the review cycle is initiated, or it begins at the beginning of the 5th year, and it's taken into effect in the 6th year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was insightful.
The advocate.
Yes, Your Chair.
What is the meaning of advocacy?
Advocacy is basically influencing decision makers in making or improving upon already existing rules and regulations to influence change for greater impact in society.
Very well. What is the disparity that lies between advocacy and activism?
Okay, like I said in my earlier submission defining advocacy, advocacy is more into, in using another word to replace it, like lobbying.
No problem.
You are lobbying to influence decisions. To direct the line of, thinking of maybe those who in authority to make decisions in a certain direction. However, activism has to, it's a kind of, it's a more aggressive way of advocacy. Speaking, yes, advocacy you speak, but you speak and lobby, but there's a very thin line, but I think activism is more or less, you are in an aggressive way of causing change in a society.
Very well. And then do you think activism is imperative as far as democracy is concerned? Do you think it is important to have a section of people who are activists in a set of a democratic setting? Do you think it is very important to have such?
Yes, I do, so long as it is for the greater good of the society or a certain group of people.
How do you define your better good?
Greater good in a sense that your activism should not, in the long run, tend to cause harm in society. But if you would use an activism to cause a positive influence in society, why not? It becomes a good thing. But in a situation where your activism become or disadvantage some group of people, then it becomes bad.
Madam Vice President, do you know the job description and specificity of your office?
Yes, please.
Can you walk me through?
Okay, so to assist the president in performing his duties, to act in the absence of the president, to act as an ex officio member in the various committees. And
what do you understand by an ex officio member?
an ex officio member, it's more like part of a member of a committee. You are not elected, but you are considered as part of a committee. So you are considered as a member of a particular committee. Yes, please.
I hope and believe that you have apprised yourself very well with the constitution of the SRC.
Okay, I've gone through it, so I think I'll know.
What are some of the committees we have now that are functioning but are not in the constitution?
Functioning, but are not in the
Yeah.
I can't really tell because I know some of the committees, but as to the ones that are functioning but are not stated in the committee in the constitution, I can't.
Okay,
tell.
let me put it this way.
Okay.
What are some of the committees the SRC have now but are not in the constitution? Do you know of any?
Okay, so the sub entertainment committee, the sub finance committee, the welfare committee.
I think these are the ones that are found in the constitution.
Are found in the constitution.
Yes, I'm asking the ones that are not found in the constitution.
Then I'm not privy to that because I learned what was in the constitution.
Is that an impression that you are creating that you have not been following the current council? Is that what you are trying to put across?
To be sincere, I have not been following the current council.
You have not been following the current council?
Yes, please, sincerely speaking.
So are you going to learn on the job or you are bringing new ideas on the job?
Come again?
Are you going to learn on the job or you are bringing new ideas on the job? Because I don't see how you could effectively discharge your duties as a vice president when you have not been up to date with the current council.
Well, I believe learning is quite progressive. So although I'm not abreast with
And
all...
do you know the tenure of this office?
Just 1 year.
And then...
That's 2 semesters.
Mr. Jaffet, security has been quite a canker on campus. How will you address that if you are giving the nod as a president? Sorry.
Thank you very much. I do acknowledge sincerely the issues of security, and I take it personal, and I don't intend to joke with it, given the nod as an SRC president, because I believe it takes a toll in the performance of students in their academic pursuits. Yes, I quite remember back then in Sir John's administration, the 2018-19 SRC administration. We used to have what we call the security.
The question is, how would you? And then we are far behind time. So
okay. So what I intend to do is that I believe that the security issues on campus is not a one-man battle. It's something that we must collectively and consciously stand together to tackle it with the level of seriousness it deserves. So what I intend to do is, when given the nod, to engage, to do broad stakeholder consultations, engage with relevant stakeholders. That would include the student body, hostel managers and management, the University Management Council, the University Security Sections, to actually come up with...
all right, thank you very much, Mr. Jaffet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Your Chair.
I hope you are doing well.
Yes.
Good. My first question goes to the lady, the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
You've done procurement, supply chain. That is what you are doing, right?
Yes, please.
And you've done sourcing and supply chain. So obviously you know what sourcing is.
Yes, please.
And you know what procurement is.
Yes, please.
Is there any symbiotic relationship between sourcing and procurement?
Yes, please. There is a relationship with sourcing and procurement.
Oh.
Sourcing actually is one of the processes, one of the elements or concepts embedded in the procurement process.
Kindly speak up.
I'm saying that sourcing is one of the concepts embedded in the procurement process. And procurement is way beyond the one-off purchase, but constitutes various processes we go through to acquire goods, services, and works. So sourcing deals with finding suitable or desirable suppliers who would be able to supply you with the requisite goods, services, or works. So sourcing deals with finding suppliers, and procurement deals with purchasing the item, going through the requisite processes to purchase the item. So sourcing is more like a subset of procurement.
Good. Mr. President.
Yes, Your Chair.
Hopeful. There is a particular month within the academic year in which the residence committee is obliged to meet to review or make any amendments in relation to fees. Which month is that?
I think it's May.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You are wrong. Assuming you've gotten the nod, and as the SRC president, you've gotten this invitation to attend a conference outside Ghana, another university, right, has invited you to attend a conference and deliver a speech. In breaking this news to your team, I mean the executive body, a member thinks that no, there is something you should do, especially when you will need support and approval from the university before you move. In the contemplation of the university's rules, what must you do to be able to attend this conference?
I'm not really sure of what I'm going to say, but I'm giving it a try. I think what you should do, first of all, is to give a notification to the Dean of Students and indicating the invitation you've received, the purpose, and maybe the location, the date, and what have you, to represent or to attend such conference. Then you need to wait for an approval from the Dean of Students to be able to attend this conference. Thank you.
So it's not that clear. So I will urge you to look at the university's financial regulation, especially on regulation 45.3, okay? So look at it and then you apprise yourself well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Chair.
Tim, the advocate.
As Your Chair.
Let's start with what's happening in the world now. What exactly is happening in the United Kingdom as of now? There's a very disturbing set of issues, and I think that you at least you should know that.
I'm aware of the issues between the United States of America and that of the Chinese.
No, I'm asking that of the United Kingdom.
The United Kingdom, one of them that but it's not quite recent, has to do with the issues of legalizing abortion, the right to women to...
All right, and that is still the U.S., by the way.
Yes.
And so the Queen's health is deteriorating really quickly. And for the very first time, the palace has sent out an info saying that doctors are very concerned. So as of now, it's our international duty to pray for the Queen. Yes, so she at least could have a longer life.
Thank you.
But let's come down to Ghana. Okay, let's come down to Ghana. There's this very name that has dominated the news now, Aisha Wan.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit about her?
Okay, I to the best of my knowledge, Aisha Wan is a Chinese citizen who is into mining in the country. I think some years back, was it last year or so?
What category of mining specifically? So we are
These illegal mining,
okay.
To be precise. Last year, she was arrested, and due to government interventions and some suggestions, she was supposed to be processed. I think she was processed to the court or something like. She was discharged and was deported. Lately, she has come back and was arrested again by the Ghana Police Service.
All right, so the deportation happened in 2018, no, last year.
Okay,
yes,
thank
so
you.
That's the news around here. But then speaking on the issue of China, China recently is being connected to Taiwan a lot. The very last thing we want from you, I think your vice can help us with that, is what is currently China's position on Taiwan?
Please, can you elaborate more on that?
All right, so in the international space now, when we are referring to how states relate and issues of independence and governmental structure, the issue of China and Taiwan is the most talked about. So I'm only asking, what is China's position on Taiwan as of now? Well, that position has not changed ever since, so that's all I want to know.
Okay, so they want to become dictators over Taiwan. I think so, from what I'm hearing.
Right, that is not true, but from all times until now, China considers Taiwan as a breakaway province. So even though Taiwan is an island country and is self-ruled and is independent, China still considers Taiwan as a part of it. And probably in the future, they would have Taiwan becoming a part of China legally. Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm interested in how you guys met. Are you in the same hall?
No, please.
You don't do the same course?
No, please.
So how did he get to know you?
Okay, thank you very much. So I was approached by the advocate, Jafet Abdullah, and few of his colleagues, and they told me about their interest of running for the position of the SRC president. They also spoke about how last year they didn't qualify even beyond the vetting stage because of the inability of their running mate to even qualify. They qualified all right, but their running mate didn't meet the requirements. So they didn't randomly approach me. They were more strategic in finding running mates this time around. So they made inquiries from certain people, and people from my class, people from the hall.
And even though you've not held any position in the hall or in your church or in your class, they picked you.
I've been a course rep in level 100.
So why didn't you put it there?
Sorry, please. That was an oversight, please.
Have you seen how your president is dressed?
Yes, please.
School of Business. No more comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, tell your audience what you want to tell them. In 15 seconds.
Thank you, your chair. I would want to call on my audience to state before, humbly appeal to them that this is yet another time for us to go into the polls to determine who is going to represent us to speak and channel our grievances in the next administration. I want to use this opportunity to send a call with greatest humility that we should rise above being tribesmen and to be citizens in our society. We should not allow our halls of affiliation, political affiliation, religious affiliation, to decide for us who we should determine to represent us in the next administration.
Thank you very much. So this brings us to the end of the first session for the SRC president. We have 3 more to go. And I believe it's becoming very interesting. But we'll go on break now and then reconvene after 40 minutes. We'll go on break, we'll reconvene after 40 minutes to vet aspirants during the second session for the day. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, the chair. So, people, as the chair has rightly stated, the panel is going on break. But, and of course, we would also go on break. I would also go on break. Hey, I have to refresh. But before I do that, I want to read a couple of messages that I have been able to gather from our platform to you. I'm doing this to keep you company, and of course, to let you know that we do appreciate your time. This is from Ismail Abdul Latif. Team Advocate has the best vice so far, okay? And Festus, Team Advocate will shock people with the outcome of the vetting. And this is Mark Echo, Tyria. No, I'm expecting the best from all of the aspirants. And Ampa Ben, I love sweet things. Pa, hey, Advocate. Before my Accra, you love sweet things saying. And Brand Keddy Studio reacted. And that, and he's saying, I wonder how can you like sweet things and say Gary with sugar instead of gobe? Advocates, please check his specs. It is not medicated. People are, you know, the gentleman I was interrogating yesterday. He sent a message. Farouk, I know him. He said that Susan has been writing. This is a conversation, not mathematics. But when I approached her with the microphone, you realize what how he was struggling. I'm picking this from Kevin. So this year, no one is coming with CGPA that is less than 2.5, or the chair is not checking. Hey. And Akosia Safwa came in with this one. Hey, I like how Naki is answering her questions. Go on, girl. So, people, these are few messages that I've been able to gather. And of course, I would also pause here, take a break, refresh, and come your way again with your messages. But hey, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is TV UCC. If you have not subscribed to our channel, this is the time. Subscribe to our channel. Click on the notification icon and go ahead to share our content for the entire world to get to know what we are doing. My name is Louise Bequin, and of course, you can call me the PDF. Stay with us. We're back.